Sayın Başbakan Yardımcım, Sayın TİKA Başkanım, Sayın SETA Genel Koordinatörüm, değerli misafirler, Siyaset, Ekonomi ve Toplum Araştırmaları Merkezi SETA ile Türk İşbirliği ve Kalkınma Ajansı TİKA'nın birlikte düzenlediği Geçmişten Günümüze Kalkınma Yardımlarının Dönüşümü Konferansına hoş geldiniz. Şimdi selamlama konuşmalarını yapmak üzere SETA Genel Koordinatörü Duran Beyefendi'yi davet ediyorum.
Sayın Bakanım, pek değerli misafirler, Geçmişten Günümüze Kalkınma Yardımlarının Dönüşümü adlı uluslararası konferansa davetinize, icabetinizden dolayı teşekkür ederim. TİKA ile ortaklaşa hazırlamış olduğumuz bu konferansın ana amacı kalkınma yardımlarını tartışma gündemine getirmektir. SETA olarak biz sadece Türkiye'nin iç siyaseti ve dış politikasıyla değil, dünya siyasetinin değişik konularıyla da ilgileniyoruz. Bu itibarla kalkınma yardımlarını tartışmak için düzenlediğimiz bu konferansın önemli bir açılım getireceği kanaatindeyiz. Zira Türkiye son dönemde bu kalkınma yardımları meselesinde önde gelen ülkeler arasında yer almakta. Tabii kalkınma yardımlarının belki 30 yıl önce içeriği ve niteliği çok fazla tartışılmıyordu. Başarılı olup olmadığı tartışılmıyordu. Fakat bugün itibariyle daha fonksiyonlar üzerine yoğunlaşmak gerektiği kanaatindeyiz. Yani kalkınma yardımları kendilerine yardım yapılan insanların hayatlarını ne kadar değiştiriyor ya da gerçekten değiştiriyor mu sorusunu merkeze almak gerekiyor. Bu anlamda kalkınma yardımlarının içeriğinin de zaman içerisinde dönüşüme uğradığını görüyoruz. 1950'lerde daha fiziksel altyapıya ve teknik konulara yoğunlaşılırken 1960'larda sermaye birikimine, 1970'lerde temel ihtiyaçlara, 1980'lerde üretim sektörüne ağırlık verilmiş. 1990'larda yönetişim ve insan hakları konuları öne çıkarken artık bunun günümüzde milenyum kalkınma hedefleri çerçevesinde tartışılması gerekiyor. Bir diğer önemli konu kalkınma yardımlarında rol alan aktörlerin sayısındaki çeşitlenmedir, çoğalmadır. Türkiye, Çin, Hindistan ve Brezilya gibi yükselen güçlerin bu sürece dahil olması kalkınma yardımlarının kalitesi ve etkinliği konularını da gündeme getirmiş oldu. Özellikle Afrika'nın bu anlamda önemli olduğunu hatırlamak gerekir. Sayın Bakanım, değerli misafirler, ben daha fazla sözlerimi uzatmayacağım. Çünkü bu konuyu benden çok daha iyi bilen uzmanlarımız var burada. Onları dinleyeceğiz. Ben tekrardan İstanbul'a ve SETA'ya teşriflerinizden dolayı hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Saygı ve sevgilerimi sunuyorum.
Selamlama konuşmalarını yapmak üzere TİKA Başkanımız Serdar Çam'ı davet ediyorum.
Sayın Başbakan Yardımcım, Sayın SETA Başkanı, Sayın Büyükelçiler, değerli akademisyenler, yurt dışından gelen ve yurt içinden gelen çeşitli kuruluşların değerli temsilcileri, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Gerçekten önemli bir konuyu bugün işleyeceğiz. Bundan dolayı, ev sahipliğinden dolayı özellikle SETA Başkanımıza, SETA ekibine özellikle teşekkürlerimizi arz etmek istiyoruz. Ve bu çalışmaları koordine eden Sayın Başbakan Yardımcımızın danışman Doktor Mehmet Babacan Bey'e ayrıca teşekkürlerimi arz etmek istiyorum. Gerçekten zaman zaman biz yardım kuruluşları hangi aşamadayız? hangi konularda ne tip hatalar yapıyoruz, hangi konularda nasıl bir işbirliği yapabiliriz, istişare yapabiliriz şeklinde ihtiyaçlar hissetmekteyiz. Dolayısıyla bu buluşmalarla belli tecrübeleri paylaşmak, belli eleştiriler almak fırsatında bulmuş oluyoruz. Bu açıdan inşallah bugün yapılacak çalışmalarla, anlatımlarla her açıdan biz de kurumumuzun olarak istifade edeceğiz. Tabii diğer taraftan da Türkiye'nin son yıllarda yapmış olduğu bir takım önemli çalışmalar var. Uluslararası alanda, özellikle akademik alanda ve çeşitli platformlarda Türkiye'nin yardımlarla ilgili, özellikle kalkınma yardımlarla ilgili çalışmalarından çeşitli vesilelerle istifade etmek isteyen, istişareler yapmak isteyen platformlar oluşmakta. Bu tabii bizim açımızdan gurur verici bir tablo. Özellikle arka arkaya kalkınma yardımlarının artışında rekor kırmış bir Türkiye olarak 2012-2013'te %99.7'lik, %30.7'lik bir artış hızıyla dünyada birinci olma özelliğinde yaşamış bir Türkiye olarak birçok tecrübeleri de beraberinde getirmekte. Tabii bu tecrübelerin bir kısmı gerçekten bazı nedenlerden kaynaklanmakta. Hiçbir şey rastgele olmamaktadır. Bunun tabii nedenlerini de ortaya güzel bir şekilde koymaya gayret göstereceğiz. Temellerine bakıldığında en önemli özellik tabii ki siyasi istikrar. Siyasi ve ekonomik alanlardaki başarılar ve Türkiye'nin kalkınma yardımları yapan özellikle TİKA kuruluşu için sağlanan maddi ve manevi güç desteği. Bu imkanlar olmaz ise zaten bu başarıları elde etme imkanı yok. Diğer noktada tabii ki uzman ve başarılı bir kadromuzun fedakarca bir çalışma içinde olmasını getirmiş olduğu bir performans var. Tabii bir de her zaman büyük bir gururla bahsetmek mecburiyetinde olduğumuz şanlı geçmişimiz ve medeniyetimiz, vakfetme, tasadduk etme, başkalarıyla değerlerini paylaşma arzusundan kaynaklanan bir geleneğimize sahip olmamız. Dolayısıyla pek çok çalışmaya da aslında geniş bir coğrafyada geçmişimizden gelen bir tecrübeyi ve geleneği yaşatma gayreti içinde olmamızın getirmiş olduğu bir sonuçla ortaya çıkıyor. TİKA olarak biz şu anda 120 ülkede proje geliştiren, inşallah yeni açılacak olanları da tamamladığımızda 50 ülkede ofisi olan ve hemen hemen ortalama yılda 2000 proje geliştiren bir konumdayız. Ve bundan dolayı tabii ki birçok noktada problemlerle karşılaşıyoruz. Bir taraftan çalışmalarımızı yürütürken faaliyetleri bir şekilde vaziyet ederken tecrübelere de ihtiyacımız oluyor. Aynı şekilde de bazı tecrübeleri kazanıyoruz. Bu tecrübeleri de aktarmaya çalışıyoruz. Son dönemlerde tabii performansımızın hızlı bir şekilde büyümesine, artmasına neden olan temel nokta dünyada yaşanan büyük krizler, büyük sancılar, büyük afetler, çatışmalar, zorluklar. Bunlardan kaynaklanan bir Türkiye'ye yansıyan ek yükler oluşmaya başladı. Bu bir taraftan övünç verici bir şey, mutluluk verici bir şey ama diğer taraftan da dünyanın kendisini sorgulaması gereken en önemli nokta. Dolayısıyla bu platform bunları da sorgulaması lazım. Milli gelire oranla bakıldığında çok hızlı bir şekilde büyük bir performans sergileyen Türkiye hemen hemen dünyadaki her meselede öne çıkartırken çok daha geliri yüksek olan ülkelerin, çok daha etkin geçmişi, tecrübesi olan ülkelerin bu noktada yetersiz kalması ve meselelerin çözüm üretememesi, sorgulaması ve tartışma açması da gereken bir konu olacak. Diğer bir konu tabii ki bu toplantıların güzel tarafından bahsettik. En önemli tarafı da olumsuz taraflarından bir tanesi de toplanıp benzer şekillerde konuşmaların yapılması. Bunları da dünyadaki çeşitli teşkilatlar bir şekilde artık kendisi açısından sorgulaması gerekiyor. İş yapmadığı halde yapıyormuş gibi gözükmek veya yardım bütçelerini oluşturamadığı için bari gidip fikir anlatalım, siz bize anlatın, biz size anlatalım mantığından öte artık gerçekten meseleleri çözebilecek bir duruma doğru yönelmesi gerektiğini de tekrar buradan bu vesileyle anlatmak arzusundayım. Tabii biz çok daha kapsamlı bir şekilde Türkiye'nin geçmişten geleceğe yaşadığı ve yaşayacağı çalışmalarla ilgili çok geniş bir perspektifte hem TİKA'nın hem Türkiye'nin tarihi perspektifi içinde başarılarını biraz sonra Sayın Başbakan Yardımcımızdan daha çok kapsamlı bir şekilde dinleyeceğiz. Ben bu vesileyle tekrar bütün emeğe geçen hocalarımıza, kardeşlerimize ve yurt dışından, yurt içinden katılımcılara teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Ve bu öyle bir toplantıyı himayelerinde destek verdiği için Sayın Başbakan Yardımcımıza özellikle teşekkürlerimi arz ediyorum. Hepinize saygı ve selamlıyorum.
Değerli misafirler, konferansımızın açılış konuşması için Başbakan Yardımcısı Profesör Doktor Numan Kurtulmuş'u kürsüye davet ediyorum.
TİKA'nın ve SETA'nın çok değerli başkanları, yurt içinden ve yurt dışından bu güzel toplantıya katılan saygıdeğer konuklar, değerli basın mensupları, hepinize hayırlı sabahlar diliyorum. Bugün burada kalkınma yardımlarını ele alalım. Geçmişten günümüze kadar kalkınma yardımlarındaki değişen perspektifleri incelemeyi hedefleyen ve bundan sonrası için kalkınma yardımlarına hangi gözle bakabiliriz konusunda bazı fikirler üzerinde odaklanmayı amaçlayan bu toplantıya hoş geldiniz, sefalar getirdiniz. İnşallah bu toplantının sonuçlarında da güzel fikirler ortaya çıkacak. Bu fikirler de uluslararası kalkınma yardımları bakımından da önemli katkı sağlayacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Müsaadenizle önce kavram olarak başlamak isterim. Kalkınma ve yardım. Hakim paradigma bakımından baktığınız zaman, bugün dünyada hakim olan iktisadi, siyasi anlayış bakımından baktığınız zaman aslında kalkınma ve yardım birbirleriyle çelişen, nitelikleri itibariyle birbirleriyle tezat teşkil eden iki kavram oluşturuyor. Bugünkü modern kalkınma fikirlerine kaynaklık eden kalkınma serüvenine baktığımız zaman aslında bu kalkınmanın yardımlar üzerinde hiç odaklanmadığı, yardım gibi, dayanışma gibi, topluluklar arasında dünyanın farklı ülkelerindeki milletler ve gruplar arasında işbirliği gibi alanlarda hiç odaklanmadığını bu salonda bulunan herkes biliyor. Bugün dünyada gelişmiş kalkınmanın sahip olmuş olduğu bu büyük gücün, bu büyük kalkınma başarısının arkasında herhangi bir şekilde insani değerler ya da değerler sistematiği üzerinde kurulmuş olan bir uluslararası ekonomi politiğin olmadığını hepimiz biliyoruz. Bu kalkınma serüvenini belki kolonyalizm dönemine kadar götürebiliriz. Kolonyalizm döneminde dünyanın bütün kaynaklarını kendileri elde etmek hırsıyla, dünyaya hakim olmak hırsıyla hareket edenler, Afrika'nın, Asya'nın, Uzak Doğu'nun, birçok coğrafyanın, Latin Amerika'nın yeraltı yerüstü kaynaklarını, insani kaynaklarını sömürerek, onları kendileri yanına çekerek olağanüstü yüksek bir kalkınmayı sağlamayı başardılar. Diyebiliriz ki bugün gelişmiş ülkeler olarak tanımladığımız ülkelerin önemli bir çoğunluğunu ya da gelişmiş bölgeler olarak tanımladığımız bölgelerin kalkınmasının arkasında uzun yıllar, asırlar boyunca devam eden Asya ve Afrika kıtasının yeraltı ve yerüstü kaynaklarının sömürülmesi, hatta daha hazin Afrika kıtasından yaklaşık 150 milyon Afrikalı Karaderili'nin Amerika ve Avrupa kıtasına köle olarak transferinin yaptığını hepimiz biliyoruz. Bunları uzun uzun anlatıp kolonyalizm tarihi üzerine sizlerin vakitlerini almayacağım. Ama sanayi kapitalizminin gelişmesi, sanayileşme süreçlerinin gelişmesinin arkasında hiç kuşkusuz en önemli girdilerden birisi Afrika'nın, Asya'nın sömürülmüş olan kaynakları ve bütün dünyanın sömürülmüş olan kol gücüdür, insan gücüdür, kölelik dönemidir. Tabii ki bunun üzerine oluşan olağanüstü yüksek bir know-how'ın fevkalade önemli bir şekilde bütün bu kabiliyetleri, bütün bu kapasiteleri harekete geçiren bilginin, teknolojinin, bilimin çok kuşkusuz ki önemli bir payı var. Ama bir an için düşünün. Sanayi kapitalizminden önce ortaya çıkan bilgi, birikim, teknoloji eğer kolonyalizm dönemindeki yeraltı, yerüstü kaynaklarının istismarı, sömürülmesi ve bu anlamda Afrika kıtasının Karaderili insanların köleleştirilmesi olmasaydı, acaba bugünkü sanayi kapitalizmi diye 19. yüzyılın sonunda 20. yüzyılda yaşadığımız o büyük sanayi devrimi ve onun getirdiği büyük gelişme, büyük kalkınma olabilir miydi? Dolayısıyla bugünkü hakim paradigmayı bile oluşturan bu temel gerçek bugün de büyük oranda devam ediyor. Yardım meselesi ise bırakın yardım etmeyi, bırakın geri kalan ülkeleri, yoksul ülkeleri, bir türlü fakir ülkeleri kalkındırıp ileriye doğru götürmeyi, bu hakim paradigmanın uzun yıllar boyunca hatırından dahi geçmedi. Hiçbir şekilde dünyanın geri kalanlarını, başka ülkelerini bu sürecin içerisinde, tırnak içerisinde söylüyorum, ortaklar, paydaşlar olarak görmedikleri için aslında sanayileşme döneminden sonra da bir türlü bu kolonyalizm dönemi neokolonyalist vasıtalarla, araçlarla sürdürüldü. Birinci Dünya Savaşı ve İkinci Dünya Savaşı aslında dünyadaki bu ekonomik ve siyasal hakimiyet mücadelesinin, bunlardan araçlarından birisi olarak kullanılan kalkınma gelişmenin araçlarından birisi olarak kullanıldığı bu mücadelenin meydanda devam eden silahlı çatışmalarıydı. Birinci Dünya Savaşı kalkınma ideali içerisinde hareket eden güç bölgelerinin, bu güce sahip olan ülkelerin bir paylaşım mücadelesi olduğu gibi Birinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra da savaş aslında bitmedi. Onun içindir ki İkinci Dünya Savaşı çok kısa bir süre sonra tekrar ortaya çıktı. Ve ondan sonraki devam eden 1945-90 arasındaki Soğuk Savaş dönemi de aslında yine hedefine, odağına kalkınmayı almış ama insani değerlere sahip olmayan, paylaşımı, erdemi, insan bireyine esas alan bir kalkınmayı hedef almayan önemli bir süreç olarak gelişmiştir. O dönem içerisinde evet, hem Batı bloğunda hem Doğu bloğunda kalkınmanın paylaşılması konusunda bazı fikirler ortaya çıkmıştır ama bu fikirler kalkınma yardımlarının yapıldığı ülkelerin kalkındırılması şeklinde, kendi ayakları üstünde yükselmeleri şeklinde değil, bu ülkelerin Doğu'nun ve Batı'nın, Amerika ve Rusya etrafında oluşan iki paktın pek ülkeleri olmalarını sağlamak için gündeme getirilmiş yardımlardır. Hem Sovyetler Birliği'nin Varşova Paktı'nın askeri, ekonomik yardımları, hem de aynı zamanda Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ndeki önderliğindeki Batı bloğunun İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonraki yardımları, inanın ki ülkelerin kalkınmaları için değil, kendi ayakları üstünde durmaları için değil, o ülkelerin kendi etraflarından ayrılmamaları için gündeme getirilmiş yardımlardır. Bunların en tipik olanlarından birisi Marshall yardımlarıdır. Marshall yardımlarıyla Amerika Birleşik Devletleri kendi etraflarında olan ülkelerin ayakta durmasını, güçlenmesini, kendileriyle ekonomik bir yarışın içerisinde girebilecek cesareti ve gücü bulmalarını hedeflemediler. Aynı şekilde Rusya'da kendi etrafındaki Doğu bloku ülkelerinin, Sovyet Sosyalist Cumhuriyetleri Birliği üyelerinin Rusya ile mücadele içerisine girebilecek, ekonomik yarışa girebilecek bir güce sahip olması için bu yardımları yapmadılar. Onlar da bu ülkeleri kendi etraflarında tutmak için yaptılar. Bizim Türkiye'de bir şey var, ne olduracak ne öldürecek bir şekilde bu ülkelere yardım yaparak bu ülkeleri de bir türlü kendi etraflarında tutmayı başardılar. Dolayısıyla bugün kalkınma yardımları olarak konuştuğumuz konu aslında öyle çok da temiz bir geçmişe sahip olan bir konu değildir. Şimdi burada bu salonda düşenlerin, üzerine düşenlerin ve bizim gibi bu işe gönüllü olarak katılan insanların gerçekten kalkınma yardımları meselesini temiz bir geleceğe taşımak gibi vazifemiz olduğu kanaatindeyim. Ve bu süre içerisinde çok çeşitli örnekler var. Yüzlerce, binlerce örneği bu salonda bulunan herkes ifade edebilir. Ben şahsen Marshall yardımları çerçevesinde örnek olsun diye söylüyorum. Marshall yardımları çerçevesinde verilen insani yardımlar. Bizim çocukluğumuzda Türkiye'de süt tozu yardımları yapılır. İlkokuldayken süt tozu içerdi. Marshall yardımları çerçevesinde bu geldi. Şu anda Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nde profesör olan bir arkadaşımız uzun yıllardır orada yaşıyor. Verilen bu yardımlar sırasında sütler, eski sütler verildiği için o sütlerden geçen bir mikropla çocuk felci oldu ve ayağı sakat olarak, çocuk felci geçirmiş sakat birisi olarak hayatını idame ettirmek durumunda kaldı. Aynı şekilde Sırplar tarafından Saraybosna işgal edildiği zaman Saraybosna'da Sırplardan Boşnakları kurtarmak için uluslararası yardım gönderen bir takım kuruluşların Vietnam Savaşı'ndan kalma, üzerinde tarihleri de Vietnam Savaşı'ndan kalma konserveleri Boşnaklara havadan helikopterlerle, uçaklarla attıklarını dün gibi hatırlıyoruz. Dolayısıyla oldurmayacak ve öldürmeyecek kadar insanları etrafında tutmak üzerine kurulmuş olan kalkınma yardımları anlayışı artık geride kalmış neo-emperyal bir araçtan öteye bir şey değil. Yardımsa başka bir şeydir. Yardım etmek, o ülkelerin insanların da gerçekten güçlü bir şekilde küresel ekonomik mücadeleye, yarışa katılabilmesini sağlayacak bir perspektife sahip olmalı. Bu çerçevede bizim medeniyetimizin özellikle bu yardımlar konusunda önemli kavramlarından birisi de bir kavramıdır. Bir manasını bildiğim. 2 R ile söylüyorum. Bir, yani iyilik, güzellikler manasına olan bir kavramdır. Biri tanımlarken de şöyle tanımlarız. Siz sevdiğiniz, istediğiniz şeylerden başkalarına yardım etmedikçe iyilik sahibi olmazsınız. Elinizin artıklarını vererek, beğenmediğiniz malları vererek, beğenmediğiniz yiyecekleri vererek, sizin için artık geride kalmış, sizin için artık önemli kaybetmiş olan bir takım alanlarda yardımlar yaparak asla iyilik sahibi olmazsınız. İstemediğiniz mal ve hizmetleri bir takım yoksul ülkelere, bölgelere gönderiyorsanız sanmayın ki iyilik yapıyorsunuz. Sadece depolarınızdaki eski malzemeleri boşaltıyorsunuz. Bizim perspektifimizde ise siz sevdiğiniz mallardan, siz sevdiğiniz işlerden, sevdiğiniz şeylerden başkalarına, insanlara vermediğiniz sürece asla iyilik sahibi, bir sahibi olmazsınız. Olamazsınız. Dolayısıyla bu çerçevede bugün de bu yardımların yeniden gözden geçirilmesinin önemli bir mesele olduğunu ifade etmek istiyorum. Yine bir başka bu yardım meselesinin süreç içerisinde teorik kısmına girmiyorum. Süreç içerisinde nasıl değiştiğini, önce bu yardımlar meselesinin sadece, hatta kalkınmanın da öyle, sadece insan ekonomik kalkınma olarak görüldüğü, sadece gelişme olarak görüldüğü, sadece ekonomik bir takım araçlara sahip olmak olarak görüldüğü, gayri safi milli hasılayla, kişi başına düşen milli gelirle, kullanılan elektrik miktarıyla, sahip olunan yol miktarıyla vesaire bunların ölçüldüğü. Ama zaman içerisinde özellikle 1980'lerden sonra kalkınma kavramının içerisine insani gelişmişliğinin de girdiğini biliyoruz. Bugün de özellikle kalkınmanın insani gelişmişlik endeksine konu olan eğitim gibi, sağlık gibi, temiz su gibi, sanitasyon gibi alanlara yoğunlaşması hiç şüphesiz insanlığın bu acı tecrübelerinin sonucu olan önemli gelişmelerden birisidir. Ancak şunu da ifade etmek isterim ki yine kalkınmadaki bu tamamen dünyevi, tamamen güç eksenli kalkınma anlayışının aslında kalkınmayı, gelişmeyi tanımlama konusunda da terminolojimize yansıdığı tarihsel kronoloji içerisinde görülebilir. Yine bizim gençliğimizde, bizim çocukluğumuzda gelişmiş ülkeler vardı. Az gelişmiş ülkeler vardı. Geri kalmış ülkeler vardı. Gelişmiş ülkeler kendilerini yukarıda görüyor. Kendilerince bu sömürü sonucu bu büyük güce sahip olmayan ülkeleri ve bölgeleri ise geri kalmış ülkeler ya da geri kalmış bölgeler olarak tanımlıyorlardı. Sonra anlaşıldı ki ayıp oluyor. Bazı ülkelere geri kalmış ülkeler demek ayıp oluyor. Zamanla gelişmiş ülkeler, gelişmekte olan ülkeler ve en az gelişmiş ülkeler diye bu tanımları değiştirdik. Bu dahi bu süreç içerisinde ne kadar bakış açılarımızı zorlayıcı gelişmeler olduğunu çok açık bir şekilde gösteriyor. Dolayısıyla bugün karşımızda bir dünya var. Eğer kalkınma ve kalkınma yardımları üzerinde konuşacaksak dünyanın bugün geldiği noktayı da çok iyi görmek durumundayız. Elimizin artıklarıyla, gücü elinde bulunduranların ellerindeki beğenmedikleriyle ya da kıyıda köşede kalmış olan teknoloji kırıntılarıyla, dediğim gibi depolarında bulunan bir takım insani yardım malzemelerinin kırıntılarıyla dünyada adalete dayalı bir sistemin kurulabileceğini sanmak son derece muhaldir, son derece yanlış bir bakış açısı. Dün devlet arşivlerinin düzenlemiş olduğu uluslararası bir sempozyumda da ifade etti. Birinci Dünya Savaşı'nın 100. yıl dönümü dolayısıyla uluslararası bir konferans düzenlendi. Birinci Dünya Savaşı'nın bize vermiş olduğu gerçeklerden eğer ders çıkaramazsak, maalesef dünyadaki gelişmeleri, dünyadaki karışıklıkları, çatışmaları önlememiz mümkün değildir. Biz Birinci Dünya Savaşı'nın üzerinde konuşuyorsak, Üçüncü Dünya Savaşı'nın çıkmasını önlemek için, dünyadaki bu çatışmaya dayalı dünya sisteminin ortadan kaldırılmasını sağlamak için buradan ders çıkarmak durumundayız. Aynı şekilde bugün burada ya da bugün genel olarak kalkınma yardımları üzerinden konuşuyorsak, bugünkü dünyayı çok iyi algılamak ve dünyanın sorunlarını çözecek bir perspektife sahip olmak durumundayız. Evet, insanoğlunun en fazla eşyaya sahip olduğu, insanoğlunun en fazla teknolojiye, en yüksek teknolojiye sahip olduğu, insanoğlunun en fazla bilim, Ar-Ge ve bu anlamdaki bilgiye sahip olduğu bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Bunları da sizlerle konuşacak değilim. Hepiniz biliyorsunuz. Ama aynı zamanda insanoğlunun en fazla yoksulluklarla iç içe yaşadığı bir dönemden de geçiyoruz. Uzayda tatil köyleri kurabilecek bir teknolojiye sahibiz. Ama maalesef insanlığın yarısı günlük yaşamını $2 altında bir geçimle idare etmek durumunda kalıyor. Yine dünyanın birçok yerinde son derece yüksek teknolojilere sahip olan yeni bir aristokrasi, her yerde, gelişmiş ülkelerde de, gelişmekte olan ülkelerde de yeni bir grup olarak ortaya çıkıyor. Ama günde yarım somun ekmeği olmayan, yarım dilim ekmeği olmayan yüz binlerce, milyonlarca insandan bahsediyoruz. Bilgi çağının her türlü nimetlerinden istifade ediyoruz. Ama Afrika'da ve Asya'da hala eğitim, temel eğitim şartlarından yoksun olan yüz milyonlarca insandan bahsediyoruz. Aynı şekilde en ileri düzeyde emeklilik şartlarına ve şanslarına sahip olan dünyanın gelişmiş bölgelerinden bahsediyoruz. Bırakın emekliliği ve emeklilik sonrasını bugün akşamı nasıl getireceğini bilmeyen milyonlarca insandan bahsediyoruz. Yaklaşık dünyanın yarısının büyük zorluklarla, fukaralık içerisinde, yoksulluk içerisinde yaşadığını biliyoruz. Bir an şöyle gözünüzü kapatın. Dünyayı ortadan ikiye bölün. Kuzey ülkeleri, güney ülkeleri. Kanaatimce bundan sonraki dünyadaki esas kavga, çatışma, Doğu Batı arasında, Müslüman ülkelerle Hristiyan ülkeler arasında, kültürler arasında, medeniyetler arasında bir çatışma olmayacaktır. Dünyadaki en büyük çatışma potansiyeli ise zengin kuzey ile yoksul güney arasındaki çatışma potansiyelidir. Zengin kuzey önümüzdeki 20 yıl içerisinde bugünkü veriler böyle devam ederse bir taraftan zenginleşmesine, zenginliğe zenginlik katacak, aynı zamanda nüfusu azalacaktır. Fakir güney ise fakirliğini daha fazla artıracak. Bugünkü verilerle konuşursak 20 sene sonra nüfusunu %5 dünya ölçeğinde daha fazla artıracaktır. Başka hiçbir çatışma olmasa, ideolojik, fikri, devletler arasındaki siyasi farklılıklar olmasa dahi zengin kuzey ve fakir güney arasındaki bu çelişki böyle sürdüğü sürece her gün Akdeniz'de yeni bir göçmen teknesi batacak. Her gün Hint Okyanusu'nda Avrupa'ya geçmek için gelen, buraya doğru yönlenmeye çalışmış olan binlerce insan hareket edecek. Afrika'dan yine aynı şekilde binlerce, yüz binlerce insan hareket edecektir. Bu insanlar yaşamak için, hayatta kalmak için, asgari olarak kendi hayatlarını, çocuklarının hayatlarını sürdürmek için her türlü riski alarak Avrupa'ya, Amerika'ya, gelişmiş kuzey ülkelerine doğru maalesef ciddi bir göçmen dalgası olarak hareket etmeyi sürdüreceklerdir. Başka hiçbir tehlike ve tehdit aramaya gerek yok. Bu büyük çelişki devam ettiği sürece zengin kuzeyle fakir güney arasındaki bu çelişki devam ettiği sürece dünya çatışmalardan, insani sorunlardan, bölgeler arasındaki uyuşmazlıklardan kurtulamayacaktır. Dolayısıyla bundan sonraki insani yardımların temel perspektifi sadece belli bir ülkeye, sadece belli bir kısma yardım etmek değil, dünyadaki kuzey ile güney arasındaki bu dengeyi mümkün olduğu kadar yaşanabilir bir noktaya getirebilmektir. Eğer yaşanabilir bir noktaya bunu getirmek için çaba harcayamazsak, maalesef önümüzdeki dönemin dünyada karışıklıklar bakımından, çatışmalar bakımından çok daha sorunlu bir dönem olduğunu söylemek herhalde kehanet olmayacaktır. Dolayısıyla kalkınma yardımlarının bir de bu perspektiften ele alınması ve bunun sadece gönüllü bazı kuruluşların, sadece belli bazı ülkelerin çabaları olmaktan öte bütün insanlığın ortak çabası haline dönüştürülmesi zaruridir, şarttır. Bunun için evet bir takım uluslararası kuruluşlarımız var. Bu kuruluşların içerisinde samimiyetle hareket eden insanlar olduğunu da biliyorum. Ancak meselenin büyüklüğünü bu ölçeklerde görüp gerekli tedbirleri bütün dünya sistemi olarak ele almak, uygulamak mecburiyetindeyiz. Bunun için de ülkelerin kendi gayri safi milli hasılaları oranında zorunlu olarak bu insani yardımlar sürecine katılacakları uluslararası bir mekanizmanın kurulması, bunun Birleşmiş Milletler gözetiminde, denetiminde kurulması şarttır, zaruridir. Şunu açıkça ifade etmek istiyorum. Bugün dünyadaki zenginliklerde yoksul bütün ülkelerin payı vardır. Yoksul Afrika'nın, yoksul Asya'nın, yoksul Latin Amerika'nın dünyanın zenginliklerinde payı vardır. Bu pay bir türlü bu insanların hakkıdır. Bu insanlara sadece yardım olarak değil, dünyada diğerleriyle birlikte eşit insanlar olarak yaşamanın bir karşılığı olarak mutlaka bir türlü devredilmelidir. Bir türlü verilmelidir. Ama maalesef bugün bile aynı perspektiften çok uzak olduğumuzu üzülerek ifade etmek istiyorum. Sadece bir örnek olsun diye ifade edeyim. Nijer, Afrika'nın en fakir ülkelerinden, dünyanın fakir ülkelerinden birisi. Nijer'de kişi başına düşen milli gelir 200 dolar, 250 dolar seviyesinde. Dünyanın en zengin kaynaklarına sahip olan ülkelerden birisi. Maalesef Afrika'nın en güzel nehirlerinden olan Nijer Nehri akıyor. O sudan Nijer halkı istifade edemiyor, susuzluk içerisinde hareket ediyor. Şu cep telefonlarımızda, kullandığımız cep telefonlarımızdaki titreşimi sağlayan maden dünyada en çok Nijer'de çıkıyor. Ama garip Nijerliler bu madeni görmeden birileri geliyor, bu madenlere el koyuyor, götürüyor ve Nijer halkı o fakirliği hala sürdürmeye devam ediyor. Dolayısıyla bu dünyada fakir ülkelerinde, yoksul ülkelerinde hepsinin sahip olduğu bir zenginlik var. Bu zenginliğin bir türlü en azından o insanları ayağa kaldıracak şekilde insani yardımlar haline dönüştürülmesi bütün insanlığın vazifesidir. Buradan konuşmamın son kısmına geçmek istiyorum. Evet, Türkiye olarak insani yardımlar konusunda özellikle son yıllarda artan bir çabanın içerisindeyiz. Bugün TİKA olarak bu toplantıya ev sahipliği yapan Türk İşbirliği ve Koordinasyon Ajansı öncelikli olarak 1992 yılında kuruluşuyla birlikte Türkiye'nin yakın coğrafyasına ve ilgi duyduğu coğrafyaya insani yardımları ulaştırmaya gayret etti. Türkiye'nin 2005'lerde insani yardıma harcadığı para 61 milyon dolardı yıllık. Az evvel başkanımızın da ifade ettiği gibi 2013 yılı rakamlarıyla 3,3 milyar dolara çıktık. 2014 yılında bunun üstüne çıkacağımızı, rakamlar henüz gelmediği için tam rakam veremiyorum. 2015 yılında da nasip olursa 5 milyar dolar seviyesinde Türkiye'nin bir insani yardım seviyesine ulaşacağını biliyoruz. Önce Türk dünyası, Balkanlar yakın coğrafyamız. Arkasından Afrika açılımını Türkiye yaparak bu süreci devam ettirdi. Bunda şüphesiz Türkiye'nin kurumlarının yönetişim kabiliyetleri bakımından ilerlemesinin katkısı olduğu gibi Türkiye'deki siyasi iktidarın perspektifinin değişmesinin de çok önemli bir faydası oldu. Ve bu anlamda baktık ki öncesinde haberdar olmadığımız çok geniş bir coğrafyada aslında Türkiye'nin gönül bağlarına ve gönül bağlarıyla irtibat kurabileceği çok farklı insanlar, çok farklı milletler var. Ta Asya'nın içlerinde Myanmar'dan Afrika'nın batısına Nijer'e kadar, Senegal'e kadar, Cezayir'e kadar, Cibuti'den Güney Afrika'ya kadar, Balkanlardan, Saraybosna'dan, Üsküp'ten, Asya'nın diğer ucuna Japonya'ya kadar çok geniş bir coğrafyada, Orta Asya'ya kadar olan coğrafyada aynı gönül teline sahip olduğumuz çok sayıda insanlar var. Bu insanların hepsine ulaşmak ve bu insanlara insani yardım konusunda bir türlü ellerinden tutabilmek için elimizden geleni yaptık. Zaman içerisinde kurumlarımızın kabiliyeti daha da fazla arttı. Başta bunu sadece yardımlar olarak, diyelim ki gıda yardımları, ilaç yardımları şeklinde yaparken artık zaman içerisinde eğitim yardımları, program destekleri gibi çok farklı alanlarda bu destekleri çeşitlendirme imkanımız oldu. Türkiye eğitimde, sağlıkta, sanitasyonda, gıda yardımlarında, program desteklerinde, kalkınma yardımlarında, projelerinde Afrika'nın, Asya'nın, Avrupa'nın birçok yerinde çok sayıda ülkeye, çok sayıda bölgeye yardımda bulundu. Bu yardımları yaparken de asla ve asla bu bölgelerin insanlarıyla ilgili herhangi bir şekilde bir ayrım içerisinde olmadı. Bu insanlar Müslümandır, bu insanlar Osmanlı bakiyesidir, bu insanlar gayrimüslimdir diyerek bir ayrım içerisinde olmadı. Müslüman olan bölgelere yardım ettiğimiz gibi Müslüman olmayan bölgelerdeki insanların yoksulluklarını giderebilmesi ya da kalkınma süreçlerinde ciddi başarılar elde edebilmesi için desteklerimiz oldu. Makedonya'da herhangi bir tarım projesinden örnek olarak söylüyorum, Sierra Leone'deki Ebola krizine karşı sunduğumuz tıbbi ihtiyaç malzemelerine kadar her alanda kimsenin rengine, tenine, diline, dinine bakmadan bütün mazlumlara karşı yardım elini uzatmaya gayret ettik. Ve ümit ediyorum ki bu yardımlarımız önümüzdeki dönemde de ciddi bir şekilde artarak devam edecek. Bu yardımları şu perspektif içerisinde, Türkçe'de güzel bir laf var. İnsanlara balık verme, balık tutmayı öğret. Biz bütün bu mazlum ve geri bırakılmış ülkelerin, sömürülmüş ülkelerin balık tutmasını öğrenmek için biz ne kadar balık tutmasını biliyorsak onlara da balık tutmasını öğretmeye çalışıyoruz. Ama birileri asırlarca bırakın onlara balık tutmayı öğretmeyi, onların elinde tuttukları balıkları alıp kendi sepetlerine koydular. İşte böyle bir dünya yönetilemez. Böyle bir dünya yürütülemez. Onun için hep beraber bütün dünyadaki insani sorunların üzerine gidilmesi ve bu sorunların çözülmesini sağlamak mecburiyetindeyiz. Yardım meselesi evet insani bir kavramdır. Bugünkü modern anlayıştaki kalkınma ise tamamen seküler bir kavramdır. Tamamen maddi bir kavramdır. Bu ikisini bir araya getirmek için önce zihinlerimizde bu insani kavramların dayanışma gibi, yardımlaşma gibi bütün insanların yaratılışta birbirinin eşi olduğunu, birbirinin aynısı olduğunu anlamak, kavramak gibi insani değerleri yeniden üretmek durumundayız. Belki insanlığa yapılacak en büyük kalkınma yardımı insanlığa yeniden insani değerleri öğretmektir. Bu değerleri unutmuş olan insanlar dayanışmayı ve yardımlaşmayı, yani hiçbir çıkarı olmadan, hiç tanımadığı insanlara onların insani durumlarını geliştirmek için destek olmayı öğretemezsek, inanın ki insanların elinde tuttukları o balıklar yine başkalarının sepetlerine atılmaya devam edecek. O insanlar tuttukları balıklardan doğacaklardır. Onun için yeni bir perspektife, yeni bir bakış açısına, yeni bir paradigmaya ihtiyaç var. İnsanlığa esas alan, yeryüzünün değil, bütün evrenin, insanların tamamının ortak malı olduğunu bilen yeni bir anlayışa hakkımız var ve bu anlayışa ihtiyacımız var. Bu dünya hiç kimsenin babasının malı değildir. Bu dünya hiç kimseye babasından da miras kalmış değildir. Hatta bu evren. Bizim üzerimize düşen bu evreni, bu dünyayı bizden sonraki nesillere daha yaşanabilir bir şekilde bırakabilmenin mücadelesi içerisinde olmalıdır. Çevre sorunlarını çözeceksek de, yoksulluk, açlık, kıtlık sorunlarını çözeceksek de, yeryüzünde bölgesel ve küresel çatışmaları söndürecek, bunları barış ortamına dönüştüreceksek de ilk yapacağımız şey yeryüzüne yeniden insanlığı öğretecek bir dersi hep beraber çıkarmak ve insanı dünyanın merkezine koyan yeni bir anlayışla hareket etmek zorundayız. Bunun için Birleşmiş Milletler'in yapısı değişmeli. Bunun için yeryüzünde gelişmiş ülkeler, gelişmekte olan ülkeler, en az gelişmiş olan ülkeler arasındaki perspektif farklılıkları giderilmeli. Güce, eşyaya sahip olanlar bunu yeni bir tahakküm aracı olarak değil, insanlığın hayrına verebilecekleri bir güç olarak görmeli ve bu anlamda bütün insanlığın kalkınmasını sağlayacak perspektifi ortaya koymalıyız. Son söz olarak şunu söylüyorum. Beyaz adamın kara derili adamdan en ufak bir üstünlüğü yoktur. Beyaz adamın sarı derili adamdan en ufak bir üstünlüğü yoktur. Avrupa'nın, Amerika'nın ya da başka gelişmiş ülkeler grubunun dünyanın bugün en az gelişmiş ülkeleri olarak gördüğümüz, örneğin bir Nijer'den, bir Çad'dan, bir Somali'den, bir Sudan'dan, bir Burma'dan asla ve asla ileri, asla ve asla onlardan üstün hiçbir tarafı yoktur. Allah bütün insanları benzer özelliklerle yarattı. Bütün insanlar benzer özellikler içerisinde eşit dünya vatandaşlarıdır. Bu eşit dünya vatandaşlarının içerisinde birileri şu ya da bu şekilde sahip olduğu zenginlikleri hala başkalarının üzerinde bir tahakküm aracı olarak kullanamazlar, kullanmamalıdır. Bunun için de daha fazla dayanışmanın, daha fazla insanlar arasında eşitliğin, daha fazla insanlar arasında gerçekten ortak bir gelişme perspektifine sahip olmanın çabası içerisinde olmalıyız. Ben bu konferansı dünyanın birçok yerinden gelen siz değerli katılımcıların farklı bakış açılarıyla bu perspektife hizmet edecek, bu perspektife katkı sunabilecek bir konferans olarak görüyorum. Ve buradaki fikirler doğrultusunda insani yardımlar konusunda tırnak içerisinde daha insani sonuçlara ulaşabileceğimi ümit ediyorum. Bu vesileyle hepinize bir kere daha hoş geldiniz diyorum. Sağ olun, var olun, bu konferansa güç verdiniz. Hepinize saygı ve sevgiler sunuyorum.
Sayın Başbakan Yardımcımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Konferansımızın kurumsal ve ülke perspektifleri başlıklı ilk oturumunun öncesinde bir kahve aramız olacaktır. 15 dakika sonra tekrar konuşuruz.
Ayşe, senin mi? O ses ne ekliyorsunuz ya? Alo, Büyüyen. Bizim işimiz bitti. Kim geliyor buraya? Numarası var mı sende Metin? Tamam. Tamam. Dur ben Selam abi söyleyeyim. Sen bir arasana Metin ya. Tamam. Sağ olasın. Sağ olasın. Çıkalım ya şu.
Teşekkür ederim. Gerçekten de size uğraştırıyorum. Böyle.
Yes. So you're right. Maybe it's their policy. It's working for them. It's working. There's no election plan, so that's.
But after June, during the first 6 months, they have to go through this structural reform and go to the election. Otherwise, they want to.
Martin Bey.
Pues el país está un poco... Sí, sí, sí, sí.
Yemekte aynı masada oturuyoruz. Yer orada. Orada değil. Ama benim hocam yer var ama bu şey olur. Şu yarın kusulan yerlerde eşyalar. Hocam. Şöyle otur. Tamam hocam.
Değerli misafirler, konferansımızın kurumsal ülke perspektifleri başlıklı oturumumuz başlayacak. Moderatörlüğünü OECD Türkiye Daire Temsilcisi Sayın Büyükelçi Mithat Render'in yapacağı bölümümüzde konuşmacılarımız Portekiz Eski Dışişleri Bakanı Antonio Martins de Cruz, İstanbul Kalkınma Bankası Başkan Danışmanı Elman Sülfeten, Kore Uluslararası İşbirliği Ajansı Başkan Yardımcısı Kim Sodu, Birleşmiş Milletler Kalkınma Programı Türkiye Temsilcisi ve Birleşmiş Milletler Yerleşik Koordinatörü Kamal Matura konuşmacılarımıza saygılarımızı teşekkür ediyoruz.
Dr. Serdar Can, President of JICA, Dr. Burhanettin Duran, General Coordinator of SETA, distinguished participants, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege for me to attend this important international conference on the changing of development aid from past to future. I would like to start by thanking JICA and SETA for having organized this timely event. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all of you who arrived from abroad and wish you a pleasant stay in Istanbul. Dear participants, we are gathered here today at a time when the world is faced with unprecedented economic, social, and environmental challenges that have global implications. We live in a world which is more interdependent than at any other time in human history. The benefits of globalization are not shared equally. Moreover, in 2008, economic and financial crisis has further led to slowing down of growth, increase in unemployment, fall in investment levels, and an overall lack of trust and confidence towards governments as well as international institutions. Recent developments in the Middle East and North Africa, as well as the ongoing situation in Ukraine, the adverse effects of climate change are all new developments that need to be addressed. Obviously, these challenges and megatrends have direct bearings on the topic of development. Issues such as unemployment, inequality, poverty, again, climate change, scarcity of natural resources, lack of access to food and energy have implications for everyone. The prevailing economic environment, ladies and gentlemen, puts heavy pressure on and prevents traditional donor states from fulfilling their commitments in development aid. However, we would keep in mind that development aid is an important contributor to inclusive and sustainable growth at a global level. It's also essential for addressing poverty and inequalities. Official development assistance, ODA, remains an important source of finance for many developing countries. For instance, in 2012, ODA represented 68% of total external finance for development in least developed countries, LDCs. Against this backdrop, Turkey, which assumed the G20 presidency as of 1st of December 2014, has placed development at the center of its G20 agenda and priorities. Our primary focus is on further enhancing the integration of developing and low-income countries into the world economy through concrete and growth-oriented actions. During our presidency, we have decided to emphasize the link between growth and investment. A particular focus is given to investment in infrastructure, which is quite vital for the sustainable and strong growth of low-income countries. We put efforts into bringing together the reforms that improve the investment climate and unlock private sector investment for both infrastructure and small and medium-sized enterprises. Distinguished participants, the deadline to meet the Millennium Development Goals and MDGs is fast approaching. 2015 will be a key year for development cooperation. The post-2015 development agenda should be considered as a framework for developed countries to provide ODA and other means to assist the LDCs and the developing world in general in their efforts to achieve growth and prosperity. There are basically three very important global meetings in 2015 to shape this new agenda. The first one is the third International Conference on Financing for Development in July in Addis Ababa. The second, the UN Summit to adopt the post-2015 development agenda in September in New York. And the third is the 21st Conference of the Parties, COP21, on climate change in December in Paris. So we hope that you will all agree with us that the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, will be agreed upon and endorsed at the UN in September 2015. In this way, as part of the efforts to modernize the concept of development finance, which is the main topic of this conference, the current definition of ODA, which dates back to 1972, is at the center of discussions, especially at the OECD. In this context, and with respect to the SDGs, we think that a more inclusive and sustainable future is needed. The aim should be a more inclusive and sustainable future. And for this, we need a holistic approach to development. The new reality about development finance is the fact that there is great diversity of funding than just a decade ago today, offering development countries a wider array of options to choose from with large potential benefits for their development. While LDCs and other low-income countries remain highly reliant on ODA as the key source of external finance for development, access to a more diverse range of sources of finance has increased mainly for middle-income countries. Non-concessional flows, both official and private, today play an increasingly important role in this regard. Therefore, ODA should be complemented by trade as well as private capital flows, including foreign direct investment in infrastructure and microfinance facilities, which need to be mobilized into productive sectors and infrastructure projects. Engaging the private sector, philanthropic institutions, and civil society in partnership for development is essential. All existing resources should be mobilized. Dear friends, I would like to conclude by highlighting 2 points. First, despite their budgetary constraints, donor countries should do their utmost to keep their promises in providing development aid. The second point is that the recipients should also do their part. They should provide an enabling business environment for donors. In this context, they should enhance their governance structure, legal framework, rule of law, transparency, and accountability. For direct investment, you need to establish, provide the necessary business environment in your country. Finally, let me point out with great pleasure once again, as it was stated by Dr. Chan, that Turkey has been a dynamic actor in the international development cooperation architecture. And I think everybody knows that development cooperation has been part of our foreign policy. It has been an integral part of our foreign policy. And the huge amount that we provided in 2013, I think the figure is 3 or 3.4 billion dollars, constitutes 0.41 percentage point of our GDP, and it's below the average of the OECD. I would like to leave the details to the distinguished experts present here with us today, and give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Martins da Cruz, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal. But before doing so, let me just ask the distinguished speakers to limit their interventions to 15 minutes maximum, so that we can allow for a discussion period, for questions and answer period. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I would like to start by thanking the SETA General Coordinator and TICA President for this invitation, and also thank my good friend Sadiq Unai, the Director of Economy in SETA. In 2003, let me come back some years ago. In 2003, 11 years ago, I was Foreign Minister of Portugal when the European Council adopted the European Security Strategy. The full name of the document was Secure Europe in a Better World. It was what is called in international relations a comprehensive document, trying to define for the first time the European security environment, identifying key challenge and political implications for the European Union. And the first paragraph was a roadmap. Europe, and I quote, "Europe has never been so prosperous, so secure, and so free." If you read the press this morning, or at least last week, you probably realize that Europe is not secure. Look at the situation in Ukraine, for instance, and the conflicts in the European environment. Europe is not free. Europe is not able to face and to assume a free environment. And the reactions in some European countries after what happens in Paris and Copenhagen are unfortunately xenophobic. And this was interesting today, Europe is not prosperous. The financial, economic and social crisis in a few countries and the political crisis are changing Europe. That's why probably because the governments have not adequate answers. If you look carefully to the Eurozone countries, for instance, after 2008, all governments lost elections. Well, with the exception of Mrs. Merkel, who lost the coalition. Austerity is transforming a financial and economic challenge into a political crisis in some European countries. And the new world is emerging. Sometimes seems to be a world with a zero-sum game. More influence of some partners means less presence of others. And the rise of these new powers, the number of fragile states, the lack of resources, and the insufficient attention to human and social developments demonstrate that we need new levels of ambition. All these aspects are linked and affect development aid, where Europe and the European Union state members are important players. Let me concentrate a few minutes in my own country perspective. Portugal, as you probably know, has a strong commitment with the promotion of sustainable development in the context of democracy, respect of human rights, and the rule of law in partner countries. And this commitment is shared by all sectors of the Portuguese society and by all political backgrounds. By its historical link, relations with the key partner countries, and I'm referring to the African countries who speak Portuguese, and of course East Timor in Asia. These are long-term based on similar legal structures, as well as ties of friendship of cooperation. Since 2010, however, Portugal is confronted with a serious economic crisis, which resulted in the signing of economic and financial assistance program in May 2011. To restore the confidence of international financial markets and to promote competitiveness and sustainable economic growth, the assistance program was based in three pillars: fiscal consolidation, financial stability, and structural transformation of the Portuguese society. This structural adjustment program was also reflected in the declining volume of ministerial budgets, as reflected in the reduction of the resources available for development cooperation activities. ODA levels decreased correspondingly. However, despite this adverse context and change, Portugal remains committed to the international undertakings, in particular to reach 0.7% ODA GNI as economic situation so permits. After a decade since the adoption of the last strategic document of the Portuguese cooperation, was essential to adopt a new strategic guideline to update in this area and to respond in a pragmatic way the evolution and dynamics of the international architecture for cooperation, and to respond also the major changes in some of our partner countries, which improve their levels of development and have enhanced level of partnership to new levels, assuming more leadership and responsibility sharing. A new strategic concept of the Portuguese cooperation 2014-2020 was approved recently with 4 key principles. The implementation, promote the implementation of the programs, coherence and coordination, geographic and sectorial concentration, ownership and partner. This is a guiding instrument, and the new strategic concept will be, we hope, more operational and pragmatic, more target for actors and instruments. The program, our program of ODA, remains highly concentrated in Africa, as I mentioned, the Portuguese-speaking countries and East Timor. In sectoral terms, is focus priorities and needs of partner countries, mainly the development of human and institutional capacities in areas such as education, health, government, and civil society. Commitments will be with institutional learning, communications, and accountability, and will be implemented on the basis of a 3-year plan assessment. Development education is a priority in this strategic concept and an important area of action. A strategic and coordinated approach to humanitarian aid is also relaunched, and Portugal intends to take an integrated vision with a medium-long-term perspective, such as strengthening resilience in households, communities and country partners, together with the disaster risk reduction. Those are the new challenges and the new answers of the Portuguese development system. They reflect also the evolution of the international architecture for cooperation, and at the same time, an adaptation to the austerity situation in Portugal, the new environment in Europe, and also the changes in partner countries, especially Angola, Mozambique, and East Timor. Commitments are also connected with European Union priorities, OECD policies and guidelines, and the Millennium Development Goals. Policy coherence for development has been politically accepted as a key factor and a key principle of the Portuguese cooperation. Finally, and also at the multilateral level, the Portuguese Commonwealth, the Community of Portuguese-Speaking Countries, CPLP, is, as I told, a priority instrument for our foreign aid policy. Maximizing this impact is another challenge with adequate policies, coordinated mechanisms. As all the countries and institutions represented here today, our goal is also a greater coherence between objectives and results. Finally, Mr. Chairman, just a few ideas for the conceptual issues of this conference. A new paradigm for foreign aid needs to be implemented, and we need to frame this opportunity. The new aid trends are, first of all, multilateral. Multilateral trends aid is expanded over time, is already 1/5 of the total net ODA and double in the last 20 years. The second trend is private aid donors. In the US, they represent now more than 50% of global aid. The PDA, Private Development Assistance, is a large concept which includes not only private assistance by private actors, I mean individual foundations, corporations, universities, or even religious organizations, but also promotion of economic development and humanitarian aid. And finally, they also include sometimes concessional financial terms, including commodities and loans. And those, in my opinion, are not really private assistance, but political or business decision to increase influence and energy and commodity supply for certain countries. The third trend is the new architecture aid. We notice that there are more and more bilateral donors, more and more recipient countries, more multilateral agencies all over the world, more NGOs, and especially more private sector groups. I believe we need to increase the ratio of private sector versus public sector. And finally, the complexity of aid system and tools are growing, and we need more coordination and planning, new tools to measure the results, transparent standards and allocation of rules accordingly, and probably a new dialogue like this today for better scaling up and better information sharing. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Da Cruz, for your comprehensive contribution to this session. In your statement, you mentioned implementation. You highlighted the importance of implementation and political ownership. In fact, implementation is one of our priorities during our G20 presidency. We have inclusiveness, investment, and implementation. Implementation is important for all, and political ownership also, as you rightly said, because the main reason behind the success of the Millennium Development Goals was the high political ownership. And we hope that we will have the same level of ownership when we will agree on the post-2015 Sustainable Development Goals with respect to ownership. Also, you mentioned the OECD. The OECD, you may recall that in 1961 it was established to provide policy guidance and evidence-based analysis to enhance economic cooperation and dual. It is cooperation and dual, the OECD. So, and recently, I'm glad to inform you that the OECD is working on a very substantial and important project, which is called the New Approaches to Economic Challenges. And here, their aim is also to develop a new economic development agenda, which will be more inclusive. It will be an inclusive agenda to cover also all vulnerable groups. So development is in order to avoid future crisis and to avoid social and economic the problems. They are now developing a new development agenda, which is more inclusive, more sustainable, and to take care of not only the developed world, but also the low-income countries and the least developed countries. So the inclusiveness is within the countries and also among countries. It's very important. So now let me give the floor to my friend, the UN resident coordinator and UNDP resident representative in Turkey, Mr. Kamal Malhotra. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. The distinguished President of TICA, Mr. Sardar Cham, Mr. Burhanuddin Duran, General Coordinator of SETA in Turkey, my friend Ambassador Mithat Rende, the Permanent Representative of Turkey to the OECD, and the moderator of the panel, Excellencies, speakers in the panel, distinguished participants. I am very pleased to be addressing you in this conference on the changing nature of development aid from past to future, particularly because this topic is very relevant to the UN's and UNDP's work with the government of Turkey, and more specifically our cooperation with TICA. In fact, in June 2014, UNDP co-organized, together with TICA, an international conference with a very similar theme, which was focused on the future of development cooperation, particularly the role of the emerging countries and other new players, aiming to contribute to the preparations of the United Nations Development Cooperation Forum, which was held in New York in July 2014. With approximately 300 participants, including ministers and representatives of civil society, academia, and international organizations from both North and South, that conference was widely regarded as a successful effort to bring together a diverse group of policymakers and practitioners in the area of development cooperation to look at its future, given the changing global geopolitical landscape and architecture, as well as emerging new players and modalities of development cooperation. It also created an open platform to discuss development cooperation in post-conflict settings, as well as the linkages between philanthropy and development assistance, the role of the private sector in development, the role of least developed countries, the small island developing states, and the post-2015 agenda, among other topics. As a concrete output of that conference, the 20 or so recommendations of the conference were presented at the Development Cooperation Forum and at the UN in New York in July 2014 as a room paper. And this Development Cooperation Forum is unique because it is the only forum and platform that brings together traditional and emerging development cooperation providers together. The agreements reached at that joint TICA-UNDP conference was to continue organizing such events more regularly in order to contribute to knowledge building and sharing on international development cooperation and its modalities. Therefore, I see this event as another important contribution in this context. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now briefly comment on the emerging global development agenda. As has been indicated already, we are close to the target date of the Millennium Development Goals, which is the end of 2015. Let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible development progress the world has made over the last 15 years. Most children now enroll in a primary school, and gender parity in primary schooling has been largely achieved. Greater progress has been made in areas targeted by the health MDGs than pre-MDG trends would have suggested. At the global level, the goal of halving extreme poverty was met 5 years ahead of the target date, while one of the biggest contributions of the MDGs was to focus international attention on the need for a global development partnership and on our shared humanity. And this was the focus of MDG 8. And even though enough progress on this has not been made, the fact that we are now looking and talking about a sustainable development agenda, which is universal and will apply equally to the richest countries and the poorest countries, I think is one of the outcomes of the MDGs in itself. And that is a paradigm shift in itself. Now, if we look at the new development landscape, the world has changed significantly since the adoption of the Millennium Declaration in 2000. Despite the progress made and as a result of the MDGs, important gaps remain. The geography of poverty has evolved. Inequality is on the rise. The challenge of sustainable development is even more pressing today than it was in the year 2000. Meanwhile, a multipolar world economy has taken shape. Emerging economies play a much greater role in development cooperation. So do an array of new and emerging actors, including but not limited to sudden providers of development cooperation, the private sector, philanthropic and civil society organizations. All these actors generate innovative approaches, vital new data, as well as new resources and tools which enrich our collective development cooperation efforts. The international community is also now close to agreeing new sustainable development goals for the post-2015 period. Indeed, the international community has come a long way in its deliberations on the new development agenda, quite apart from the paradigm shift to a universal agenda that I mentioned earlier. Throughout 2014, UN member states exchanged views and consolidated their ideas through the work of existing UN development entities. Member states have emphasized that sustainable development must be inclusive and people-centered, and have underscored the importance of holistic and integrated approaches to sustainable development that will guide humanity to live in harmony with the planet's ecosystem. Following more than a year of inclusive and consultative deliberations and unprecedented global consultations, 17 specific goals with 169 associated targets, described as, and I quote, action-oriented, global in nature, and universally applicable, and I end of quote, have been proposed in an attempt to combine aspirational global targets with country-specific targets to be set nationally. This discussion highlights many emerging aspects of development cooperation. As stated by United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, and I quote, the year 2015 can be a turning point in human development if we agree on a path to resilience through strong agreements on disaster risk reduction, development financing, climate change, and a new set of sustainable development goals, end of quote. Indeed, 2015 is a once-in-a-generation year for development because a number of major global processes will come to conclusion in the course of this year. Some have already been mentioned, but I'll repeat them because these are United Nations processes. The Sendai Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction has just been held in Japan. In July, in Ethiopia, the third international conference on financing for development will take place. Multiple sources of finance will be needed for the new Global Sustainable Development Agenda and for future development cooperation efforts, and these will be discussed and hopefully agreed in Addis. The Addis conference will be followed by two other critical processes: a likely agreement on the finalization of the Sustainable Development Goals and the post-2015 agenda by heads of state and government in September at the United Nations in New York, and the finalization of a new global agreement on climate change in December in Paris. During one single year, 2015, we have the unique opportunity and responsibility to adopt a far-reaching sustainable development agenda till at least 2030. Adapt the global financial system to more specifically address development financing needs, and respond in a decisive manner to the challenge of human-induced climate change. Never before has the world had to face such a complex agenda or been provided with such a major opportunity for global change in a single year. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to some recent trends in international development cooperation. Development cooperation encompasses both multiple modalities of relationships between countries and multiple sources of finance. Let me, however, focus on ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, which is still the most important in the least developed country context, and which is a priority for Turkey. While other sources of finance are much larger in volume, ODA is often still the largest source of finance for some least developed countries and in so many other low-income countries. ODA will continue to be a critical source of development finance after 2015. Yet, the use of ODA needs to be rethought so as to meet both established and new demands and to adapt to a unified and universal development agenda. ODA can be better targeted compared with other sources of finance to help ensure inclusiveness and access to public services. It can leverage other sources of development finance or improve their targeting, and it can help put the world on a pathway to sustainability. Further progress on ODA quality, transparency, and accountability will also be critical. We also need to think carefully about where to allocate aid to achieve the biggest impact. The global community will look for modalities to go beyond the traditional dialogue on aid quantity and effectiveness at the Third International Conference on Financing for Development that will be held in Addis Ababa this July. We also need to be clearer about how climate finance will fit alongside ODA. All of us agree that more climate finance is needed and that this should not be diverted from or be at the expense of resources already committed to the eradication of poverty. A greater clarity on the additionality of climate finance and the differences between traditional ODA modalities and those for climate finance is therefore urgently required. This is all the more urgent because there is a clear sense that while poverty eradication will remain the central imperative after 2015, sustainable development will also move to center stage, as reflected in the current work on sustainable development goals. All countries, rich and poor, will need continued support to pursue the sustainable development goals, hopefully agreed in New York in September 2015. But the kind of support needed will change over time and be different for countries at different stages of development. A different mix of financial support, capacity building, knowledge sharing, and technology transfer will be required in each national context. An enabling macroeconomic environment and international financial cooperation and greater policy coherence between aid and non-aid policies such as trade, debt, agricultural subsidies, financial and tax regulations, and technology will also be critical for all countries. Now, if I turn to South-South cooperation, one of the major advances in recent decades has been the creation of development cooperation agencies or specialized divisions cutting across respective ministries in order to integrate South-South cooperation into the core agenda of many emerging and other southern providers of development assistance. This reflects an important shift in the paradigm from being donor-centric with a give-and-take mentality to the conception of development cooperation as a more genuine partnership. Turkey is playing a critical role in this paradigm shift alongside the People's Republic of China, India, and Brazil, amongst some other major emerging countries. In 2012, developing countries accounted for nearly half of world gross domestic product. But by 2020, just 3 of them, Brazil, the People's Republic of China, and India, are projected to account for more world output than Canada, France, Germany, Italy, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America combined. All regions of the South have experienced growth. These unprecedented achievements and prospects, in combination with the rapid spread of electronic connectivity across the South, point to a new strength and effectiveness of South-South cooperation. Moreover, by 2025, the traditional South is likely to comprise 600 million households who will have annual incomes of over $20,000 per annum. And the traditional South will have an overall annual consumption of $30 trillion. Over the past decade, there has also been a significant increase in the quantity and quality of South-South cooperation, as well as in its transformative impact. The value of sharing knowledge, experiences, and technologies can be seen across different sectors, such as trade, investment, and infrastructure, including the creation of a BRICS bank, in health and the social sectors, and in renewable energy through new partnerships and cooperation amongst southern countries. According to the most recent report of the United Nations Secretary General on the state of South-South cooperation, its volume between 2006 and 2011 more or less doubled, reaching US 16 to 19 billion, which is roughly equivalent to 10% of total public financing flows for development globally. These figures, however, understate the actual volume of South-South cooperation flows because appropriate tools for their measurement are yet to be devised, and there are many gaps in the data. South-South cooperation offers a good collaborative framework for helping to boost the productive capacities of the least developed countries in line with the Istanbul Program of Action for the LDCs. By supporting LDCs' capacities to trade, attract investment, and to participate in production networks and value chains, seeking to meet the growing demands for goods and services of both the expanding middle class in the south and markets in the north. Turkey is one of the important southern providers and indeed one of the most dynamic members of the current and future emerging family of development cooperation. As has already been stated, its ODA has increased in the past years to over $3 billion in 2013, making it one of the top 4 emerging countries in development cooperation. Let me now just turn, before I conclude, to the United Nations and UNDP as long-term supporters of South-South cooperation. Support for South-South and triangular cooperation, which includes countries from the north, by UN organizations and agencies has surged in recent years. Many UN organizations have included South-South and triangular cooperation in their strategic plans. They have sponsored South-South policy dialogues through the exchange of knowledge and experience, in addition to South-South collaboration in research and analysis. And the UN is also supporting appropriate South-South regional integration efforts, and these are some amongst many initiatives. UNDP has also placed South-South and triangular cooperation at the core of its new strategic plan for the period 2014-2017, building on the roles it has played as a knowledge broker, a builder of capacity, and a facilitator of exchanges between developing countries. Its 2014-2017 strategic plan anchors support for South-South cooperation in 2 explicit ways. First, by hosting the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, through which we will continue our work to strengthen UN system-wide support for and coordination of South-South cooperation. And second, by utilizing UNDP's country and program reach, through which we aim to provide a global, grounded, operational arm for South-South cooperation, which is accessible to the broader UN system and more broadly. UNDP's global policy centers in Brazil, Kenya, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, and Turkey are also facilitating South-South policy coordination and related interactions, which we also support through our 7 strategic partnership agreements with Brazil, the People's Republic of China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, South Africa, and Turkey. We are also working at their request to strengthen the institutional capacity of development cooperation agencies in several emerging countries. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that the role and importance of South-South cooperation cannot be overstated in the lead up to the post-2015 development agenda. Access to diverse sources of financing, knowledge, expertise and experience, and innovation will be even more important if we are to achieve the proposed Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to thank you, and particularly the Turkish International Cooperation and Coordination Agency, as well as SETA, for providing the UN and UNDP through me with the opportunity to address you here today. I'm sure that you will find today's discussions very valuable, and they will be enriched by all your contributions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Malhotra, for this very illuminating contribution, presentation. In your statement, you rightly said that ODA will continue to be an important element and it will have a critical role in the years to come. It is very true, but we hope that we will have other sources of finance. It's true that it should be inclusive and people-centered. And I agree, and thank you so much for especially emphasizing the role of South-South cooperation. And of course, during the recent decade, especially when we faced the economic downturn in the West, and we had new emerging economies who achieved great economic growth, and then they emerged as not only new powers, economic powers, but also as donors. And it is very important that that in the years to come, that they should continue to play this important role. But as I stated in my introductory remarks, the developed world should continue to abide by their commitments. And it became clear that if we need to achieve growth and to avoid future global crises, we need to be inclusive and to embrace the vulnerable groups and also the low-income countries. And we need to not only provide ODA, but also to avoid, for example, protectionist measures and encourage them to trade with us. So it has to be a two-way street, not only to sell them goods, but also to buy goods. And this is part of, I think, the new development agenda to encourage trade also, and all forms of cooperation. Thank you so much. And now I will give the floor to Mr. and I hope I can pronounce your name, sir, properly, Yang-Soo-Do. Is it? Exactly. So the Vice President of KOICA, Korean Development Agency, is it?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before beginning my presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to convey to all of you that the Korean people keep our sincere appreciation and gratitude for the support and sacrifice that Turkish people demonstrated when the Korean War broke out 65 years ago. Therefore, I have to confess that I'm extremely happy to be here because this is my first visit to our brother country. And it's an honor for me to be able to speak at this important conference. And I'd like to thank the President of TICA and General Coordinator, Mr. Duran of SETA, for this wonderful opportunity. Now, going back to my presentation, I'd like to share with you the dynamic development experience of South Korea. I use the word dynamic since Korea is one of the few countries in the world to turn itself from a least developed country to an official member of OECD DAC. I'd like to first touch on how Korea, a world-stricken, underdeveloped recipient country, overcome the abject poverty utilizing development assistance from the world, and how Korea works together with other partners in facing global challenges in development assistance. Korea is known as the country that has undergone the miracle of Han River. After the end of 36-year colonial rule of Japan, the Korean government was established in 1948. But unfortunately, the tragic fratricidal Korean War broke out in just 2 years later, destroying the entire society. The damage of war was severe. The agricultural production was reduced by 27%, while the annual GDP was cut by 14%. More than 5 million people were killed, injured, or missing. Per capita GDP of Korea in 1953 was only around $73, approximately the same as that of many African countries. The life expectancy in 1960 was only 52 years, while the infant mortality rate was as high as 7%. With strong commitment in development from the top leadership and appropriate national development planning in the 1960s to 70s, Korea was able to achieve remarkable economic and social development in a relatively short period of time. Particularly, the proper mixture of state intervention and entrepreneurial activity of private sector enabled rapid industrial transformation, resulting in drastic export increase and GDP growth. In parallel, the Korean government launched a rural community development program called Semaul Undong, literally New Village Movement, in the 1970s, during reducing urban and rural development gap and expediting equitable growth. Villages in Korea until the beginning of the 1970s had no other stories than extreme poverty, hunger, and disease. Also, it is well known that many Koreans had to be sent to Germany for dangerous mining jobs, to Middle East for construction work, to simply earn much needed foreign currency. Young girls went to factories to make a living for themselves and their families, and had to work under hardship and sometimes discrimination. The strong devotion and efforts of Korean people for development were also backed by foreign assistance. From 1945 to 1995, Korea had received more than $12 billion worth of aid from the world. This assistance played a pivotal role in Korea's post-war recovery and economic reconstruction. Thanks to concerted efforts of the Korean people, as well as assistance from outside, Korea has recorded an unprecedented economic and social advancement. According to IMF, Korea's GDP per capita is projected to exceed $30,000 this year to 2015, which will be an astounding some 400-fold increase compared with that of 1953. Bearing the lessons learned from the experiences of the recipient country for 5 decades, Korea is now playing an active role as a donor country in the global aid community. In 2010, Korea joined OECD DAC and became the 21st member country. Korea also opened the Global Forum for Development Partnerships by hosting G20 in 2010, where the Seoul Development Consensus on Shared Growth was formulated. Korea also hosted the first high-level forum on aid effectiveness in Busan in 2011, which produced the Busan Global Partnership Principle. Busan Principle became one of the key standards on development effectiveness in post-2015 agenda setting. Korea's total commitment to ODA 2015 is about $2.2 billion. Even though the ratio to GNI is still well below from what the UN has recommended, the ratio of growth in volume is one of the highest among donor countries. KOICA is carrying out about 30% of the total amount under its direct control, while managing a variety of partnership and supportive programs with Korea Exim Bank, private sector, and those specially delegated by the government, such as Poverty Reduction Special Fund. KOICA is conducting integrated development projects and technical cooperation programs in over 120 countries. KOICA also invites around 5,000 civil servants in developing countries annually and provides training programs and capacity building opportunities. In addition, KOICA runs overseas volunteer programs, dispatching more than 4,000 volunteers annually. Also, KOICA has expanded knowledge sharing service on development issues through seminars, workshops, and forums in close partnership with main international organizations and research institutions. As a result, many developing nations consider Korea as an exemplary model for economic development and are trying to benchmark Korea's development experience. Semaul Undong. Semaul movement is one case. Over 30 countries are planning to adopt and implement Semaul movement. Also, there are growing needs for collaboration with KOICA in ICT development area as well. KOICA also continues to make its assistance more effective by working together with diverse partners. Last year was the 20th anniversary of the KOICA's cooperation with the civil society. The budget has been boosted almost 100 times compared to that of 1995. KOICA is currently working with about 130 partners and has committed $4.5 million to fund, $40 million to fund projects with partners in 2015. Korean NGOs and academia helping people in need in remote areas by promoting education and health, increasing revenue, empowering women, and building ownership, etc., where government's hands do not reach out. The Korean civil society is now engaged in as many as 103 countries with more than 1,400 projects extending around the globe. In total, $3.8 billion has been raised from Korean citizens and benevolent patrons to help the poor and the marginalized people in developing countries, including such remote countries as Mali and Burkina Faso. We do not only fund, but we try to leverage the funding and resources from the partners, not only domestic, but also worldwide. KOICA is very keen to seek for innovative partnerships with prestigious global NGOs and foundations that will bring a far-reaching impact and value for investment we commonly make. Currently, the world community is going to agree upon a new set of global development agendas for the post-2015 era. Stakeholders and actors are working and negotiating hard to reach a consensus by this fall. However, there is a growing concern on the shortage of financial resources required to implement a huge number of infrastructure projects for sustainable and inclusive growth. The financial gap worldwide is estimated at trillions of dollars. As a part of broader efforts to address these challenges, OECD members have already started discussions on designing a new model of investment partnership where ODA and private funds and investors can work together. In this regard, I would like to introduce a new partnership program called Development Action Program that KOICA has adopted this year. It aims to design new joint projects in equal partnership with other development actors by incorporating new content and innovative methods. Firstly, KOICA has started to search actively for partnership with technology-intensive SMEs and research institutions in order to apply new and appropriate technologies to grant aid projects. This program also aims to explore creative development model, encouraging scientific accomplishment on value creation. Second, KOICA will contribute to creating places of work and boosting economic growth in developing countries by establishing strategic partnerships with big private companies who wish to make a contribution with their CSR fund or explore new social investment and inclusive business model. Third, KOICA is actively expanding global partnership programs with other aid agencies and international organizations, such as USAID, GIZ, AFD, JICA, UNDP, UNICEF, WFP, etc., to address complex, emergent, and crucial global challenges. Allow me to introduce some concrete projects that KOICA is actively working on with other donor agencies. For example, KOICA and USAID are working together on a global health challenge program, particularly maternal health program in Ghana and Ethiopia. A pilot program on green growth is being carried out in Vietnam. Some Korean IT corporations have joined in mobile health promotion in Ghana. KOICA is also cooperating with the German GIZ on establishing a health insurance system in Nepal. The two agencies are also working together in Mongolia to build capacity for international competition in vocational technology. KOICA and the French AFD are jointly providing a grant to Côte d'Ivoire to help it find a permanent solution to the water supply problem in the city of Abidjan. The two agencies are now discussing ways to cooperate on waste management and to jointly finance new projects on environmental protection and public transportation. Recently, when Ebola threatened to destroy the lives of so many people in the West African region, the Korean government took part in the global efforts to fight against the tragic challenge. Korea is among the 7 countries operating at the national level medical unit in Sierra Leone in collaboration with the UK government. In conclusion, KOICA will continue to make efforts to become an extensive platform for effective programs, knowledge sharing, innovative ideas, and generous contributions from the private sector. We will strengthen our partnership and expand our network with various public and private institutions in and outside of Korea, recipient countries, and other donor partners as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Du. First of all, thank you for your kind words regarding our friendship and the Turkish people. For the Turkish people, we have really developed similar feelings, and I think it's obvious that the Koreans are very popular here in Turkey, and I think you know that, especially during the World Cup, which we co-organized. We have witnessed very emotional moments. So thank you also for this presentation, and dear colleagues and friends, it's obvious that Korea during the last 60 years achieved an impressive level of development, and you summarize this. It is by all means an impressive development. To reach $600 billion of exports in 60 years is with 30% of the exports, 30% of high technology products. This is a big achievement, and I think Korea reached this level of development through quality education first and foremost. They are hardworking people, but the quality education, access to quality health, and also another point which I believe it's important, you managed to achieve and realize close cooperation between the state institutions, the universities, and the private sector. I was told by one of your colleagues that, for example, Samsung has hundreds of research facilities and research unit centers in different universities in Korea. This is what we should do, and maybe we should also advise the low-income countries and the developing world to apply this best practice. And we thank you very much for being very active at the DAC, Development Assistance Committee within the OECD, and we hope that you will be more even generous in the years to come towards the developing world. Thank you. Now, sorry, I don't have a disruption. Now, the last speaker is we have somebody to intervene. Okay. So now the last speaker is Mr. Al-Mansur Fatan. My friend is the senior advisor to the president of the Islamic Development Bank, and he will share with us his views. My intention, we have 30 minutes. My intention is to conclude this session at 1 o'clock, and so you will have 10-15 minutes to speak, and then we will have some time for answers and for questions and answers.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. And Excellency, Assalamu alaikum wa I should congratulate Turkey for the firm leadership agenda that has yielded high growth, that has driven the economy with innovation, and that is now showing marvelous results. Turkey has been able to build a model. It has succeeded to look deeper inside of the priorities and challenges of development and to evolve, achieving comprehensive vision of transition from poverty to prosperity and human dignity. I also congratulate Turkey for prominent initiatives to create new vehicles to help developing countries to rise in the emerging multipolar world and to influence the global development agenda. This gathering is within the perspective. I would like to address the changing nature of development aid from past to future, from institutional and country perspective, because this is a very important subject. First, when we talk about from past to future, we need to take a look at the past. Take stock of several parameters. Among those, tangibility of the impact. What development performance has been achieved, measured by the number and size of countries that have graduated from poverty thanks to development aid. That's one measure. Second, we need to assess how much and how effective teamwork between aid development agencies and countries, how much they have achieved and how much they have missed to accomplish, and certainly what do they do to do more in order to keep relevant and talking to the emancipation. Whatever any one of the parties can claim, countries or institutions, unfortunately, the count of graduating countries, of countries that have graduated from underdevelopment, is not commensurate with the extent of effort and quantum of aid that has been provided in the past. So there is a performance deficiency. Let's look at these from three angles. One is the development perspective. And unfortunately, we witness a growing number of failing states with systematic de-development. A few minutes ago, one of our eminent speakers says that even Europe is eroding. Second, the extent of which solidarity and cooperation have been working. Unfortunately, we observe a rising number of conflicts and cross-border problems causing lose-lose results on development. Third, from identity perspective, an African Development Bank or an Islamic Development Bank or a nation development bank or bilateral aid, many bilateral aid, His Excellency Sahin Norman just mentioned, gave examples about the demoralized assistance, aiming to deepen exploitation and hegemony rather than an interested altruist win-win paradigm. I summarize this statement. It is because of the need of an independent critique that the Islamic Development Bank is seeking member countries and partner institutions' assessment of its performance on those fronts and of its journey towards a world-class institution. Please feel free to contribute. Let me tell you that this exercise has been embarked upon by many development banks during the last few years. The early lessons are alarming. What do we see? There are deficiencies in 3 C's. The first C is the communication and mutual interest between the donors and the beneficiaries, the communities. The second C relates to the commitment to continuous process improvement by the donors themselves to change in order to cope with the needs that are changing and growing. The third C is about creativity and innovation. We are seeing more of the same. In spite of the crisis that has been witnessed in 2008 and the call for change by the reality on the ground. Now, the major lesson that development banks and donors, together with countries, need to learn is that there is an increasing income and dignity divide in the world. And that is causing, unfortunately, more and more crisis and tensions throughout the world. We have also internally, the donor institutions and donor countries are facing another internal challenge, that is the ability to assess their performance on the ground. There is, for banks, a financial rating. We know that AAA rating, etc., etc. But for development action, unfortunately, this rating has not been able to be developed, to come to reality. There are some attempts to make some evaluation of the work. But without that evaluation, we cannot pretend that we have impacted development. One of the problems that is very difficult to measure, and it's constituting a primary factor in the divide between the donor community and the recipient community, is the ability to cope with the moral and political pressures towards responsiveness and sustainability. Donors are more celebrating ephemeral wins and losing focus on the tools that can help them to readdress the direction. We need also to encourage knowledge and experiences and cultures to be embedded into the development process. His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister was evoking now the concept of al-birr. And he was alluding to the ayah, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ليس البر أن تولوا وجوهكم قبل المشرق والمغرب ولكن البر من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر والملائكة والكتاب والنبيين وآتى المال على حبه ذوي القربى واليتامى والمساكين وابن السبيل والسائلين وفي الرقاب.
Could you translate?
I cannot translate. But I think
interpreters won't do it.
I'm so ignorant. But I think he mentioned the al-birr. Al-birr is that altruism in donation. It is the win-win to the best form of its construction. It is very important in this regard. That, yes, I fully agree with you, His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister, that this ayah is a response to more than 90% of the ills of aid that we can identify. So that is a very important transformation that we can do. I would like to conclude, because I have 4 minutes left, by suggesting that the current presidency of G20, Turkey, the future OIC summits, the future humanitarian summit, the future conference of the UN on the SDGs, the post-2015, the new initiatives launched by Turkey to have a development bank to work to address the challenges related to greater, unfortunately, development divide, can be used to have some specific shifts. The first shift is mobilizing more values as important resources from within, as compared to copying the others. We need to marry the lessons learned from the best practices of the world and the intrinsic values within the beneficiary communities. We need to let those communities feel that they are important and that their legacy is constructive. This has not been the practice in the past. We need also to be more selective in projects and tailoring projects according to the context of each country. Projects are rather now moved by other considerations than the priority of impact on the development. We need to mainstream Islamic finance. It is promising, it is growing, and it is now on the agenda of the Bretton Woods institutions. We thank His Excellency Dr. Babajan, because next week, in April, he is going to address an IMF forum on this particular subject. We need also, in this, to take really innovation and financial engineering in response of the development problems to a new level. It has been stagnant for a while, and new products are not commensurate with the changing conditions. Sukuk is a way to respond to the growing need to finance infrastructure, but also for including and for making sure that no one is left behind. Zakat and Awqaf are very important instruments. We need to unleash their power. We need to revisit the role of aid in the area of cooperation and solidarity. This is something, unfortunately, that is being has not been attended to in the past. We need also to take more care of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. We need to have quick wins. The economy of Niger is small. The economy of Comoro is small. We can achieve some wins in graduating some countries and having them putting poverty behind them. We need to focus on the perspective of graduation from poverty to prosperity. Quick wins are possible. The last Ebola has been mentioned. Unfortunately, the tarding response has been a sign of some apathy from the world towards the calamity of the poorest. The worst is that the rise of Ebola was because of the failure of development work in the countries. Had development been effective, the resilience would have been better, and we wouldn't face that result. Chairman, I'm now at the last minute, so I should take it as an opportunity to thank you very much, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mansour, for a very stimulating statement, contribution. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of communication between donors and beneficiaries. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of creativity and innovation, and also the importance of access to resources you mentioned also in your statement. Access to resources is a great problem, especially in Africa. Just a few days ago, we organized a meeting at our residence in Paris with the participation of major energy companies, representatives of major energy companies, ambassadors, and also the chief economist of the International Energy Agency, Dr. Birol, who has been recently appointed as the next executive director of the International Energy Agency. And there we discussed this access to energy and lack of access to energy, especially in sub-Saharan. Unfortunately, the problem is infrastructure, lack of infrastructure. And Africa has a huge potential, for example, in the field of energy, solar, wind, and especially hydropower, and with so much resources. But then the problem is how to access these resources. There's no infrastructure, no roads, no highways, no railways, no airports. And also another problem is security. Foreign direct investors would like to go and invest, but there's no security as yet. So this is why it's so important, and I especially thank TICA for started very early to reach out to Africa, and thank you, Dr. Cham, for your personal engagement. It's impressive the way TICA has achieved and realized so many projects in Africa. And also, Mr. Al-Mansour, you mentioned that that we need to take into consideration the situation in the low-income countries, especially our Deputy Prime Minister in his keynote statement. He rightly said that we need to have a new approach, a new inclusive approach to when we devise the new agenda. We need to have this inclusive approach, and we cannot, in fact, live in peace and prosperity in the northern parts of the Mediterranean, the northern shores of the Mediterranean, when the other side, the south, is burning. And you see now we are facing this huge tragedy in the Middle East, in Syria and in Iraq and in Yemen. And I thank my friend Mr. Malhotra, who is also working very hard to take care of the Syrian refugees, contributing to Turkey's efforts. I personally thank you and your team. We cannot live in peace if our neighbors' houses are burned. So this is why it's very, very important to take and to embrace everybody in the interest of everybody. In fact, there are so many challenges, dear colleagues and friends, that there are so many challenges. They are of global nature, and you cannot approach them individually or at regional level. You need for global challenges, you need global solutions, and especially for climate change financing. It's so important. We will have a huge conference in Paris, and if, for example, the developed world will not be forthcoming, they will not be promising and generous, we're not expecting to have a legally binding comprehensive settlement, because they have to offer the $100 billion of aid for climate financing. They have otherwise the emerging countries and the developed world probably will not be in a position to make commitments and future pledges. So, just having said that, I would like to thank all the panelists here, and see if we have any comments and questions from the floor. Please do not hesitate to put questions to panelists or make short statements or short remarks, not statements, because then probably lunch will get cold. Do we have a cold or hot lunch? Anyway, I don't know. Yes, you have it. Okay, next, yes. Please, go ahead.
Kerem from Dr. Worldwide. I would like to find out your institutional approach, especially the OECD and the UNDP approach for the collaboration of the NGO for the sustainable development. In 2016, the first World Monetary Summit will be held in Istanbul. So the UN system and UN humanitarian environment has been reformed in 2005, but currently we have a lot of problems for collaboration and for acting at the field, especially for the safety, security, legislation, the sector financing our projects. So I would like to find out your approach for the post-2015 for the collaboration with NGOs for the sustainable development.
Okay, well, I mean, the United Nations has always been collaborating with NGOs, and UNDP has a civil society advisory committee at the global level and in many countries. If you're talking about the World Humanitarian Summit, this is, of course, going to happen in Istanbul in May of 2016. And the role of NGOs is going to be very significant in this, because this is not an intergovernmental process alone. This is it's the first World Humanitarian Summit, and all kinds of stakeholders, including NGOs, will have a major role and have been involved in the regional consultations that have been taking place in different regions of the world. So I guess it's fair to say that there will be a major role for NGOs. There are particular constraints if you're referring to registration and those kinds of issues in particular countries. Those are country specific, but they don't come from the UN side. Those come, if they are there, they come from the side of the respective governments, not from the UN side. So the UN certainly would welcome collaboration with NGOs and other civil society groups.
If I may add a few words, thank you. It's very important. Probably we missed this, the role of NGOs. It's so important, and the role of NGOs and other grassroots organizations in devising and formulating this new development agenda. It's quite important, and in fact at OECD level. When we discuss a topic relating to economic cooperation or development, we definitely make it sure that we have several sessions to consult with NGOs and to listen to their views, and also we receive their contributions in writing. And then it's very important. As regards to the first humanitarian summit in Istanbul, it will be the first humanitarian summit. And we started dealing with the humanitarian aspects of development in 1985. In Turkey, we organized the first conference, the Humanitarian Development Conference, a Human Development Conference. So Turkey, this is Turkey's one of the Turkey's points, and we attach importance. We accord great importance to human development, and I hope that that the NGOs will continue to play their part and to contribute to this effort, to the international effort. However, sometimes we sense that certain NGOs, they would like to also play their own role in. We see them. I'll be very frank with you. We see certain NGOs in a self-serving exercises. Self-serving exercises. So this is, from time to time, you can see that. But of course, they don't constitute the majority. All in all, NGOs' contribution is very crucial, very important. Thank you. So I am advised to conclude at 1300 sharp, but I promised a friend there to take his question also, and then we will conclude.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But I want to speak Turkish. So, benim sorum Birleşmiş Milletler Türkiye temsilcisi hocamız olacak. Dünya ekonomisinin büyümesi, ülkelerin ekonomi durumunun gelişmesi için kaynakların verimli şekilde kullanılması çok önemlidir. Ama baktığımızda dünyada 1 milyar 600 milyon Müslüman yaşıyor ve birçok kaynaklar onların elinde. Ama Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'ne baktığımızda Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'de bir Müslüman üye ülkesi olmadığı için dünya bir sürü genel kararlarda bunların sesini onlara iletebilecek kararlarda eşdeğerli olacak bir durum söz konusu değil. O yüzden benim sorum şu olacak. Sizce böyle bir durumda ülkelerin eşdeğerli gelişmesi, ekonomik kalkınmanın gelişmesi için dünyada nasıl bir gelecekte nasıl bir öngörüler olabilir? Ya da Müslüman ülkelerin temsilcisinin Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'de olmaması dünyada biz söylediğimiz bu eşlik ve beraber çalışmanın için nasıl bir unsur olabilir? Bunu sormak istedim.
I've been asked by the chair to be very short. Firstly, there is little doubt that everyone will agree that the UN Security Council needs reform. I don't think that's a matter of debate. However, the kind of reform that's been debated for the last 25 years has not been one which is based on bringing in any new members on the basis of religion, ethnicity, or any other such attributes. So, I think that at least if we are here to promote greater world peace and greater integration, then the idea of having members, whether they are based on Christianity or Islam or any other religion, is not really what the UN would be promoting or member states are discussing. So I think I would stress again that there is an enormous and urgent need for UN Security Council reform. Obviously, the UN Security Council today does not represent the world as it's changed, but the debate there has been about bringing in emerging countries and other countries that represent in large populations, the changed global geopolitical power structure, etc., etc. So I think that is the way the debate is going. It is not one that will end up, I hope, based on representation based on any religion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Brahmputra. So my intention is now to close the session. I thank you very much for your contributions and for your interest in this very important session. Thank you and enjoy.
Mikrofonları da açabilir misin oradan? Burası kapalı, mikrofon şeyler orada. Mikrofonlar oradan şeyden geliyor.
Şimdi konuşacak bir şey üretecek de.
Yönlendirin diyor. Duyuru ya şu ses düzenine kim geliyor? Tamam. Hadi gelin çıkartın. Ya mikrofonu kapatıp duyuru yapamadı adam yemeği. Basit bir işler. Geçti artık yani. Toplantı bitince oraya ses çıkınca nasıl? Adam bunu yapacak. Misafirlerin aşağıda inecek, diğerleri şurada inecek diye.
Abi okula disiplinden antikaya giren falan ister ama antikaya çalışıyor.
Hadi gel, hadi gidelim başkanım.
Murat, yemeğe geçelim. Başkan Bey'le geçelim. O düzen tamam mı? Tamam, sonra sen de gel yemeğe. İsimlikler değişsin. Abi yaptığın işi kontrol et, tamam mı? Şey söyleyelim mi? Ben de söyleyeyim mi? Tabii aşağı geliyor. Söyle o zaman. Söyle.
İşini bitirmişler.
Tamam, siz isterseniz.
Like you speech or Aydın gel. Dur. Arkadaşlar çekebilir misin? Aydın. Please. Aydın. Please. Aydın.
Aşağıya hemen koysana.
Tamam.
Evet, biraz heyecan.
Aslında okuyor ama o yüzden.
Cumhurbaşkanı bir ama bu yok. Hatta geçen
Daha olsa yapmam
ama ben iş istemiyorum. Sadece kusura bakma, şunları yapamam. Teşekkür ederim.
Daha yemeğim var.
Yemeği buyurun.
Nerede yemeğiniz bilmiyoruz.
Aşağıda. Vallahi.
Çok haksız yani.
Evet. Doğru. Her odasında oluyor ya. Aşağıda mı?
Bey nerede ya? Kaçta?
Şu anda boşluğunda
olduğu için
daha sonra inşallah. Bir de şurada sandviç de var solda. Şu kapıdan çıkarken solda.
Ne kulakları istiyorsun?
Ben işte var bir tane kulak.
Tamam mı?
Abi yer fazla dışarıda. Hayır, fazla.
Grup göze etmiş. Aynı şey kapı çoktan.
Olay ne şimdi?
Olay mı? Olay.
Olmazsa acil hemen uygunluğu yapalım. Hazır aralar ki.
Bir şey değil. Resim çekimde hiç aramıyorum abi. Buradan çıkamıyorum. Ya bir çay bekliyorum. Böyle
Ne kadar sürede?
2 tane var. Bitti. 2 tane var. Kalemi çıktı. Çıktı. Bunu bekliyorum. Aldım ya. Sen çıkacak mısın? Böyle de topluyorum. Sen nerede topluyorum? Böyle çıkacağım. Sesleri koydum. Güzel. Ben bir şey topluyorum. Sen şuraya gidiyorum. Arkamda sorunlar. Nasıl? Nasıl çekiyorum? Hani günümüze bulunduğunu. Abi sen geçiyorum böyle çalışıyorsun. Nasıl kadar ya? Boş ver. Arkadaş, onun işi. Doğru ama iki şey. Tıkaya söyle. Ama 25 kişi yapmışsın. Hepsi üzerine çıkamayacak. Zaten bizim bunda hiçbir şey yapmıyoruz. Sabit Bey yanlış olduğunu dahilinde var. Senin burada söyleyeyim sana değil mi? Toplantısında bayanlar şey var. Çok adamımız var ya, her şey bir adam buluşturuyor. Ben sana çağırıyorum. Bitiyor. Ben erteleyim.
Ne zaman başlayacağım?
Harbiden ya. Yetkililerde program. One and a half or maybe 2 o'clock. I don't know. Dersten mi başlıyor? Onu resim çekeyim. Nokta şu anda. Yemek. İyi basın gitti ya. Şimdi ben de reji. Bir de reji yaptım. Ne yapıyor? Çıkacağız.
Alliansiyet dağıtımda sistem bakıyor. Günümüzden alıyoruz.
Take also its in other but maybe not
Certainly.
because
Of course, you must.
You can also get books free because
Of course, because actually you cannot remember everything from the conference.
Deeply.
Where did you find it actually? Where did you find
In the
it?
desk.
Desks.
Must be
Who is that? About the program. Just about the program. We asked.
Maybe you can.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I will sit, my dear. I cannot talk with this cough.
But I think there are people will come to some of the places.
You think it's reserved? It's mine.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's empty. I forgot.
No.
Some of them. And it is in English also.
In English. Perfect.
And also.
It's in English. Oh, perfect. We will stay here.
For you.
Eski biraz mı? Konferans olma 8 tane bazı bardak var. Su bardağı ve bunu da alınca kullanılmışlar. Hala başlayacak, tamam mı?
Ya geldi, Keser Hanım geldi.
Keser Hanım geldi, tamam. Keser Hanım geldi.
Hızır gibi yetişti vallahi. Yes. No one eats it.
Bir dakika abi.
So you can eat.
Keser Hanım. Hadi güzel.
Bir numarası Keser.
Programa.
Abi şu çantadan alayım o zaman. Bırak sen, niye iyisin? Size kırmızı açalım. Ondan bir dakika sıfır var. Güzel olur.
Ya İtalyan'da var. Burada bırakacaklar. Giderken çöp ne yapacaklar? Getirirken getirirler de götürürken.
İçeri gidiyorlar. Böyle ben bekliyorum ya. Diğer bir şey yok. Başka bir başka bir şey canlı şey diyecek.
Bakın yaşıyor mu?
Ne yaptığını konuşuyorsun? Yemin et. Ne demek?
Ablamın sana siz söylemiyorsun diye şöyle bir gözüm var.
Şuraya bırak onları. Bunları tepsiyle alacak.
Küçük tepsi olur mu?
Tepsiyle alacak.
Küçük tepsi olur mu?
Şeyde küçük ofiste tepsi gördüm mü?
Burada küçük tepsi burada keser.
Ya koy şuraya. Koy şuraya elinde taşın. Kıyamam.
Keser için kamera başında Bahattin'e gidiyor kesin.
Valla.
Abi bak. Yine hocam da evet de yavrum. Bu olur mu?
Olur mu?
Saç çıkar mı hocam?
Kadir bul hadi tepsiyi. Buyurun.
Abi, bizi şöyle bir şey verebilir miyim?
Hani şunlarda da al.
Önceden mi?
Şu gibi patron gibi.
Evet, abi dursun.
Asansörün hemen yanında.
Aşağıda mısınız? Niye o arada yani sen yukarı çıktın da orada sen çıktın o alanda var.
Bunu şimdi koyacağız ya. Böyle çiçek. Yapacak bir şey yok ki. Tam oradan görüyorum bak. Bitsin mi? Altın orada şey var. Abi şu an bir şey görüyoruz. Hiçbir şey yok. Sen denesin. Bakın bir şey var.
Oh, it's good. You find things.
Yes.
İntihar ettik. Dökülüyor işte. Yani içeriye alınmasın. 2 dakika çizmesi olur. Çift içerisinde düşüyor. Siz burada kursiyerdiniz değil mi lan?
Ben?
Siz burada daha önce programlara geliyordunuz. Kursiyer.
Stajyer.
Stajyer kursiyer işte.
Ne abi nasıl protokol ya?
Yok. Aram onu.
Biz de günlük stres yapıyoruz.
Hadi böyle işte. Kumda neyse.
Aslanım.
Cebsen onu ne yapacak? İçeri alınmaması lazım. Hep halin gönderiyor. İçeride içebilirsiniz. Buyurun oturun. Halim diyor ki hep içeride içebilirsiniz. Buyurun oturun. Hatta içeri ikram da yaptım. Al şunu da ya. Görüyormuş işte. Su. Kahve de döküyor. Küçük çöp torbasıyla toplayın bari. Öyle elle olmaz.
Fırça yerim. Tabii.
İçeri numaralara
Lan konu çıkmadı bak.
sakin git diyorum ben. Şimdi bu koza bastım. Dedim tamam bu Topkapı'ya verdim.
Peki kayıt yapmıyorsun yani sanki. Hangi bir yeri sen şu an?
Ne yapmıştın mı?
Tamam. Gidiyor abi. Zaten bir iki geldi. Köye çektim abi. Pazara da mı?
Turul güçlendirecek.
Kontrolü sürüyoruz falan.
Hemen
Yok abi şimdi bizim yoktu.
Ben 2 haftadır onlara bir tutuyorum.
Öyle abi 3 yıl önce.
Nurdaya, Nurdaya.
Aman nasıl birisi kendi topladı hepsini.
Niye kızacağım? Bir kahve, ben kahve getirdim buraya. Allah Allah. Yok canım. Evet, Yok, stajyer.
İstanbul'da. Üniversitede.
Doktora.
Siz? Ben öğretmenim. Anadolu Üniversitesi'nden geldim. Hukuk fakültesi ama iktisatçı. Sizler hangisi?
Ben iktisat, doktora, yüksek lisans sonra.
Yani öğrenciler Sırbistan'dan.
Evet, doğru.
Biz de öyle ama bayağı iyi konuşuyor. Evet, onun için de.
Evet.
Rana eski. O kadar meşhur hocalardan.
Beni buradan tabutla çıkar.
Dışarıdan buraya geliyorsun.
Daha çok kaynak için geliyorum ben. Böyle toplantılarda iyi oluyor. Hep İngilizce kaynak oluyor. Yani ama gezemeyiz. Birazcık hani.
Ama maalesef bu Türkiye öğrencilerden bunun gibi bir tane olmuş. Böyle hepsi uyuyor.
Ama daha çok öğrencilere yönelik olmayabilir.
Yok ama gelirse lazım. Allah gelecekte böyle bir yer
Herkese açıkçası. Açık. Bayağı şey var ama. Hocalar daha fazla. Yani şeyler daha fazla.
Ben de kızım da burada oturuyor. Bahaneleri.
Az önce çalışılabilir bence.
Bu taraf şey.
Gerçekten yaklaşımlar, ama o yaklaşım olabilir mi bu kadar?
Sen nasıl bir şey izlenebilir?
Bu şeyde ne kadar başarıya ulaşıldı? 2015 hedefleri belirlenmiş. Yani kısmen ulaşıldı.
Bizden iyi değil.
Hedefler tutmadı diye ben biliyorum değil mi?
O yüzden zaten
daha yaklaşım değişimi var o yüzden. Çünkü sadece iktisadi kısa arasında düşünmenin ekonomik büyümesi bir şey elde etmiyor gerçekten. İnsan ve doğayı da düşünmek. Hedef belirlemek.
tek başına şey olmuyor hocam. Tek başına iktisat olarak düşünüp de ilerleyemiyor.
Zaten iktisat teorisi çok böyle kötü bir insan tipi üzerine inşa edilmiş. O insan tipi üzerine işleyen bir model. Bu modeli her yere empoze edersen sonuçta gelinen nokta bu oldu. Yani kendi çıkartıyorsun. Kâr etmekten başka bir şey düşünmeyen insanın yerine daha başka bir insan gelmeli ki gelirim ama ondan hiç emin değilim.
Çok zor.
Bu kadar alıştıktan sonra bu kadar.
Zor deyince daha zor olur.
Yani şu kadar kapitalist sisteme yani herkes bunu ister yani karşı çıkan bile bunun içinde.
İçinde bir güzel kullanmayı biliriz. Bana çok iki yüzlü geliyor.
Yani mesela
hem çok güzel her şeyi kullanıyoruz. Hem de ondan sonra yani
hem karşılıkta hem şunu kullanmak yani.
Çünkü evet kapitalist sistemde kısıtlıyoruz ama onun haricinde de gerçekten de bir yaratma gücü. Yani ne bileyim ben insanın tam bir kendi gücünü kullanarak gelişme, kalkınma bilmem ne. Ama şimdi biraz dünyayı falan hızlı bir şekilde yok edecek boyutlara varınca herhalde
Küresel çapta da bir entegrasyon bunu yapmak. Yani.
Çok daha hızlanmış bir teknoloji.
Gerçekten farklı mı?
Yok ya sana kısmetli de genel olarak hani bırakmışlar ya bardağın altı.
Topladı hepsini ama bence kızmaması lazım.
Değil mi? Çok saçma bir şey. Tamam belki istemeden onu silmiş ya da bir şey olmuş.
Herkes bırakmış. Sadece sen değil.
Sana demedi zaten. Yani
bütün sıralarda var.
Sen çok alındın hemen.
Yok şey yapma ya herkes içebilir. Bence de içebilir.
Ama götürüp işte atmak gerekiyor yani.
Oraya bırakmak gerekiyor. Bu olabilir o açıdan.
Sizin çalışma alanınız ne hocam?
Ben küreselleşme, Türkiye ekonomisi, ondan sonra kalkınma, kadın çalışmaları, sosyal sermaye. Yani ekonomiyle ilgili şeyler. Aile ekonomisi.
Çok önemli son dönemde aile ekonomisi.
O yemeğini ne zaman bitecek?
Açık öğretim kitabı galiba.
Aile ekonomisi. Kitaplar çok güzel oluyor hocam. Yani kaliteli yazılıyor. Ben de sosyoloji okudum.
Çok uğraşıyoruz.
Çok güzel yani.
Zor yazılıyor gerçekten.
Ama çok kaliteli yani.
Güzel.
Evet. Yani daha hani kütüphane saklanacak fazla yapması aslında.
Büyük değil mi?
Evet.
Ders kitabı. Yani. Bir de onların da nedeni var. Yani daha çok anlayabilsin diye. Öğretme amaçlı olduğu için uzaktan eğitim alan öğrenciye yönelik olduğu için onu böyle daha hani kolay okunabilir bir kitap olması lazım.
Çok şey yapıyor. Çok iyi bakmıyor açık öğretimde.
Anadolu Üniversitesi çok iyi bu alanda. Ya ilk zaten Türkiye'de
ama
İstanbul falan açtı ama yok İstanbul.
Rakipler geldi teknoloji nedeniyle ama biz ilk 1980'li yıllarda açıldı. Yani Türkiye çapında bir sürü sınav organize ediyoruz. Kitap yazıyoruz. İşte yayınlar yapıyoruz falan. Bayağı en eski ve ilk de en çok kalabalık öğrencilerimiz. 2 milyona yakın gerçekten. Sadece Türkiye'de değil, dünyada da.
Eğitimi çok güzel yani. Dersini çeviriyorsunuz.
Yani uğraşıyoruz. Tabii zengin bir üniversite. Onun için olmak gücü, kaynak gücü. Onunla da ilgiliyiz. Öğretim üyelerinin yetişme olanağı.
Çünkü özel olarak herhalde bir ekip oluşturularak o kitaplar oldu.
Ekip sadece çeşitli kişiler.
Ne istiyor? Dışarıda içecek misiniz?
Ben içmeyeyim. Teşekkür ederim. Benim bir kız öğrencim var. Çocukları bana anneanne der. Aziza ismi. Bodrum'da yaşıyor.
Bu katta
ben ders öğreteceğim. Kırgızlar. Afganistan'dan gelenler. Evet. Tam sayısı kaç bilmiyorum ama örgün kısmında var. Bizim tabii sadece açık öğretim fakültesi. Yüz yüze eğitim veren fakültelerimiz de var.
Bilmiyorum ya. Hazır tren şey yapacak diyor.
2,5 saat başladı.
2,5 saat. Pendik'ten mi gidiyor?
Yok, ben otobüsle geldim. Şu karşı tarafa geçeceğim için çok fazla İstanbul içinde yolculuk yapmak gerektiği için çok olmuyor. Ama günübirlik falan gelecekse Eskişehir'de
otobüste kaç saat oluyor?
çok kolay. Ya otobüste de 4-5 saat içinde Avrupa yakası, Asya yakasına 4 saat 10 dakikada falan geliyor ama işte Asya'da Avrupa'ya geçiş zaman alıyor İstanbul'da trafiğin yüzünden. Trafiğe bağlı olarak değişiyor benim gittiğim yere ulaşma. Ama Anadolu yakasına 4 saatte ulaşıyor. Bir çok kolay. Kadıköy'den metroya binip de geldiğiniz zaman oradan Kartal'a gidiyorsun.
Evet.
Kartal'dan 2,5 saatte çok güzel. Eskişehir bir de çok biliyor musun? Eskişehir.
Ben gittim hemen Osman Gazi'ne.
Tamam. O zaman yani konum olarak çok şanslı bir şey. Bir sürü bağlantısı var.
Üniversite diyor. Üniversite şehri.
Evet, iki üniversite.
Hepsi bir yerde olduğu için.
İkisi de büyük. Rahat bir şey yani. Bilmiyorum beğendim. Küçük, çok büyük. Siz kaçıncı sınıfsınız?
Ben yüksek lisans
Yüksek lisans. Diğer arkadaşlar yabancı dil öğreniyorlarmış.
Çok az.
Onlar çok az. İlk yılları aslında.
Onlar çok az.
Daha yüksek.
Zaten genelde çoğu tanıyoruz. İşte doktora, yüksek lisans. Zaten burada akademi var. Uluslararası öğrenci akademi.
Tamam, o
SETA
nedenle
veriyor.
çok
Evet.
güzel.
SETA ders veriyor.
O nedenle herhalde herkes burada. Hep öğrenciler.
Evet. Burada işte cumartesi günü dersleri veriyor. Bakanlıktan desteği almış. SETA'dan.
Sizlere özellikle dışarıdan gelenlere yönelik.
İşte o yabancı öğrencilerin hepsi katılabiliyor.
Yabancı, Türklere değil.
Ya Türkleri de var. %10 şeysi var.
Peki devam etmek için bu derslere başvurmaları mı gerekiyor SETA'ya?
Evet.
Kendi öğrencilerime de söylüyorum.
Tabii.
Ama Eskişehir'den gelmek çok tabii.
Eskişehir'de de var. Eskişehir.
SETA'da şimdi.
SETA'dan değil. Uluslararası öğrenci akademisi. Eskişehir'de de var.
O zaman SETA içinde hizmet veriyor. Tamam.
Evet. Bu tarafta SETA veriyor. Anadolu Asya'da başka bir üniversite.
Yani binayı kullanıyorlar. Türkçe mi anlaşıyorsun?
O belki.
Çok güzel.
Osman. Aylar dersler olduğu için. Valla ben korkuyorum.
Ya
Geçen bir söylediğim için.
Ama yazılı bir şey öğreniyorsak daha ana bir şekilde. Bizim şey yememişler.
Ne biliyorsun bir şey yani?
Zaten başka bir programda olduğu için gelemedi. Ankara'da çalışıyor.
Malheureusement, je ne sache pas. Mais j'aime beaucoup de langue française. La langue
Çay kahvesi içiyorsun.
Yok, aldım. Sağ ol. Ben arada içtim biraz.
I have it. Thank you so much. My friend doesn't have it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Tamam, siz oturun.
Entier. Voilà. Pratiquement jusqu'à. Yeah, she can.
So that's same size. Yeah, no. But in the reverse order.
Something.
Yeah.
It's not so much.
Ben de.
We are exactly in the middle of the world. Wherever you go.
Really, yeah, I'm just like, and you, it means they are more educated, really, because all these people make something happen. It means even if most of the people are not like very educated to understand what's happening. Even Europeans, they are investing in the actual way.
Hadi Mehmet Hoca'yı gördün mü?
What they say again, even they are investing they are and United States
Yok canım ya.
che evidenzia questa
Böyle bir şey için teşekkür etmeyin. Kendimizin de vesilesiyle.
Welcome everybody. Let's start for the second panel of this conference. In this conference, we'll be talking about conceptual issues on development aid. It also relates to the main aim of the conference, which is conceptual transformation or sort of changing the issue of development aid from past to future. In the first session it was more about institutional country perspective. Now we want to go more deeper on theoretical dimensions. That's why we have more academics in this panel, and hopefully each of them will be contributing to debate at great level. I kindly ask each of the speakers to limit their presentation like 13 minutes. If I were generous, I would give another 2 minutes perhaps. 15 minutes, that would be much, much better. Then we can have a time for discussion, question, and comments. Let's start with the order. We have SETA Economy Director, Professor Sadık Ünay. He will be going first. Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank TICA and our institution, SETA, and our director for organizing this conference. I think it's quite a timely event. And in Turkey now, foreign aid and development cooperation has been occupying the agenda of policymakers increasingly over the course of last years, we need to say. Turkey has been transformed from a recipient of foreign aid to a major donor. And in the morning, we listened to the Deputy Prime Minister and the head of TICA talking about the details of this transformation. And in this panel, we will look at conceptual issues. How can we conceptualize the global order? I will talk about the changes in global order. And I will try to link these changes, these shifts, to the changing nature of foreign aid and development cooperation. And we have valuable participants, panelists. And as the host, I will give maybe some of my time to them. I mean, we want to kind of hear their valuable ideas. But as a general framework, maybe we need to talk about the shift of global, maybe the epicenter of politics. People talk about various forms of global shift. Peter Dicken wrote a book on the global shift in the early 2000s. But after that, it increasingly came to the agenda of political science, economy. I'm a political economist, and I constantly listen to people talking about a global shift. For example, most recently, I was working on a study on China and the emergence of East Asia as a power block, so to speak. And many, for example, political scientists, development economists, for example, especially the American tradition, they talk about the shift from the Atlantic axis to the maybe East Asian axis. We have important guests from Korea. The deputy president of KOICA is here, and we have representatives from JICA as well. So when we look at the transformation trajectory in East Asia, the increasing intensity of foreign aid and development cooperation has been an ingredient, a crucial ingredient of emerging powers. So the emerging power status of a country generally implies that you have a vibrant economy, you have a vibrant private sector and NGOs and aid institutions, and you build your political and economic capacity to reflect that domestic transformation to the first regional and then global order. So I think when we look at the transformation, I will use Turkey's case as a case study here, but I can see the same pattern when I look at the transformation in Turkey's foreign aid and development cooperation. Traditionally, as I say, during the Cold War years, Turkey was a net recipient of foreign aid. And we looked at, in the Cold War environment, we looked at the foreign aid, especially military aid, coming from the US and NATO alliance as a key kind of concept, as a key instrument that linked us to the Western world, the free world, so to speak. So it was a guarantee in that respect for maintaining cordial diplomatic and political relations as well. But especially after the end of the Cold War, this picture started to change, and the first challenge for the Turkish policymakers was the dissolution of the Soviet Empire and how to approach, especially the Turkic states in Central Asia. So foreign aid became, it is not a coincidence that the development of TICA kind of gained speed after that, because it was the first major policy challenge that Turkey had to reply and to provide some form of technical aid in terms of material support, education support, health support, and these aspects of soft power, which we use a lot these days in foreign policy. First, to Central Asia, the Balkans, Caucasia, which were seen as the natural kind of habitat of Turkey, natural immediate neighborhood of Turkey. So it started from there during the 1990s, and there was kind of a sporadic growth over the course of 1990s. It depended largely on the domestic kind of political and economic stability, because during 1990s, Turkey went through difficult periods. There were coalition governments, there were up and downs in the economy, and the dynamism in foreign aid and development cooperation is closely linked with your domestic economic dynamism. If you have sustainable growth, if you have a foreign trade surplus, for example, if you have dynamic foreign investors, if you have a strong Exim Bank, for example, who can provide credit, in return, your private sector can go into new markets, then you can have a say in the global foreign aid market, so to speak. Yeah. So if you look at Turkey's transformation over the course of 1990s, I think it was a slow process because it was interrupted by financial crises in 1994, 1999, 2000, 2001. But once domestic stability was achieved after 2002, and I think that is a credit of the existing kind of government or series of governments, single party governments, that domestic stability was successfully reflected into success in terms of extending foreign aid. In the morning, we have seen the numbers and figures, for example, that Turkey's foreign aid budget started from, I think, $61 million and went to over 3 billion. It still continues to expand, but the geographic scope as well, which started from the Balkans, the Central Asia, Caucasia, in which you can find ethnic or cultural proximity to the Turkish kind of nation. It started from that because, as I say, these were seen as the natural habitat, which is, for example, similar to South Korea, providing most of the, for example, foreign aid to East Asian region, for example, or Poland, providing most of the foreign aid to Eastern European or Baltic states, for example. So for many emerging powers or developing countries, we can say, the first instinct, the natural instinct of many countries is to start from the region that you see immediately around you in terms of history, politics, culture, and so on, and focus on your foreign aid activity as a geographic proximity. But as you get developed economically as a major power, that is like the emerging power status. When you begin to kind of earn that status, which is similar to countries, the BRICS countries, for example, we can see Brazil, Russia, India, China. I mean, these are the, or the MINT countries, the second generation emerging powers. When you start to kind of reflect, project your regional status to a global kind of actor, then your foreign aid perspective also widens. So we see the same kind of attitude in Turkey's, the transformation of Turkey's foreign aid, maybe attitude. For example, if you look at the countries that receive the most of Turkey's foreign aid budget these days, for example, Afghanistan. Okay, it is close to Central Asia, but normally it is not within the kind of community of Turkish-speaking kind of nations. Afghanistan takes quite a lot from Turkey's aid budget. Somalia, for example, Yemen. Yeah, these are countries in which, okay, you have some form of maybe cultural link, but these countries are in strong need of reconstruction. So these are countries that also need massive amounts of infrastructure investment. So Turkey focused its efforts, if I may say, onto those countries who are starting from scratch. Like Somalia, I mean, you don't even have an airport in which somebody, some statesman can come and land, for example. When Tayyip Erdogan was prime minister, he went there with a delegation and they had great difficulty in landing because there was no airport, no proper airport. Now there is, for example. So Turkey made massive investment in Somalia, and Somalia is now given as an example of the Turkish model, Turkey's model, in which you don't have many kind of bureaucratic wrangling like the UN system, for example. There is no delays or the reductions in the budgetary framework, which is more direct, which is more informal, which is more speedy, and you have more human kind of input in that, for example. So maybe you might talk about different models, but people began to speak about the Turkish model after Somalia, especially. In Yemen, the same. In Afghanistan, you can see a similar perspective. For example, I think there was a quote from the Prime Minister of Somalia. He was saying, if we require, for example, computers from a UN institution or an international institution, it will take maybe 2 years to arrive. And the number will be half or maybe 1/3 of what we require. But if we kind of demand it from Turkey, they will be here next week. So, I mean, there was a kind of different attitude to speed up the process. And in development issues, this speed is very important. And also human-to-human contact, trying to understand the real needs and to have a demand-based approach to foreign aid as well. What are those demands? Because in some countries, in some countries we see that there are different criteria. For example, following the EU example, for example, you have a certain criteria in your mind. Okay, I want to kind of promote democracy, human rights, whatever. I mean, it might be political criteria, other criteria, but applying them might be having an effect that limits your options, and that might have an impact on limiting the interaction between those who are in real need of development aid and yourself. So I think, especially in countries in dire need of development assistance, adopting a need-based approach might be better fitting in taking speedy outcomes. And Turkey is trying to follow that. And I think in that respect, foreign aid is quite an important ingredient of foreign policy openings in many different regions, in many different human-based kind of enterprises, I will say, initiatives, so that the profile of the country, I mean, that reaches to a global level. And after that, I think there is no return. I mean, once you speak, once you kind of make investments, once you become a partner, for example, Somalia normally has, we are giving it as an example, but TICA has many offices in Africa. They follow the openings of the Turkish diplomatic community, and they are opening now offices in Latin America as well. I talked to the TICA president. He was talking about that they were about to open an office in Mexico. For example, if you consider this, like 20 years ago, I mean, opening a foreign aid or development cooperation office in Mexico would be unthinkable for Turkey, because the scope of foreign policy, it was quite narrow. So it was like a narrow circle around Turkey's geographical proximity. Now it is, we can say, practically it's the globe. And for many emerging powers, I think, like Turkey, foreign aid and development cooperation is both an instrument that supports foreign aid, but it has also concrete aids, concrete support for the people on the ground. So, but once you get kind of in those global networks, after a while, I mean, it becomes maybe impossible to go back, because you form a lot of connections, you form a lot of links, you form institutions, you form schools, hospitals, and so on. After a while, it takes a life of its own, those foreign policy, foreign aid initiatives. And I think Turkey's experience in the last decade constitutes a crucial example in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. May, for bringing Turkish experience to the discussion. I'm sure it will provoke many issues after presentations. Now we have a second speaker, Dr. Shagir Shima, if I'm pronouncing correctly. He came all the way from Hawaii and has an experience in both international institutions and now respective working environment. Dr. Shima, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And very good afternoon. And I bring a very warm aloha from the beautiful islands of Hawaii. And aloha means love, welcome, care, goodbye. Everything combined into one. I think it's closest to Assalamu alaikum that we can ever have. I think the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister made a strong statement that whatever happened in the past, let's think about the paradigm of the future as far as development aid is concerned. I think before we can come to the paradigm and the issues engaged in that process, we should use the words and the concept in a right way. I was for 20 years senior staff of UNDP, and one day I saw the light and I became an academic at the ISRA Center. And I feel that there's a need for clarity, the way we use concept and categories and words, such as development aid, development assistance, ODA, the overseas official flows, etc. These are to be clarified. Why are they important? They're important because when you do the surveys of different countries, that will show that the country X is providing that much support to a recipient country. But reality is totally different, because country X may be providing concessional loans, but country B may be providing 60% grant funding. So these categories are different. And therefore, in our generalizations, and that's the academic in me speaking, we have to specify the context within which we are talking about. So in 10 minutes that I have, I would like to make 5 points, which I think are key issues in the delineation of a new paradigm of development assistance. I can talk much longer, but I think I can convey those 5 points. The first point is that, as was mentioned briefly in the morning, post-2015 development agenda is really, at the global level, the new game in town. If we are serious about new paradigm for development support, we got to look at the requirements of post-15 development agenda, which of course is a consensus of all the countries in the world. Now, ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, was initially developed by DAC, and it allows the climate-related intervention to be counted as development aid. A lot of us question that, because investment in climate support is a mutual investment for all the countries involved. One can disagree with that, but that issue needs to be recognized. Also, post-2015 development agenda, we need to recognize how much international public finance for sustainable development is needed in each of these areas, which is ODA, climate finance, etc. And because that needs to be determined, and there are methodologies and approaches being developed at the UN as well as the OECD for that purpose. Also, within the post-2015 development agenda, we got to pay attention to what I call quality and quantity of development assistance. What do I know about mean by quality? I think quality is very important for sustainable development, for any categories of development. And in that sense, the good news is that OECD-led initiative on aid effectiveness has been one of the very good ideas that will contribute to the emergence of this new paradigm, especially the global partnership for effective development cooperation that has emerged. But at the same time, quality is important, but quantity matters too. If the 12 countries had committed to increase their contribution to 0.7%, but that's not a reality. Even today, the development support from donor Arab countries is 5 times more than average of OECD countries' development assistance. So that's the reality. So quantity matters because we cannot keep on expanding the global agenda but not putting resources to meet that agenda. So in that sense, this is the second point that I would like to raise is the the amount of development assistance being provided by non-DAC donors has increased significantly. It was mentioned in the morning session, how much are the estimates of that, and also the role of BRICS and emerging powers such as Turkey was listed. I'll just give you only one example. At the Asia Center, we focus a lot on East Asia. China today is the story. Many of you might have read that just yesterday or day before yesterday, the 4 largest European powers agreed to co-sponsor the Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, sponsored to be based in Shanghai and sponsored by China. That is a critical demonstration of how the global economic architecture has changed. People increasingly look to, a lot of countries increasingly look to countries such as China as the major source, not necessarily of grant assistance, but major source for investment, financing, cooperation. And the difference between the Chinese assistance and many of the Western countries' assistance is A, no conditionality, B, no requirement for democracy promotion agenda or a lot of time human rights promotion agenda, and C, a partnership approach where focusing on the productive sector. And I was pleased to learn that a lot of these elements are present in the Turkish development cooperation as well. But the scale is huge. So in that sense, the post-2015 development agenda, we have to discuss these issues much more clearly. In addition to traditional grant aids, the lines of credit, concession loans, trade, investment, and technical cooperation. Sometimes the boundaries between these instruments of development system are gray. There are gray areas. Yet there are countries who would rather like to have trade instead of traditional aid. Yet it becomes extremely difficult I know a few countries that are banging on the door of the Western countries to open up their imports to textile. And those countries are getting billions of dollars in foreign aid, but that trade issue is still closed. So that's a new reality from the recipient country's perspective that needs to be recognized. The third point that I like to make is that transparency of development assistance is important both for donors and recipients, and I must appreciate a very important role that OECD DAC is playing in that, and I think the need is even for the non-DAC donors to get engaged in that and be more transparent at a global level in who are they supporting, what is the criteria, so that we at the global level we have a clear picture of what is going on. Because we know today that there are 3 models which are emerging of development cooperation. OECD DAC model, that we talk about it, the Arab model, and Southern model, which is the newly emerging power, such as China, India, Brazil, and Turkey. Now, at the end of the day, the countries themselves should have the capacity to combine these different modalities to suit their own situation. There's no one model fits all. And that, from the recipient country's perspective, is a good news. The fourth point that I like to raise is how to improve. This is an old issue, but trust me, it's going to be much more important than it was in the past. And the issue is how to improve coordination and government ownership of development support, development cooperation. United Nations Development Cooperation Forum has the potential to become an independent body to go beyond that, the Arab model and Southern models. We created the United Nations, let it make work for us instead of the different groups going in different direction with different criteria. Surely that should be one set of that cooperation mechanism, but at the end of the day, it's the UN that becomes very important. On the same issue, I think one very important point is that of the national ownership. As a political scientist, I believe that proliferation of donors and proliferation of agencies and proliferation of development, donor-supported development project had led to dismantling, weakening of national institutional capacities. Each of the donors having different reporting requirement, different criteria for funding. So the transaction cost on the developing countries and the recipient countries for this kind of support is very, very high. I've been in the UNDP as the Director of Governance in UNDP. I have gone, look up close and personal in the developing countries. I'm an academic now. And I know that if you look from a holistic perspective, the developing countries are getting the wrong end of the deal when its national ownership is concerned. In fact, the developing countries are losing their capacity to respond to pressure. My final point that I would like to make is that a significant shift has taken place from multilateralism to bilateralism. I know why most donors still prefer to use bilateral rather than the multilateral aid to ensure their greater control over how and where the resources go. But the impact of the multiplicity of these actors, the high transaction costs of the developing countries is such that in the post-2015 development agenda, we have to revisit it. To conclude, the issues are many, the agenda is very broad, we are going in the right direction, but we've got a lot of work to do, both in terms of conceptual clarity and policy commitment. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Sharma, thank you very much. Now, without spending time, I just want to go to third speaker, Dr. Janaka Ejayvikrama. Janaka, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm from the Post-War Reconstruction and Development Unit in the University of York in the UK. And personally, I'm Sri Lankan and I have been working in disaster development and uneven development affected communities in Asia and Africa, as well as in the Middle East for about last 20 years. So I'm going to talk from my experience and also as a teacher. I'm putting some ideas to you. So if you get angry, if you want to argue with me, that's my goal. The most interesting aspect from this conference is because also I'm an advisor to the World Humanitarian Summit. So I was going to visit Turkey next year, but then thanks to TICA and CETA and also the government of Turkey, I'm here. So looking at the conceptual issues in development aid, I would like to draw few points from the past and invite everybody to think about future. It's very interesting. Before the fall of the Berlin Wall, development aid didn't associate it with human rights. Although we had the Universal Declaration for Human Rights from 1945, we didn't even establish a UN High Commissioner for Human Rights till 1992. I'm not going to talk about the politics there. However, since 1990, world started changing rapidly. The first milestone is 1994 Rwanda, where the international community watched about 1 million people getting killed within a month. We didn't do anything. So that was a big problem. And then happened the 2001 September 11 attack. So both those incidents, keeping them as reference points, changed the world immensely. If you look at today, large portions of the Western development and humanitarian aid goes to the Muslim world. And you don't think about the social, political, cultural, economic, and environmental implications of that. And then also we talk about evaluations, best practices, good practices, all of that. But what do we learn? So in that changing situation, the European and North American hegemony, especially talking from a humanitarian perspective, is changing. In 2014, the EU and US contribution to the humanitarian aid was 30%, which is less than 10% of their contribution from 2013. So that means, again, the emerging donors have the opportunity to change the world, think about and rethink about development as a concept, but also how do we deliver development aid at community level for poor. So basically what I'm talking about, people, pro-poor development. Because at the end of the day, we can sit in these nice rooms, talk about all of that, but Abdullah in Somalia or John in Malawi is still suffering. And that's what we need to think about. And in this world today, we have to realize both the mainstream development approaches have failed. The neoclassical capitalism model, as we heard from the former foreign minister from Portugal, it's all falling down. And we know what happened to Marxism. So there is an opportunity to think about new alternative development model. Because if you look at from a developing world point of view, poor point of view, they've been told by the visiting academics, visiting experts, as a Sri Lankan I would call them 2 weeks experts to countries, come and talk about, tell people how to live their lives, tell people how to develop. And I think this is an opportunity for the emerging donors to think about, how do we do this? What are the alternative solutions to this paradigm that we need to start with a homegrown idea with a firm base to the roots of community. So based on that, there are 3 points I would like to mention here. The first point is that a large number of poor in the global south and the complex problems related to poverty, which includes disasters and conflicts, and also climate change, now puts equality and communities at risk. There is no political equality unless there is civil equality. The second point is the conventional development strategies with predetermined objectives have been inadequate and have not been able to capture the real felt needs of the poor. The state's role as the centralized provider has to be changed to the facilitator, to the enabler and supporter of communities to develop themselves. And in order to eradicate poverty, there is a need for a major political approach in which social mobilization and empowerment of the poor plays a critical role. When the poor participate as subjects, not as objects, in the process of development, they are enabled to generate additional growth in a development perspective. So keeping in that in mind, there are 5 key points to think about for future. How do we actually think about development as a concept, but also how do we look at development aid as a process of enabling poor people? The first one is social transformation, a structural and transformative change that is rooted in the people and incorporates the whole society. So we are not necessarily talking about the agenda of the development aid agency, but the community themselves, their culture, their traditional knowledge systems needs to be incorporated. Perspectives and values, the second point. We have to go back to fundamental values in traditional societies and examine these values in the context of poverty alleviation today in order to understand contradictions, observe the changes, and learn the lessons from some of the wider development values. When I say wider development values, we need, if we talk about the European North American hegemony as a predominantly Christian idea, why not think about Islamic ideas? Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, and so on needs to be thought through, especially in an African context. How do you bring your dead ancestors into your development process needs to be thought through. And then the third point is countervailing power, a political approach to the transition. There's a need for the devolution of power and empowerment of the poor in order to achieve participatory development. Only through sharing of power can the poor also share the resources, and the decision of sharing power has to be political one. Fourth one is growth, human development, and equity has to come together. There are no trade-offs in that process. The development process is seen mainly as an economic growth or an economic exercise driven by the industrial countries, both in West and the East. But sustainable development strategies need to search for alternative driving forces for self-sustaining processes. There is also a need to adopt more complex strategies that combines human development, growth, equity, and technological changes with a wiser and more creative use of local resources and knowledge. Because at the end of the day, people in disaster, conflict, and uneven development affected countries, that's their lives. So it's important that they have that ownership. And finally, refocusing practice and participation. Knowledge can be used to reinforce good governance. The traditional knowledge systems need to inform the whole process, and stimulation in the form of an animator is needed to bring out creativity, self-reliance, and self-involvement in processes. So in order to establish a new development paradigm and development aid discourse, there is a need to build a new school of thought based on these 5 fundamentals that are accepted by the politicians, policymakers, and practitioners alike, and linked to the mobilization of people and the lessons learned from the grassroots experiments, especially from the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janaka. Now we have another speaker from Colombia and France, actually. Dr. Isabel Bergamashi. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science at the University of Los Angeles in Bogota. And I would like to thank CETA and TICA for inviting me to this event. My presentation today is a presentation of an academic article that I've submitted to the journal called Third World Quarterly, and the title of the presentation is The DAC and the South, a Failed Encounter with an Interrogation Point, Strategies and Patterns of Association and Participation. It raises 2 main questions. How do countries of the Global South take part in existing multilateral organizations and processes? And also, how can the aid, global governance and architecture take better into account the interests and agendas of the countries of the Global South? So the case study is really the OECD DAC, the Development Assistance Committee of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The presentation is based on interviews that I did with representatives of non-member countries of the South, and also OECD staff and DAC delegates between 2011 and 2014. So as you know, the OECD is a multilateral but selective international organization. And well, it traditionally only included northern or industrialized or developed countries. And so did most of its committees, but in the, well, as of the year 2000s, the organization has tried to increase its outreach towards non-member countries and countries of the South. And so has the Development Assistance Committee. So what I'm trying to do in the paper is to explain how this was done in practice, and also what the outcomes of this process have been. So the Paris Declaration on Aid Effectiveness and Harmonization that was adopted at the OECD DAC in 2005 was very much a European donor thing. So countries of the South were not fully involved in the process of the drafting of the declaration and the process of its adoption. However, after the adoption of the declaration, for many reasons, recipient countries in particular have been associated to the implementation and the evaluation of the Paris Declaration at the country level, but they were also invited to participate in the discussions related to aid effectiveness at the OECD DAC. They were able to participate in the task teams and the clusters and the building blocks who contributed to the preparation of the fourth high-level meeting on aid effectiveness in Busan in 2011. And they were able to participate as well as members of a partner country caucus that was created especially for their participation within DAC spaces. So there were a few institutional innovations for the OECD DAC in order to better include non-member countries of the Global South. The reasons for this are both practical. Most of the aspects included in the Paris Declaration can only be implemented at the country level, and so it made no sense not to include these countries. Also, it's important to underline that the DAC has a tradition of working with non-member countries since its creation. The reason for that was traditionally a concern for burden sharing, sharing the burden of foreign aid, trying to associate more partners, even if they are not DAC members. And in the year 2000, very clearly, there was also a concern regarding efficiency and legitimacy. With the rising role of emerging donors or non-traditional or non-DAC donors, it made no sense for the OECD to keep working on building international global norms regarding aid efficiency without trying to associate these countries and without trying to well, publicize their norms towards these donors. It was also a matter of legitimacy for them to show that they were able to adapt their traditional identity and mandate to the new reality of aid. Another point that is important here is that the efforts just after the adoption of the Paris Declaration were geared toward aid recipients, most of them least developed countries who receive foreign aid or sometimes are dependent on this aid. And it's interesting to note that as of, I don't know, 2009, 2010 maybe, these efforts made by the DAC were increasingly geared towards the BRICS, the emerging countries included in this coalition. Trying to promote the DAC norms to these donors because they represent an increasing volume in the global share of foreign aid. In the paper, I tried to draw a typology of the different postures, positions, and strategies that were developed by non-member countries of the Global South within the space of the OECD DAC. Trying to focus on the agency of these southern countries. How did they seize the new opportunities that the DAC offered when they opened their doors? What was clear in the process is that, well, I tried to distinguish between three categories of countries. The first one would be the partners with goodwill. In this category, I included countries like Mali and Ghana. All the countries that I'm going to talk about were countries that were particularly active in the process while I was doing my field observation at the OECD DAC. So Mali and Ghana, but Honduras could also be included. And for this country, what really mattered was the implementation of the Paris Declaration. These countries did not necessarily want to broaden the negotiation agenda. They wanted the Paris Declaration to be adopted because there's a paradox with the Paris Declaration. Its drafting did not include southern countries, but there's a lot of benefits for aid recipient countries in the Paris Declaration, especially if you look at the issue of mutual accountability, if you look at the issue of predictability and the central notion of ownership, which has been interpreted by many southern governments as an equivalent for sovereignty, which in the text it is not really, but if you look at it from a special perspective, you can use it in a more political way to make a point towards your donors at the country level. So these countries were, to a certain extent, in favor of the status quo. Just implement what there is in the Paris Declaration, and then it will be fine. So use of country systems, aid predictability, ownership, donor harmonization, the reduction of transactional costs, etc. There was another opposite category to the partners with goodwill, and they were the BRICS, well, excluding Russia for that purpose, because we're only talking about emerging donors of the Global South. So they were increasingly the targets of the OECD DAC and some of its member countries because of the volume of aid that they represent. But they were, well, in the paper I call them the unwilling partners, because they were always reluctant to fully take part in the DAC discussions, and especially to endorse the principles and norms and targets and objectives and commitments that are included in the aid efficiency agenda, Paris Declaration, and what followed until, well, the first meeting of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation in Mexico in 2014. So they always insisted on the specificity of their aid and on the voluntary participation of their governments in those processes and their voluntary implementation of the principles of the aid agenda, of the aid efficiency agenda. The reluctance of these emerging donors explain that the efforts made by the DAC were a partial failure, in the sense that they never really managed to fully associate these emerging donors, but it does not mean that it was a total failure. Regarding the first category, there was a full appropriation or ownership of the Paris Declaration for the aid recipient countries. It's interesting to see that, for example, when there was a very deep political crisis in Mali in 2012 and 2013, some members of the government actually used the Paris Declaration in order to try to tame the military junta that was in power for a very brief period, and more globally regarding the transition government, to say we need to make a savvy use of aid, we need to respect the procedures, we need to follow the Paris Declaration principles. So they really appreciated the space that was opened by the DAC, and they really embraced the principles included in the Paris Declaration. That was not so much the case with the emerging donors, but the space that countries like Brazil or India or South Africa let open, or China as well, because they did not seize all the opportunities. You see that another category of countries actually got involved and seized these opportunities. And so I call them the bold partners pushing for change. And in this category, I include countries like Colombia and Rwanda. So Rwanda very much defended the same agenda as the recipient countries, but in a very assertive way, much more assertive than the partners with goodwills like Mali and Ghana. So they were always very demanding regarding donors, pushing them on the issues of transparency, of mutual accountability, of predictability, the use of country systems, and so on. And the innovation brought around the table by Colombia was, not only Colombia, together with the government of Indonesia, was the South-South Cooperation Initiative. So the idea was to bring the issue of South-South cooperation within the DAC and try to reconcile or build a bridge between South-South cooperation and traditional aid. These two countries share common characteristics that explain their involvement. They have traditionally a pro-West type of diplomacy, close relationship with the US or Europe. They both want to become emerging countries, and they both want to change the international image. If you look at the case of Rwanda, since the genocide in 1994, and if you look at the case of Colombia since the, mid-2000s, both countries have tried to renegotiate their international status by improving their image from, conflict countries, problem, from an international problem or a regional problem, to a responsible, reliable partner for the international community in the economic domain, but also in the political field. What have the outcomes of these processes been? So despite a greater inclusion within the DAC discussions regarding aid efficiency, from my observation, I could say that on the one hand, there has been a challenge of traditional categories within the DAC. So it's not so much about donors and recipients anymore. The reality is more complex. Now you have countries that are both recipients and aid providers. But what I saw as well is that there were some structural obstacles to the participation of southern countries, and that the traditional division of labor has not been completely challenged at the expense sometimes of recipient countries who are really at the bottom of the aid pyramid and architecture. So you have a greater fragmentation of the global south, but not necessarily to the benefit of recipient countries, most of them or many of them being sub-Saharan African countries. There remains a division of labor between participants, and still the tendency of, traditional donors know what is good for development, and still, even in the activities that are organized by the DAC, the tendency to present representatives of southern countries as testimonies of underdevelopment rather than, producers of global norms. So it's a story of a mixed success or a mixed failure. There has been an ambiguous and incomplete institutionalization of non-member countries' participation within the DAC, including in the more recent Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. Brazil, India, and China still insist on their status of observer and their voluntary participation to the monitoring exercises. The South-South cooperation agenda has lost momentum and leadership within the DAC. Many southern and emerging donors prefer to discuss these issues at the UN because they consider that it's a more representative and legitimate arena to discuss these issues. But on the other hand, it was not a complete failure for the DAC either, because you see a progressive socialization of delegates or representatives, let's say, of Brazil or China to the principles of the OECD. They start to talk about aid, and they were very reluctant to do so. China has adopted a white paper on aid, which does not respect OECD standards, but is getting closer to that. And Brazil is talking about best practices and ownership, for example. So as a conclusion, the impact of these processes is still uncertain at the OECD DAC. It's still being defined at the moment, but it could have important consequences on the way that the committee is functioning. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Now I want to pass the floor to Professor Chayu. She is the President of Center for Socioeconomic Development. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me just start out saying that it's really indeed a great honor and pleasure to be here in this very stimulating discussion forum. And I think it's really timely, and I think also the ideas that have been put forward has been very exciting and worth to pursue. Let me just sort of turn up my PowerPoint as a way to guide my discussion, because I wasn't sure how we're going to proceed, so I did prepare a fixed presentation, but I don't think it's really fitting for this context. But let me go ahead with it. I'd like to just to say a few words as a way to explain where I'm coming from and the kind of remarks that I'm making. And I think, you know, our Center for Socioeconomic Development, although it has been in operation since 1993, but still, you know, we remain as a niche player, as a sort of niche think tank, and we continue to do what we do best. Means that we are very agile, as well as we're trying to raise unpleasant questions, but not like a very vocal NGOs advocating. We're trying to be balanced. And so we consider ourselves, you know, as a sort of loyal critique of the current system and trying to, you know, to improve on in terms of the development results. The point I'm going to make will be the following, and based on some years of experience. And let me just sort of shortly summarize what are our experiences in actual field work in the, you know, in the country. One of our major projects was actually with China. In 1998, we started a first initiative trying to help China to build up its execution capability in order to implement the modernization policy. And was started out with the assistance of funding from UNDP and later on taken on by the bilateral Swiss Development Corporation. And this project has been continuing until today. I want to highlight, when we talk about commitment, we're talking about time. And there is no way that we will shift our development sort of priorities and objectives when we are helping countries to go through the learning curve and also climb up if we're only talking about 1 year, 2 years. And that is one of the difficult things that we have to tackle. The second example that I want to mention is about Slovenia when it's first become independent, or even before they were going into independence. They asked us, you know, what to do in terms of building a future state. And so we moved into a capacity building exercise, trying to help them to sort of build new institutions. They will support this nation building exercise and also to fulfill and implement acquis European. So that's a second example. I can give you some more examples if you're interested. But I would also like to say, since then, we realized from our own internal reflection is to say that you have successful projects that actually leads to development results, but at the end of the day, the quantity is so small, and it doesn't really change what is need to happen, meaning that to bring an inclusive development process to everybody, no matter the color, place, and also socioeconomic status. And so that's why we moved into sort of more doing policy studies and policy reviews. And this is also what I'm going to say today is reflect of that. Today we are part of the ECOSOC, we're part of the SDG deliberation, but we're focusing on a very small area, and I think you will find out, you know, at the end of my little input what we are focusing on. So I would just like to say that, like many previous speakers already saying, that we are at a very important and exciting junction of potential major change, a major transformation. SDG is a global undertaking, very bold and very complex. But if we can all embrace this goal and say we're going to make it real, then perhaps we could also move forward and you know, to bring stability and security and a sense of operation for most of the population. And that requires changing paradigm. So what do we mean by changing paradigm? My learned friend from UNDP gave a very good example. meaning that we do need to challenge our mindsets and also our the best practices and convictions, how things should work and would work. But focusing more on the innovation, learn from experience and try to innovate, and so that we could actually achieve these transformation objectives. And I want to just make a short summary in terms of experiences so far we have today, and the conceptual issues related to this. And last I will say something about governance monitoring. So, defining moment. The MDG has achieved tremendous objectives, but if you unpack a little bit about the success and achievement that we have done, just taking poverty reduction as example, then by the nature of concentration of population, when you have the major actors in that category, you could achieve these objectives. But what happens to the remaining 50% that we have not been able to tackle? How about the countries who have not really fulfilled their MDG objectives? What do we do about that? So either whether we talk about MDG or talk about the future, we're confronted with old problems. And what will be the new thinking that we're going to have? And SDG, frankly, is much more complex than MDG, because simultaneously, concurrently, we have to work on 3 objectives: economic growth, social harmony or cohesion, at the same time preserve our environment. We no longer can have the luxury in the next 15 years to go sequential, and we're going to make sequential targets, and so we would achieve economic growth, then we would worry about social cohesion, then we were thinking about the environment impact. Look at what China today. If you have not seen this documentary, and look at how Chinese, even the Ministry of Health is saying that by average, they lost 2 years of life expectancy per capita due to environmental pollution. So what are we thinking? How can we achieve these 3 objectives simultaneously? How would the weakest member of our international community actually can do this? Where would they have the resources? They were not able to provide the minimum public services to date. So we need to start thinking about our working methodologies. With all this said, if we think about the 17 targets and the 169 sub-targets, it's enormous. But now all countries, as of the 1st of January, need to translate global targets, aspiration targets into national policies and practices. While we're thinking so many countries have not been able, like my colleague here, panelists talking about the weak state, and other speakers talking about weak states, lack of capacity of the public administration. How will they be able to deliver the 3 combined integrated development results? I don't know. And I think this is a major issue we have to address. So the paradigm shift we talked about, we acknowledge, and what we need to do now is to, like this morning, one of the panelists talked about, we need to look at the history. So what's the history? The history so far is to say that if 60 years since Second World War, that we only have a handful of countries actually graduate, how are we going to help most of the least developed countries and some of the low-income developing countries to reach certain level, they no longer pose a global threat? I'm using this in very impolite, but if you think of the current, because of a lack of social cohesion and also lack of opportunities for individuals, we are now facing a real possibility of global instability. Right? So I think this is pretty serious. So we need to put many things under our telescope and review and reflect. Are they really fit for purpose when we set new, bold, courageous, necessary, and urgently needed global development agenda? We just listened to a very interesting, and I would like to get the paper from Islam, is about that. Yes DAC and also the ACRA action agenda, and then come with Busan partnership principles. And during a very interesting global summit looking at global partnerships, which was organized by the World Bank 2 years ago, the conclusion is to say, yes, the public-private partnership will work and would work if, and that is a very important and very big if the national government actually has the capacity to manage this relationship. So I think we're coming back to a very central critical question is how to build national capacities so that actually they can become impactful, real partner for development dialogue and development aid relationship. Without that, I think we're still going to be missing and repeating similar difficulties. So, if I can summarize, since I'm not here to just to laud development results. Coming from Taiwan, I would say, just like Korea, you're looking at another place that has been able to pull the bootstrap and get itself out of really poor conditions. The thing, the gains, the positive gains are multiple and plenty, and we have all experienced that in our lifetime. For most, for some parts of the world. However, I would like to address the negatives as a way sort of a loyal critique. The first thing, the negative is that despite we speak integration, we continue to operate in a silo and fragmented manner, which continue to compete for the market. To say who is having a better idea, who has greater influence. We have not shifted into a more collaborative model, and we need to do that. Otherwise, we will pretend we are sitting on different boats. But as a matter of fact, because of the interdependency, we are, due to climate, economic system, we are on the same boat. So we have to somehow find ways to coordinate and to increase coherence. The second, there are so many black holes in this universe. When we talk about, report what you found, it's a great initiative, but not everybody, not all donors are participating in it. That is reporting sort of the actual development funding flow. However, we're overlooking a 2/3 of the universe, which is constitute of philanthropic actors. And these are many of the foundations, starting from the traditional foundations such as Ford Foundations, end up with Bill Gates, the non-traditional, getting close. Right. And also, we have no idea where are the missing populations who have not been able to benefit from the MDGs. We know that we talk a lot about sort of interstate or international disparities. But how about intrastate, intranational disparities? What is happening with this population? And our friend from York University talked a lot about that. But most critical, I think, is that we do not really have robust data to inform decision-making at different level, either global, regional, or national. And I'm also vouching for sub-national information that we need to collect in order to support strategic adaptation, which is necessary in today's conference or context. And the governance failure. Governance failure oftentimes sort of reflect itself in terms of lack of institutional memory. We do not remember because we have difficulty time to go back and to really sort of have a meta-level analysis. So since I already get a note, I will conclude my appeal. My appeal is that can we think of a new form of global public good, which would allows the collection of data that could provide the necessary institutional memory and also allow us to sort of get down to the sub-national level, frontline services level to make better decisions. But most important, all this data is not supposed to be sort of used globally by the specialized agencies. Can we, in today's context, where mobile technology, internet, is so readily available. Can we put these enablers into the hands of the citizen so they can start to take responsibility for what is happening to their own lives, to their own communities, so that we can start to see a momentum of sustainable development initiatives come from the communities, come from the remote areas, so they could become a responsible stakeholders capable to have a contribution to the process, rather than be there if they're lucky, and at the most, they're just to be there to legitimize a process that we think stakeholder engagement are very essential. So I'm sorry for being provocative. So what I would like to say is that we have been proposing different forms of a monitoring methodology and approach, and this has been incorporated into the first prototype Sustainable Development Report, Global Sustainable Development Report. And if you're interested, I'd be very happy to have a conversation with you, and so we can take this further. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chairman, for your tolerance.
Thank you very much. I think we have 5 speakers, and all of them gave lots of thoughts for discussion and debate. If I give just a very one-line brief, Dr. Kalkınma mentioned Turkey's need-based approach. Dr. Shemal mentioned quality and quantity debate, and whether we should focus quality or quantity in development aid. Janaka mentioned we should focus on practice and participation in development aid process. And Isala mentioned the role of BRICS and as their unwilling partners, and she ultimately mentioned inclusive process, coordination capacities, and finally can talk about new form of global public good, as she has to us. So now I will open the floor for questions and comments. I just kindly ask you to present yourself, introduce yourself, and if you also can mention who you are asking your question, that would be very much appreciated. So floor is now open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Hamid Azadar, CEO of Muslim Aid from UK. I'd like to actually disagree a little bit with Jawad Ikrama, because you are welcoming disagreements. My disagreement is actually a little bit about, you are asking about taking a pro-poor development approach. But I think the pro-poor development approach is a bit discriminatory approach, because we don't have actually poverty of resources. I think nowadays the biggest poverty we are facing is lack of humanitarian values. Because if we have the resource lacking, then yes, we could have addressed this. Because of this, the mindset we are seeing when you are going to go poverty alleviation, it is a political agenda is overriding the poverty alleviation agenda. So this is why if we take a humanitarian development approach, I think it will solve lots of problems. And in that perspective, we need to change our mindset, I think. Number 2, it is related to all the presentations, I think. It goes to Dr. Mansoor's presentation as well. I like he actually presented 3 C's, importance of 3 C's. I would like to add 4th C, that is constructive intervention. Yeah. Because the way world is changing, the speed of change is so huge now. I think if we do not change our approach, then we will face big problem in the next 10 years or 20 years time. So I need to, instead of symptomatic approach, we need to take constructive approach to address the root causes of poverty and all the disasters. Thank you very much.
Is there any other question? Take 2 questions from behind.
Hi, I'm Aylin Yardımcı from Koç University, and my question is for Mr. Shabir Chivan. You mentioned about a significant shift from multilateral to bilateral development aid, especially for the case of emerging donors. I'd like to ask what, in your opinion and experience, has been the main, well, what have you observed to be the main underlying factor, motivation for this shift from multilateral to bilateral aid?
Just before you.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting topic, discussion. My question will refer to Salih. You say that Turkey is supporting more foreign aid, like providing aid to Afghanistan. And I am from Afghanistan, I'm studying economics in Istanbul University. Right now I'm working on an assignment, like the topic is foreign aid and economic growth. I'm following the report that Afghanistan government is out. A report from DC or donor cooperation report. I didn't see any development aid on budget that Turkey have provided for the government of Afghanistan. If it's off budget, I'm happy to have the data. It will be very helpful to me. And another question is, like till 1990 or 95, Turkey was also dependent on, very heavily dependent on aid, foreign aid, and development aid. So what's the best approach that you have, steps for like you get out of the dependent from the aid, now you're a almost self-reliance economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would it be fair if I give you guys, each of you, 3 minutes for responding to the question, I guess? Mr. Shabir, you can start for me.
Yeah, thank you very much. What are the reasons for this shift from multilateralism to bilateralism? That's the question. And the reality is that other than Nordic countries, the whole world of development community donors have already moved from multilateralism to bilateralism. Now, why has it happened? I think 3 or 4 reasons. One is political and security considerations. Let me mention to you that in 70s and 80s, 70 to 80% of United States development assistance went to 4 countries: Egypt, Israel, Pakistan, and Turkey. And aid, I mean broader category, both military assistance, grant assistance, all sort of cooperation. And at that time, a lot of people questioned, Americans questioned that there was too much focus on political consideration. But then that's an extreme example. The European donors, for them, political considerations have not been as strong, but still, nevertheless, they also have preferences for countries. So security consideration and political consideration has been one of the key factors. The second reason, and I give benefit of doubt to the donors on that, since the 1980s, there have been various UN conferences where the member states got together. So what has been happening is that the global agenda and the global norms have been changing. Gender equality, labor laws, transparency, human rights, all these are what we call global public goods. So a lot of donors, particularly European donors and the United States as well, wants to see a just, prosperous, peaceful, and equitable world. And these global values are universal values. They are in all culture, in all societies. If you really look at our culture, our society, our religion, accountability, transparency, rule of law, access, the equity, these are all basic universal values. The donors have, and of course, climate change. The donors have been putting that sometimes also as what is called quote-unquote conditionality. That was the second reason. Third reason is internal weaknesses in the global UN system. No, I think when we say weaknesses in the UN system, we should not look at UN as an entity, independent entity that can decide whatever it wants to do. What UN does is what the member states collectively are telling UN to do. Because UN is not like an independent country, but reality still is that whenever the UN pushes for some ideas to increase from bilateralism to multilateralism, the countries which are very powerful within the United Nations, particularly Security Council, they came right back to sort of stop those initiatives. And I say that, you know, I've been privileged in my life to be able to work. I joined the UN when I was a professor. After the UN, I'm back in the academics. So I've been able to see from both sides. And I really feel that the biggest, the best news today to me is that the awareness on the part of the civil society and the citizens in the world that we want a world which is more free, more fair, more, and that is reflected in the 2015 development agenda. But then these three reasons that I gave are reasons of the past. In the future, I am very optimistic and that we are moving in the right direction.
Dr. Jennifer?
Okay, thank you very much. I totally agree with you. First point is that development is not a goal, it's actually a process. That's how I would see it. And then the word I use is, I agree again, like the propos doesn't necessarily give you the flavor of what we're talking about, but what I meant was about communities in general. So it's about people. And when I talk about people, it's about participation of people in the development of their own lives and the empowerment. So that way people become the center of the development agenda. And yeah, I mean, again, with your whole idea of 4 Cs, it's very interesting because at the end of the day, if I talk about, like, come back to two things, like one, the Turkey's foreign aid policy is very, very impressive in the sense it has less invested expectations from the development aid recipients. If you look at the US foreign policy or the US development aid, is an extension of their foreign policy. And then you look at the European Union, who doesn't have a foreign policy, use development aid or humanitarian aid as their foreign policy. So there are all these difficult issues that we are grappling with. And I've seen, especially the Islamic Relief colleagues and their work in places like Somalia, where they actually look at linking humanitarian aid into long-term development, which is very, very different from the 2-year project approach to changing lives. So that's, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's been a long session in the afternoon, so I'll try to keep it very short. There was one question on Afghanistan. I would like to emphasize there are some officials, our colleagues from TICA, maybe they can give you more technical information on that. But in terms of measuring foreign aid, up until 2005, there was no systematic system in Turkey. Different state institutions were giving out aid, but there was no kind of a collection of data under a central kind of mechanism. After 2005, maybe you can get more healthy kind of data, but especially on Afghanistan. Afghanistan was like a showcase kind of country, war-torn country that Turkey focused specifically after the fall of the Taliban regime. But I don't have the current figures, but I know that, for example, between 2005 and 2010, in the 5-year interval, Turkey's official development assistance to Afghanistan is around $400 million to Afghanistan only, and it was the top country which received official development assistance from Turkey. Maybe you can find, as I say, more detailed information, and in the following session, maybe people will go into it. Thank you.
Is there another question? Perhaps? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your speech. It was really a pleasure to listen to you. My name is Iva Simonovic. I'm coming from Montenegro. Now I'm on the studies of international commercial law and the EU. Actually, this year I'm in preparation course of Turkish language as a scholarship student of Turkish government. I have a question for Mr. Sadiq Inay. I would like to ask, as a citizen of Montenegro, does Turkey in this moment has some kind of concrete plans or projects who are looking to the Montenegro in this moment? Because we are a very small country, but very rich when it comes about energy and other stuff that is very lack and deficit in this moment in the world. And there's also a question I would like to ask you, as a country who is giving and investing a lot, you have, and can you tell me about the concrete mechanisms of the control of the government of the country to which you gave the concrete help? How do they, what do they do with that concrete help? Do they give it in the right way to their citizens or what? Because I'm not sure that in Montenegro it's a little bit a complicated political issue, because in a lot of situations, actually the goals of the whole country and the benefits of the whole country are the same with the benefits of the ruling political party. That's why I'm asking. And people in Montenegro are generally a little bit introverts, a little bit inert, and they don't want to control by itself.
Thank you very much. Is there another question, perhaps? All right, let me just last word to Dr. Sadık.
I mean, the questions were they require quite lengthy answers. You know, it is delivering foreign aid is always a political issue, and you have some counterparts and so on. You know, maybe in the following session, maybe our officials from TICA might talk about their experiences on the ground. But as I say, it is always a challenge to find the appropriate counterpart. And in some cases, obviously, there might be competition between different groups to receive that aid. So it is a challenge to determine what is needed. That's why Turkey's general perspective has been on an need-based approach. So try to kind of determine the concrete need on the ground and make best use of the kind of facilities and the financial goals kind of you have. I know Montenegro, as I say, I think they will give you more detailed information in the following session. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. With this, I think we had an excellent panel. I would like to thank all of them. If you have any final point on the right. Okay, please, before the floors.
Yeah. One very small point is because we're talking about pro-poor, and I just wanted to remind all of us, when we look at the PRSP as the most important instrument to accompany the MDG, in that we do not see anything about employment generation nor job creation. So there are many blind spots in terms of our policy choices, and I think that highlights also the importance of monitoring. Not just about the input, how much money has been flowed country A to country B. Is actually how the decisions are made, how it's used, for what purpose, where, and the process-related monitoring, which we consider that to be a very important part of governance. And then only that then would make sense to do evaluation. Otherwise, evaluation tends to be pro forma. It does not lead to the necessary institutional change and adaptation. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists and for all of you for your patience. I think we deserve a coffee. But before we go, I think all the panelists deserve an applause. Thank you very much for your patience. After 15 minutes, we'll be back for the next session.
Telefonunu bulamadım. Bunları kaldırabiliyor.
Belki bakıyorum, sorayım mı?
Yardımlar şeyle böyle. Devletler
Daha geniş tutuluyor. Tek bir merkeze gidiyor. Zaten 650 bin. Aradan yani hep aynı kişiye gidiyorsa biraz çeşitlendirir.
Ondan çekiye kadar yandan falan çek. Direkt karşı açılardan biraz da şaplama yapıyor. Onlar başı neyi konarız var.
Resimler biraz şey olmuş ya. Ama ışıklar biraz
buranın ışıkları çok fazla.
arkadan
çok arkadan ama
baştan aldık çok geniş
yani aşağı doğru buralar senin söylediğin şey var. Şeyden seyahat etsin.
Söyler bana.
Bana da söyle. Uğur, üzerinde için bana çok güzel. 28'e çıktı abi. Biraz da olacak. Bu sefer 50 civarında. Bu Sevdalı'dan benim şampiyon oluyor lazım. Nasıl yapayım?
Ben anahtarı vereyim size.
Yok.
Bizim arkadaşlarla bu sıkıntılar yaşıyor. Programla ilgili de genel var mı?
Fotoğraf var.
Haber gelecek bunlarla ilgili de ama Anadolu Ajansı'na haber düşmüş. Bu çekti, hiçbir şey çekmemiş. Kaç milyon?
Ortasındayız.
That was a good question. That was actually thank you so much. You were fascinating.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, can I maybe give
Ama
a
bize
card?
bir şey lazım mı?
I want to learn something about context. Small countries.
Soru sordu. Bakmış oldun mu sen?
Yeah, actually.
Size onun cevabını Rahman Bey verecek.
So much.
So many things. We have office. We have office.
Thank you so much.
We have office as well. Yes, we have.
Thank you so much. It was very pleasure to listen to you.
In Serbia, we mainly involve in cultural projects.
Culture.
Because, you know,
thank you so much. It was a pleasure to learn.
Yeah, please do. Because I think I was actually maybe it's to say that because the environment if you look at 85% that's on the coast. And in Iraq, the erosion of your coast. If you actually using
İkisini de verin. Türkiye'nin geneli bu, özellikle de Türkiye'nin yaptığı. Hangi görüş yaptığı?
Ama ondan da şey yapmış.
I thought I could introduce you to the grandfather.
It's so good. But believe me, my question also was pointed. It was some kind of comment at your
No, but your question cannot be addressed unless you address it.
En azından rakam söyleyeyim. Ama burada yazısı var mı?
Yazacağım. Tamam. Raviler olarak yazdım.
Şey bakayım, yazalım. Başında da önde şey olur.
And so this tool has a very big and so
Milyon yazayım, belki sürat yazmaya gerek yok.
O 78 milyon lira abi, uğraşmıyorum.
2009'da 60
It would be my pleasure if you find
but how to manage that process. It's very complex because we don't have the instrument yet. And that's why I'm saying.
Believe me, it would be my pleasure if you be my guest during the summer. If you decide to visit Montenegro, it will be like a medicine for you. And actually, we will be in touch. So if you decide,
Toplamını şey yapın.
I'm in the
Toplam şu
northern
kadar
part.
diyeceğim.
Actually, here I am as a scholarship student. Over there, I finished law.
Yerini alalım mı?
I actually decided to come here to progress with my studies. That's why. But it will be very nice to host you in Montenegro, really. If you decide.
I think that here is an interesting place to be.
Yes,
It's a good time to be.
Have a nice day. Have a nice day.
We're waiting for you to bring the second screen.
Okay. Yes,
A revival.
oh, thank you so much.
Herkesin sınavı var.
Görüşürüz.
Karşıya gelenler vardır veya
Ama
karşı
Tika'nın
servisi
yaptığı.
vardır, onu bir sorarsın. Karşıya geçen oluyor.
Abi bu iyi değil.
Hadi bakalım.
Aynen öyle. Tamam. Tamam, görüşürüz. Yani uygun
Neyse ya
şeyler var mı?
Adam zaten uğraşırsa oradan uğraşır.
Harcamaların hikayesi lazım.
Evet.
Evet, harcama büyüklükleri.
Eyvallah.
Yardım
Ülkeyi ülke.
Tamam onu çekme de.
Onu
Kendi çıkıyor. Burada bir de var ha. En başta çıkıyor.
Tabii sürekli bir şey. Anladım. Tamam, orada tamam. Kemer vardı bir de. Kemeri de bir baksaydı.
2011 modelini de sen bunu.
Bizim tarafta yok herhalde. Doğru şeyde var. Tamam, doğru.
Ben daha
Eyvallah. Tamam.
Abi kapat.
Tamam.
Tek seç.
Eyvallah.
2011 sadece seç. Tamam. Abi sen diğer bir saat yapamıyor musun? O zaman biz diğer bir sıraya geçeyim.
137. Yok 137 değil. 41. 41.91.
Tamam bir doğru. Tek telefon. Abi sen ona geçer misin? Ona geçer.
Burada zaten yaptık. Buna geçelim.
Tamam biz ona geçeriz.
Sonrasında bir dakikadan biter.
89 onu da
Sen dedin ben.
Yok sen de.
Ben dedim.
Ben dedim sen.
100 milyona yakın olmuş.
Ne?
Doğru ya. Bazı işte 100 milyon geçen var. Tamam güzel.
100 milyon. Etkin'in yaptığı da 100 milyona bulmuştur işte yan yana.
Toplam mı? Geçer mi?
Senin şu an
Çantanızı ne alıyorsun?
yemeğe gitmeden otel olacak mı?
İşte uğransa burada verir bence.
Biz başkan buna geçsek mi?
Başkan şeyi ya, moderatörü. Zaten daha sonra o adam da burada. Belli gıcık için. Beni de sevmedi. Bilmiyorum daha ne tutsa. Aynen. 26.
Türkiye'ye takmıyor.
It's true. I lived in Bangladesh.
56. 57.
Onun çıkış yapsın. Bu son adımı ne böyle? Taş diğeri.
O Türkiye rakamlar büyük olarak.
Yeah, so it's true.
So we can, yeah. So we can something
Burası teknisyenlerin odası mı? Teknisyenler nerede? Sen teknisyen değilsin.
Hadi. Başladı mı? Hafıza kartı nasıl senin Hadi?
Hafıza kartı değil de
ne var
kablo var. Hafıza kartı.
Kablo var mı?
Kablo yaparım ben.
Ne Frigo 100 mü?
700.
Şey, kablo var mı senin ara kablo?
Var bak.
Atalım mı?
Fotoğrafları gitsin gereksine sonra toptan atayım.
Fotoğraf çabuk atar zaten. Videoları verdim.
Toptan atacağım ben fotoğrafları. Şimdi birkaç şey bizimkiler haber gitsin diye 3 tane attım da.
Tamam öyle. Yarın sabahtan çıkalım sonra. 2-3 tane kamera yani. Zaten bizim panellerde çekiyoruz. Sıkıntı olmuyor da. Bu panel büyük panel. Allah'tan sonra panel. Çay içtin mi? Meyve sofrasında sandviç yemedi. Yok sağ ol burada. Yemek yediniz mi?
Yemek sandviç yedik ya.
Biz de yedik.
Tamam.
Normal çalışıyor musunuz cumartesi?
Cumartesi yok çalışmıyoruz. Siz?
Böyle panel yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Hemen bu geçentiler var. Onların hikayetleri var.
Cumartesi de var.
Hazırlar konusu şey yapmışlar. Çekmiş. Uluslararası öğrenciler var işte.
Bir teklif oluyor yani. Tabii iyi ki.
Şehir dışı. Ankara'da değil mi?
Ankara'da.
Nerede kalıyorsunuz? Otelde mi?
Otelde.
Siz zaten büyük bir akşam toplanacak mısınız?
Biz bu akşam da buradayız, yarın akşam gidiyoruz.
Şimdi bu akşam burada toplanacak mısınız?
Burayı toplarız herhalde.
Afişler. O zaman biz de bekleyeceğiz.
Yarın açık mı ki bu?
Ya, 24 da açık. Güvenlik var da.
Arkadaşlar sen değil.
Evet.
Tamam.
Niçin?
Değilsin.
Ne lazım?
Bir tane katılımcı şey diyor da Avrupa krizini dönüştürmek istiyor diyor. Avrupa krizi var.
Tamam.
Bunu takmak istiyor. İşte adaptör neyse.
Oradan böyle
Onların
gidin.
bir şey
Koridorda ikinci odada. Şu koridorda ikinci odada. Fatih Bey. Koridorda. Ertuğrul Bey. Evet, Ertuğrul Bey biliyoruz. Fatih Bey'i arıyor.
Hepsi gitmez mi onların? Gidiyor mu?
Kim elden atıyorum ya?
Hı. Dedim ya onlara. Sen şu odanın şeyini ver, ben gidip geleyim ben. Araştırma bunu. Telefonda bir şeye takıldım. Arayan sorun bunu.
Kürşat Bey burada mı?
Buradayım efendim.
Kürşat Bey araç hazırmış, bilginiz olsun.
Geliyorum, geliyorum.
Tamam, bekliyorum.
Kızmasın şey.
Yok bizimkiler.
Topluyor tek tek.
Yok yok.
Canlı yayını başladık.
Kürşat Bey 2 tane var. Ya bir tanesi belki başka olanın içeridir diye bir şey. Fatih Bey'de bir tane daha vardı ondan ötürü. Karışmasın diye garanti olsun. Şimdi gelmiştim.
Kaçtı?
314.
Eminim.
Eminim 314.
Aman değil.
Loše ili dobro? Zašto se zbog zato kad si nešto loše? Da imaš tako stanje, tamo se ne svi. Misliš da uvijek mislim negativno? Prvi ili misliš negativno? To si svesno znati sve daš. Možda se kažeš ne može sebe mislim, a ti mislim. A ja uvijek mislim da je što stvari mislim. Zašto nešto ima da mi Ništa, znaš šta, ne razumijem. Čekaj, pa ti znaš kako ti se ključe. Ja te ne znam, pa ti možeš sa ovim majici mrknuti, krećeš.
But nobody is here.
I was told to go in. I think they're trying to get people.
Doktora yapıyorum. Benim işte doktora konum zaten tez konusu. Yani bu konunun henüz hani yeterince veri yok ve çok araştırılması gerekiyor.
Yani çünkü kimi soracak?
Yani işte hani sorduğum soruda da yani hani panelistlerin sorusu hani öne çıkan o eski dünyada eski dünyaya ait sadece yani hani sadece işte varlıklı ülkeye yardım verebilir gibi bir oturmuş bir norm var. Bu tamamen değişti şu anda yani hani hala
Bu ne zaman değişti?
yani 2000'lerle başladı. Yani şöyle, evet. Siz de akademik köken.
Ben Anadolu Üniversitesi.
Öyle mi? Hangi?
Ben de bu konularla ilgiliyim.
Çok güzel.
Çok dolaylı olarak geçtim. Hukuk fakültesinde.
Memnun oldum.
Yani değişim. Olması gerekiyor ama bu olabilir dünyada acaba bu kadar.
İşte
gerçekten dünya
tabii ki.
Küresel çözüm problemler var.
Bu sorunun cevabı şu an işte tarihin içinden geçiyoruz yani. Şu an bakalım nereye. Çok şey aslında.
Maşallah ben göremiyorum.
Eşitsizlik çok artıyor, o da doğru. Uluslararası falan.
Ben küreselleşmeden yani küreselleşmeden
Anladım.
Şu an
şeylerin altında
tabii.
Geçmişten günümüze yardımlarının
sosyal anlamda şeylerin
onları da biraz bildiğinden ezbere görmek lazım. Tarih 20
Evet.
Şeyler.
Evet. Yani işte bunun nereye gittiğini de gerçekten şu günlerde hani tarih şey oldukça görüyoruz. O kadar hani dinamik zamanlar.
kadar işbirlikleri, kadar zirveler, toplantılar yapılıyor. Sonuçlarla milenyum 15 çok önemli bir yıldı. Ne oldu? Hiçbir şey olmadı. Yani
hiçbir şey oldu.
Bu sefer de sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri belirlendi. 2025 kaçta olmuş şey hiç olmasa bir yani o da belli zamana kadar hedefler
Ama daha farklı bir şeydi herhalde.
Doğrusu yani aslında hani uluslararası ajansların doğruları değil, hep böyle işte değil kavramları görüyor işte. Aktör bilmem nesi eşitlik. Ama işte bunlar olmuyor.
Bir şey yok. Ve geliyor.
Evet. Ama işte bu hani yeni donlarda enteresan bir.
Belki de hiçbir şey değişmediğini anlayıp yeni bir yaklaşım geçiliyor. Ama o yeni yaklaşım acaba bu kafadaki insanlara ne kadar
İşte bunu henüz
yani biraz
bilmiyoruz.
iki yüzlü bir dünya yok mu? Hem de çok fazla böyle şeyler memnunuz.
Evet.
Üretmekten, gitmekten, gezmekten.
Evet.
Ama yani bir taraftan da sosyal dayanışma böyle bir sosyal problem.
Bunlar böyle hani büyük sorunlar.
Tekrardan insanların bu kadar birey olduktan sonra tekrardan geriye dönüp dayanışma.
Bu kadar hani konforda.
Bu kadar birey olmanın tadına vardikten sonra.
Doğru söylüyorsunuz.
Aile ferdi olarak.
Bilir tabii. Çok doğru.
Gitmekten çok hoşlanıyor.
Ülkeler de öyle.
Ülkeler biz öyle gibi değiliz gibi biz. Ama ülke içinde nasıl?
O bambaşka
o da bir bambaşka.
O
tamam çok önemli. Çok
aynen.
Kendimize küresel bir yerde çok ama acaba kendimize
o zaten çok tartışmanın konusu.
Hiç anlayamıyoruz. Bakalım. Güzel kitaplar, kaynaklar, şeyler.
Evet,
yok.
Evet, ben de topladım. Normalde Eskişehir'de.
Eskişehir'de. Anadolu Üniversitesi'nin hukuk fakültesindeyim ama iktisatçıyım.
Anladım. Ben hukukçu sandım.
Evet, hukukçu değilim. Hukukçudan mezun oldum.
Okay, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Finally, we came to the third session, this last session for today's event. And this session is about sharing experiences. So, welcome you all to this panel. And it is a great honor for me to be here today to chair this final panel. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our co-host SETA for organizing the important event today with Tika. And this panel is of particular importance during the time when post-2015 development agenda has become a major concern of the development community. As such, I'm quite sure that this panel will serve as a useful platform for exchange ideas, lessons learned, and successful approaches and practices. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a well-known fact that today that we are facing fast-changing landscape of development cooperation. Emerging donors, new donors, and NGOs are playing increasing role, and we have been in search of more inclusive and flexible models that allow us to go beyond the north and south divide, any modalities, knowledge sharing, and how traditional and emerging new donors like adaptive strategies, structures, and priorities have drawn worldwide attention. Against this background, to promote experience sharing among emerging players, new players such as South Korea, Mexico, China, Argentina. I'm sorry to say our participant from Argentina couldn't make it because she missed the connecting flight to Turkey. But anyway, I should mention the name here. And other established traditional donors like Japan and Germany, and multilateral donors like Islamic Development Bank, and international NGOs such as Muslim Aid, is the goal of this important event. Of course, we encourage traditional and new donors to support inclusive multilateral discourse on development cooperation is another aim of this event. In Turkey, we have a saying, experiences gets more value as you share it with others. So we need to share our experiences to learn from each other, not repeat the same mistakes, so that we can improve the lives of children, women, and men around the world in a sustainable manner. So let us continue sharing and growing together. Having said this, I'm fully confident today's panel will help us to reach common grounds in identifying challenges we are facing today and its possible solutions through changing experiences. And before continue, I would like to introduce our distinguished panels. We have 5 distinguished panels here today. And before giving floor to them, I would like to introduce to you one by one, because some of you may not have their biographies before you. The first speaker is Mr. Gerardo Bracho, who is the special advisor to the executive director of MXIT, which is a Mexican development agency, their cooperation agency. And he has served as a DAC delegate of Mexico for many years, which makes him very unique. And I'm quite sure that he will share with us Mexican experiences in 18 Central American countries. The second speaker is Mr. Manazur Aksam, sitting to the left of me, who is the president of Muslim Aid based in London, which is a very big international NGO, has 15 branches all over the world, and they extends aid to many countries, mostly Islamic countries, who are in need of help. I'm quite certain that it will share with us NGO perspective on sustainable development. Our third speaker is Madam Mayumi Ango, who is the chief resident of JICA Turkey office, and she has been working in the area of international development for more than 20 years. Her overseas assignments include the Philippines and Bangladesh. Earlier in her career, she has also worked as World Bank in Washington, D.C. Given her vast experiences in development cooperation, I'm sure we are going to get from her valuable insights for this panel. The fifth speaker is Mr. Carl Terstensen, Country Director of GIZ Turkey. And prior to GIZ, Mr. Terstensen worked as Senior Advisor to Minister of Education in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany, and also as a Director of School Association. Given his in-depth knowledge on the ground, I'm quite certain that he will provide us a good knowledge on the where we stand in terms of sustainable development. Last speaker is Mr. Zhu Guangyao, who is the Economic and Trade Council of Embassy of People's Republic of China in Turkey. And prior to his appointment to Turkey, he was in charge of cooperation with international organizations, bilateral organizations in China Ministry of Commerce. As China's last-standing donor for many years, I'm sure Mr. Zhu will give us in-depth knowledge of China's experience with donor cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Gerardo Bracho. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Tika for inviting us to give this talk. As you heard, we are now having a very close relation with Tika. Tika is opening its first Latin American office in Mexico. So we are very happy for that, and I'm sure that that's going to serve as the hub for Tika to start spreading its influence in Central and Latin America. So thank you very much. I have my presentation is about, I will talk about the recent trends in Mexico development cooperation. I will probably start by situating the Mexican experience in relation to other speakers that have spoken before. We heard a bit about the Korean experience, we heard about the Turkish experience, and just let me tell you that in contrast, especially with Korea, for example, Mexico was never really a recipient country, a strong recipient country. When the aid industry began in the 1960s, Mexico was considered almost on the brink of becoming a developed country. We had a per capita income higher than Spain, for example, And also, as the Deputy Prime Minister today remind us, as you remember, in those times, aid was given very much in terms of power between the USSR and the USA during the Cold War. And Mexico was not the hot spot. So all the money was going elsewhere, to Korea, etc., and other hot spots at the time, but not to Mexico, because we were considered almost a developed country and because we were not a very important piece in the Cold War. So that's one big difference. And then, unfortunately, the other big difference is that we stayed a bit like we were in the 1960s, while countries like Korea just surpassed us, coming from a very low-income country to become a high-income country today. So, unfortunately, we didn't, the expectations that there were created in 1960 about Mexico's development didn't fructify. But having said this, Mexico has been a provider of development cooperation in the very traditional South-South type of schemes for many decades. But also, all this in the tradition of Bandung and the tradition of the Buenos Aires plan, technical cooperation, piecemeal technical cooperation. But in the last years, probably a bit late if you compare with what has been done, of course, in Turkey and Brazil and in other countries, but in the last few years, there have been a number of institutional reforms that really had created the platform for Mexican development cooperation to start lifting up. You don't hear very much about Mexico as an emerging donor because, frankly speaking, we haven't been as active as other countries, but we are now on the threshold. And what has happened in the last years that has put us in this threshold? First, in 2010, we adopted the law on international development cooperation. This is very important because, for example, we had at some point in the 90s, we had an agency, we had created an agency, but because it was not grounded in a law, in a federal law, the foreign minister at the time in 2000 just decided that this agency was not probably useful in his idea, so he got rid of this. And now we have a law, and with the law, it's much more complicated to change things. So that law was created in 2010. Thanks to this law, we created our agency, AMEXID. AMEXID is like the TICA of Mexico. This was created in 2011. And finally, what I would say, the third element of this new platform for Mexican development cooperation to lift up was the ascendance of a new government in 2013 that has as its motto the firm resolution to acquire global responsibilities. So we have now a law, we have an agency, we have a government that wants to be much kind of forward-looking in terms of foreign policy. And I think we have more or less the panorama for lifting up our development cooperation. Now, with AMEXID in place, we have been doing things that probably Turkey did also much before us, because, you know, TICA, as we heard today, was created in 2005. So it's, no, sorry, 1992. But in 2005 already, TICA was creating a system of accounting for, that's what I heard, probably I'm wrong on the date, but some years ago, they already managed to know how much aid they were giving. In Mexico, we just did this last year because as many other Latin American providers of South-South cooperation, what we do is basically we do technical cooperation. We send our technicians, our experts here and there, but we didn't know how much money that costs. So we only used projects as our unit of account, and you know that projects are very. I mean, you can have a project that costs 200 million or 20 million and another project that's just an airline ticket. So to some project, one project with another doesn't make much sense unless you know how much you're spending. You're really know, you will be in a position to do better aid and to start monitoring and to start evaluating, etc. So we have that now in place. We have a system of accounting, and now we are also getting into another aspect that we have not really tackled before, which is the issue of evaluation and of monitoring what we do, especially evaluation, because I mean, before we did this very piecemeal technical cooperation, and sometimes, and if you imagine, if you do a small project of $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000, I mean, you don't want to spend as much money in evaluating this small project. So you have to really create a culture of evaluation that's really related to your own level of cooperation. And then finally, another issue that we didn't have and we are starting to have is a much more systematic relation with NGOs, with the private sector, with foundations, and with the academic community. So institutional building is going in the last 2, 3, 4 years very strongly and very rapidly in AMEXID. Another aspect of our system, which has been, I would say, has been more prominent for many years, is our diplomatic role in this agenda. For example, today we heard Isalim was reminding us the relation between the DAC and the emerging donors. Well, I must say that Mexico is a member, as you know, of the OECD. Member is an observer of the DAC, the same as Turkey. And Mexico and Turkey have been the only observers of the South in the DAC for many years. And I must say that we have, I mean, I'm talking for Mexico, but I'm sure also about Turkey, because I was a DAC delegate for many years and I know this issue very well. We, in Mexico, were making an effort to bring the issue of South-South cooperation within the DAC. We have been working for making a space for the South-South cooperation providers in the DAC for many years. And finally, as a result of this, many of you might know, but this last year, in April 2014, Mexico organized the first meeting of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. So we have been very active in the diplomatic side. And now Mexico, those who know also, is playing a very active role in the post-2015 Sustainable Development Goals and Finance for Development negotiations. So, I mean, trying to sum what I've been saying so far, we have been advancing a lot in terms of institutional building, AMEXID, the accounting, the issue of evaluation and the relations with other actors, and we have been doing even for longer all the issue of being very active in the diplomatic side. Now, so far, I already said this, but our cooperation is mostly, as has been for many decades, technical, scientific, and cultural cooperation done by line ministries. I think that that's probably the way that Turkey worked for many years before the last years that they have been doing much more diversifying things. But we are now starting to diversify our instruments. We are now going to start to giving financial cooperation, which is also going to play a more prominent role. I would just put a footnote here, because it's not going to be in the short run, because now with the fall of oil prices, we are not in a very good shape to give financial cooperation. But financial cooperation is going to be in our portfolio, I hope, when we pass this crisis. And just to finalize my presentation, I would like to just present you very roughly and not in a very detailed way, three projects that I think are very interesting in the sense that they are quite innovative. The first project that I'm going to speak about very quickly is this Mesoamerican public health system. This is a project that's encompassed within a much larger program that's called the Proyecto Mesoamérica. Some of those that know where does this concept comes, the concept from Mesoamérica, is a concept that actually encompasses from the north of Mexico up to the end of Central America. And that was more or less the regions where the pre-Hispanic cultures developed. And we have this Proyecto Mesoamérica, which means a program that wants to develop the whole region as a whole, as a whole, because the northern Mexico is quite different. It's much more developed and doesn't have the Indian roots. So this Proyecto Mesoamérica encompasses the south of Mexico and encompasses also the Central American countries. And within this Proyecto Mesoamérica, we have this Mesoamerican public health system, which has been supported, and I'm coming to the interesting part. It has been supported by the Gates Foundation, the Slim Foundation. You know, Slim, Carlos Slim is this Mexican millionaire that sometimes appears as as the most rich man in the world. It's not, I mean, we're not very proud of this because it's just a symbol of the inequality that we have in our country. But anyhow, this Slim Foundation is helping this Mesoamerican public health system. And we have also the Spanish Cooperation Agency. So, I mean, the interesting thing about this program is that we have federal governments, regional governments, a northern foundation, a southern foundation, and a traditional donor, which is Spain. So you can see in one program that you have North-South cooperation, South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, private-public partnership in one single program. I think that's quite interesting and innovative. And the second program I want to talk about is what we call this Mexican Chile Fund. This is a fund, you know, where Mexico puts some money and Chile puts some money, and this fund finances programs that you can apply either in Chile or in Mexico. And actually this fund has been very, very successful in promoting the cooperation between Chile and Mexico. And this is really, let's say, cooperation in the most traditional way of the South-South paradigm of horizontal cooperation between countries that are more or less the same. And they work within the paradigm of Bandung and the paradigm of Buenos Aires. In other words, we use this concept of horizontality. And that's a quite traditional issue. But the important issue, I mean, the interesting issue about this Mexico-Chile Fund is that this fund is now used to finance projects in third countries. Now, this fund has been used to finance projects in Salvador and Honduras, and in IT also. So it's Chile and Mexico teaming together to help some Central American countries, which is also quite interesting. It's something like South-South-South triangular cooperation, something that you don't hear very much. You have usually this North-South triangular cooperation, but two countries of the South helping another country of the South. I think this is also quite interesting, and Chile, the Mexican Chile Fund is doing now this. And finally, to conclude my presentation, I would like to talk about this Coneval experience. Coneval is an autonomous organization, an autonomous unit, decentralized unit, which evaluates poverty. It gives you an idea of which are the elements that you have to say that you have certain, I mean, that you have poverty in your country. You know, I mean, usually poverty in the most normal way, you define poverty as a certain level of per capita income. No, if you have minus $2, I think is if you have an income of less than $2 a day, then you're considered poor. Well, what Coneval does is comes with the idea that this is not enough. I mean, that poverty, you cannot define poverty only with one indicator, which is the per capita one. But you need probably other indicators where the access you have to goods, the access you have to global goods, amenities, education, health. So Coneval, this Mexican institution, has come with what it calls a multidimensional definition of poverty. And some of you that have been following the international agenda know that many countries are very not very happy with the idea of defining poverty only by per capita income. For example, there's a whole discussion of middle-income countries where you say, well, they are still very poor, probably not in per capita income, but there are lots of problems also development problems that they face. Well, to make the story short, and I finish with this, Coneval has been very successful. There are lots of demand for the experience of Coneval, and Amexid has been helping Coneval to share its knowledge. And of course, it started with Latin America. All the most Mexican cooperation is concentrated in Latin America, and especially in Central America. But then finally, what is important for us, probably not for you, because Turkey has offices all over the world, but for us, thanks to Coneval, finally we are reaching Africa. And Coneval has been teaming already with institutions in Africa to share its knowledge in South Africa, Ghana, Benin, and Uganda. So thanks to Coneval, Mexico is getting finally away from the Central America region and into Africa. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gerardo. Thank you for inspiring statement. And Gerardo, he told us that Mexico was hardly a recipient country in the 1960s because Mexico was considered as a developed country during the Cold War. And Mexico has been providing aid in the context of South-South cooperation. And also you mentioned about Mexico just passed law in 2010 due to the need of structural changes by creating Amexid in 2011. And then Mexico started its data collection from 2014, which is quite a very encouraging move for Mexico. Congratulations. And Gerardo also underlined the importance of April ministerial meeting 2014 in Mexico City, which is the follow-up to the Busan process adopted in 2011 about global partnership for effective development cooperation. And he also said about Mexico's active role in formulating post-2015 development agenda. And finally, he also talked about 3 projects implemented by Mexico with other countries. The first one is the Central American Health Project. Second is about Mexican-Chile Fund, which is aiming at financing the projects both in Mexico and also in Chile in the paradigm of South-South cooperation based on the principles of Bandung and Buenos Aires. And also they are targeting third countries, kind of trilateral cooperation for other countries. And this is the second one. The third project mentioned about this Coneval Unit project, which is aiming the poverty reduction. And they are also right now sharing knowledge with some African countries. Thank you very much, Gerardo, for your intervention, for your statement. Now, before I turn to our next speaker, I'd like to make an announcement. Right after the session, we're going to go straight to the dinner. So just for information, at about 6:30 p.m. Now I'd like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Manazer Aksan, to deliver his statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the name of God, the merciful and the mercy-giving, May I also take this opportunity of greeting all of you with an Islamic greeting, which is called Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May God's blessings and peace be on all of you, including myself. It's my pleasure to attend this unique one-day conference, international conference, and we are grateful not only to the Office of the Prime Minister, but in particular Tika and Seta, who has taken the opportunity of inviting a galaxy of scholars, as well as those who are in profession, to discuss about this issue of developing aid and what is its future. I think this is a timely conference, and as we have heard in the morning session, the Deputy Prime Minister has now given us a huge, of course, information, thoughts and ideas in how Turkey itself is engaged in this honorable work for many, of course, years. I must apologize that I am not an economist by profession. I am, of course, a student of Islamic studies, and I did my PhD in Muslim history. It's a long time ago. And I'm also in the UK. There are 2,500 charities, both run by Muslims, non-Muslim, faith-based, and non-faith-based. There are around 250 NGOs are run by Muslims of different denominations. Out of that, of course, Muslim Aid is the second largest charity, which has been working in the UK as well as all over the world, globally, for the last 30 years. It has a board of, large board of trustees of 20, and alhamdulillah, with the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have been able to do the work, of course, to provide assistance through humanitarian relief and development aid, whatever, of course, the calamity or man-made or natural has affected. Before I give a brief description of the activities of Muslim Aid in the field of development, may I take this opportunity to say a few words about the present capitalistic system of development aid, which, although is very helpful and gives priority to the economy, it completely overlooks the social dimension and fails to address the requirements of self-respect, honor, and dignity of its recipients. In this capitalistic model, efficiency becomes the key word, not justice and human well-being. In hindsight, one must accept that the model of development aid so far has not been able to facilitate the mobilization of the resources to transform societies and help people to become independent, managing and controlling their own resources, thus beginning a new chapter in their life. Instead, the statistics show that more than 2 billion people are today living on less than $1.50 a day. 800 million are suffering from acute hunger. Nearly 1 billion are unable to read a book, and half of the world's children live in acute poverty. On the other hand, only 1% of the world population control 47% of the world's wealth, and 22 developed countries with only 20% of the world's population possess 87% of the world GDP. These disparities cause the greatest challenge to humanity. The generation of wealth is a good thing, provided it assists the well-being of all members of society and saves them from tensions, conflict, violence, of course, discrepancies, and vagaries of war. Peace can only be achieved through the establishment of economic and social justice together. In view of this, the purpose of development aid should be immediate relief to ensure that all sufferings can be redressed and reduced. Aid should be instrumental in the real empowerment and capacity building of people, enabling them to attain sustainable national development, ensuring the maximum utilization of resources. This will help to achieve the welfare and well-being of all members of society in all parts of the world, irrespective of their ethnicity, race, religion, or gender. Perhaps we need to revisit, and also the Deputy Prime Minister also insisted to revisit and change the concept of development aid and modalities in order to transform it into reality. Development efforts should be directed towards mobilization of domestic resources, both material and human, instead of the elitist approach to development. Every effort should be made to make it participatory, enabling all members of society to play a role in building an economic and political future. Development, after all, is about transforming society and improving the lives of the poor, ensuring everyone has access to healthcare and education. For this purpose, education, healthcare, and other sectors, as well as the earning of a fair wage, a minimum wage, and equitable distribution of wealth and opportunities will contribute major planks of development. Instead of creating a scenario of permanent dependency, development aid should be directed towards self-reliance. Development should be aimed at improving all aspects, including material, moral, ethical, and social, and also ecological and environmental dimensions of human life should not be neglected. Several studies show that the real beneficiaries of development aid have been, in many cases, the donor country rather than the recipients. This has to be changed. The priorities and requirements of the recipient country should be the primary concern rather than the interest of the donor country. A new understanding, a new equation needs to be developed in this respect. This is why it is important that priorities should change and the developed and developing countries should participate as partners in an exercise to reformulate the whole model of foreign aid in the future. I do not want to get into political controversy, but I would like to share with you two major news reports that have been released in the last fortnight. The first report was about the Syrian uprising. 220,000 have been killed during the last 4 years since the conflict began, and 4.8 million people live in refugee camps in areas which is hard to reach. The aid agencies are pleading for support and knocking at the doors of the Security Council to fulfill their pledges made over the years, but not enough. But not enough has been done to protect their lives, and offer them whatever the minimum requirements. On the other hand, the IMF has been generous enough to promise $17.5 billion to Ukraine to save it from economic collapse. And a donor conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt has promised $142 billion to Egypt, $92 billion in MOUs, and $17 billion in aid and grants. $12.5 billion has been given from the GCC Gulf countries and $5 billion from European countries. This shows the disparity between nations and the skewed priorities when it comes to development aid. Muslim aid prioritizes development aid and response to emergencies as they happen alongside carrying out long-term projects. Despite the many challenges faced by international NGOs in delivering aid to complex emergencies, the charity demonstrates a smooth transition from humanitarian aid to development aid, providing primary education in conflict areas, including Myanmar, Pakistan, and other places, pioneering community development initiatives, and providing financial services in the form of loans and grants for entrepreneurs and a small business lacking access to banking and related services. In developing countries, while the work of Muslim aid is vast, I would like to focus on the area of microfinance, as it is crucial means of social development. Muslim aid's microfinance program is based on Sharia principles, which aims to be equitable and justifiable resource distribution. The program is purely a social mission intended to economically empower poor and low-income people in developing countries. This aid program began in 1993 in Bangladesh, and following its initial success, it was set up in 6 of its field offices in Cambodia, in, of course, many other countries, and developing world in 2007. You will be pleased to learn that all the loans are collateral and interest-free. We don't charge any interest on this, and there's no collateral is required. And we provide the beneficiaries with the formal training and courses to raise their awareness about issues that affect them. The training programs that are available enable them to acquire skills relating to agriculture, fisheries, then of course poultry, dairy, home gardening, nursery, and small business management. Motivational activities include courses to raise awareness on water, sanitation, hygiene and health, tree plantation, giving up smoking, dowry-free marriage, which is of course a play in the subcontinent in Dubai, and other aspects. These loans and grants have thus far helped 50,000 beneficiaries and their families, and the total amount of revolving funds is about £5 million, which is about 7 million or 6 million and a half in the dollar. This is just one example of creative solution for a sustainable project that mobilizes the resources and the skills of local people to empower them within their societies. And we're also doing along with this the looking after the orphanages, whether they have become orphans through the war or through of course, the natural disasters, Rainbow Family, and thousands of orphans we have been able to give them the protection, the education, the care, as well as whatever they require in different parts of the world. This is one of the special activities which has been taken by the Muslim Aid and has been very, very successful. Yes, I'm just coming to conclude now, since that, as I said, aid is a kind of a raindrop in the ocean, and Muslim aid is also a drop in the global aid ocean, but it is a significant drop, and it is a time that we work together and make development aid more rewarding and effective for the transformation of economy and society, and make it more dynamic, prosperous, just, stable, self-sustainable, and self-reliant. May I remind in the morning when the Deputy Prime Minister used the word bir, and of course it was explained more by our colleague Mansoor Khattan. This is again in the Quran, which is very small verse, let me recite and conclude this. The Quran says that, of course, I mean, the two words they say, that is bir and taqwa and ism and udwan. This is two words positive and two words negative has been used. That of course we should cooperate with each other with good work, which is virtuous work, and which brings awareness of God, and not enter into sinful work, as well as something which comes to the connotation of arrogance, and of course a kind of something which is not pleasant. So this is again a message which has been given by many of the colleagues and speakers, and I would like to join them, and I hope that of course this conference will be successful in the aims and objectives. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hassan, for your excellent statement, and I also thank you for starting your speech by referring to His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Turkey, Mr. Numan Kurtulmuş, this morning's speech. And he said Muslim Aid is the second largest Muslim NGO institutions in the world. And he highlighted his understanding of development cooperation. Unfortunately, he said 2 million people right now in the world living under $1.5 a day. And 22 developed countries control roughly 80% of world capital. And I think he pointed out the reality of aid, why we are aiding the countries in need of aid. And he also called for a new approach targeting new real poor people through mobilizing all societies, all institutions. And he also emphasized the spirit of self-reliance, self-resilience of the countries, the people in need of help. And he focused on the environmental dimension as well. And he mentioned about the human tragedy right now going on in Syria, and he criticized the developed world of staying aloof to the human tragedies caused by the Syrian crisis, while IMF promised general aid package for Ukraine. So that is a little bit controversial. And he said about the microfinance, this is a very crucial for tool for the Muslim countries for their development, and because according to the Islamic law, the interest is the interest rate is charged, and this started first in Bangladesh. I thank you again and for your excellent statement. Now we move to our third speaker, Madam Mayumi, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Mayumi Ento, and I'm the Chief Representative of JICA Turkey office based in Ankara. Using this opportunity, I'd like to thank Tika, who's our close development partner and our long-term friend, for organizing this very timely and relevant event. Thank you very much. So JICA, or Japan International Cooperation Agency, is a bilateral development agency that was created in early 1960s. And right now we are the largest bilateral donor agency, and our commitment exceeds $10 billion US, just looking at loan commitment. And if we include grant and technical assistance commitment, it exceeds $15 billion US. But what makes us special is not the size, but the fact that we have 3 schemes, grant, technical assistance, and concessional loans. And we combine all these 3 schemes to bring about most effective assistance package for our recipient countries. Although we are a Japanese agency, we are present all over the world with more than 92 offices globally, including 28 liaison offices. And we operate in more than 150 countries. Our vision is dynamic and inclusive development, and our assistance strategy is based on this vision. In Turkey, we have been present for over 55 years. During these years, we have provided various technical assistance and loans to Turkey. Some of the well-known projects are Golden Horn Bridge, which is one of the oldest projects built in 1970s, early 1970s, and Second Bosphorus Bridge, which completed in late 1980s, and more recently, Marmaray Tube Tunnel Project, which was inaugurated in October 2013 by then Prime Minister Erdogan and our Prime Minister Abe at that time. And this Marmaray project, which is a $2 billion US project, is highly claimed as in terms of engineering aspect. And it's called an engineering project of the century. And it has been widely featured in international media, and it's also in a documentary such as National Geographic and Discovery channel. So if you have a chance, I hope you get to look at this significant project, the documentary of this significant project. In recent years, our relationship with Turkey has evolved, and we believe that we have come to a new stage in our activities with Turkey, which is defined by partnership more than assistance. Here, during this session of practical experience, I'd like to share with you 3 different kinds of partnership that we have in Turkey. So the first kind of partnership is learning from each other or helping each other kind of partnership. This is the characteristic of partnership or cooperation in the area of disaster risk management. As both Turkey and Japan share similar kind of disasters like earthquakes, we're now learning from each other's experience through different kinds of programs. Also, when actual disaster hits, we are always there for each other. We were here in Marmara earthquake in 1999, providing both humanitarian and financial assistance. And when great earthquake hit northern Japan 4 years ago, the Turkish relief team was one of the first team to come and the last to leave, and made a significant contribution to the relief effort. And second kind of partnership is a partnership in providing development aid to other countries together, or so-called North-South cooperation, or a triangular cooperation that many of the speakers have mentioned or touched upon. Based on a long history of working together with the Turkish government, we have a very close relationship with the ministries. Together with TİKA and these ministries, we have been jointly conducting training programs targeting neighboring countries such as Kazakhstan and Afghanistan and Kyrgyz Republic and many of the neighboring countries like that. And through these programs, courses or training programs conducted by Japanese experts are now being taught by Turkish experts. We believe Turkey is creating a very good model for this kind of third country training. This has become one of the major partnership activities here in Turkey for JICA, and we have trained almost 3,000 experts from neighboring countries, together with TİKA and Turkish government. Third kind of partnership is rather new, but is about tackling global challenges together. As His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister shared during his trip to Tokyo just recently, Turkey is bearing a lot of the cost of global challenges in terms of dealing with the conflicts in neighboring countries. And Turkey shouldn't be dealing with these challenges alone. In this new area, JICA hopes to build partnership so that Turkey and JICA together, we can face the global challenges. So with this, I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for a short and very inspiring statement. And just to conclude the statement, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much. I really appreciate your nice words about cooperation between TİKA and JICA. And Madam Ayumi mentioned about there's three mentioned about the three type of schemes of JICA, Japan. One is grant, one is concession loans, another one is technical assistance. This is the three major schemes of Japanese development cooperation. And right now, JICA is operational in 150 countries. And she also mentioned about Japanese technical cooperation in the building of Bosphorus Bridge in early 1970s, 1980s, and most recently she mentioned about the Marmara, we call it the Channel Tunnel project, which is worth $2 billion US. And since JICA office is operating in Turkey, and she said JICA is no longer interested about the giving aid to Turkey, but rather they are more focusing on the effort and the building partnership with Turkey. And in three ways. One is the disaster risk management, which means learning from each other. And she mentioned about the solidarity between Turkey and Japan in 1999, Marmara earthquake, and another tsunami disaster in Japan in recent years. And the second is triangular cooperation modality between Turkey and Japan for the through cooperation between JICA and TİKA for the neighboring countries, for the Central Asian countries, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and those countries in need of assistance. And she also said in the past, this kind of capacity training program was conducted by Japanese experts, but in recent years, the trainers has become the Turkish trainers. So this is a very encouraging sign. I'm so happy to learn about that. And lastly, she also mentioned the third one is about the Turkey and Japan, join hands to face the global challenges, So this is the main themes of the speech by Madame Smith. Thank you very much. And now let's come to the last not least speaker, fourth speaker, Mr. Kalkınma. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Let me say that already now I would like to say a positive perception is, of course, that in many of these contributions we've heard today, there's a clear line and a common understanding where the shortcomings are and where we have to have the focus in future. So I think already now we can say there have been quite some lessons learned where to follow up with further discussions, and I think this has been a very good initiative from Tika and Zeta, which I would like to say thank you very much for. Very briefly, for those who shouldn't know, GIZ, as the German government's implementation agency, is active in 132 countries, employing 17,000 people, of whom about 70% are let's say, colleagues recruited in the respective countries. This, of course, I think is a very important fact, and we also heard it from Jaika, that this, I think, is a prerequisite for cooperation based on partnership, which gives us a very good access to our partners and also understanding on the specific situation in countries. Also for GIZ, the frequent mentioned issue today, namely shifting the paradigm, is something that is very eagerly discussed. And this, of course, is very much related, as we heard today, also to with regard to the approach to the global challenges we face. Fortunately, I must say that I also do see some indication that this shift in paradigm, to a certain extent, already has started. As my colleague from JICA said, our cooperation is not just providing aid, it is very much built up on partnership, on technical assistance, in a close cooperation with the countries we are working in. So I see this as a very important development already, and as far as GIZ is concerned, our approach is very much going in the direction of enabling. The global situation and the global challenges are certainly not getting less complex, and without doubt they need not only a comprehensive view on the challenges, but moreover a comprehensive approach. And one important aspect in that perception of development, cooperation, certain is to look into both. We heard today about aid effectiveness, but also, fortunately, we are in the international context very much also looking into donor efficiency. This means that we are not only focusing on our partners receiving assistance, but moreover, we are also focusing on the donors and how the donors deliver and how we deliver. And this is, of course, not only, but also, of course, because it's a requirement, we are working for taxpayers' money. It is also because this is what will provide sustainability and also quality. And of course, it is also a bit more, I think it's also a bit more responsibility from our side. We do face increasingly more disparity. We have heard that in quite some inputs today. And the way we deal with disparity, let it be social, as my colleague Zagme mentioned, or related to excess of resources, will certainly be the key to meet the present and the future potential for regional and even global conflicts. So we are altogether, let's say, very much in the position that we have with mutual thought efforts look into these challenges regarding disparity. To meet these challenges, GIZ not least focus on sectors like climate and energy. We do very eagerly look forward to get the results and the outcomes of Paris 2015. And I think this is one of the main challenges we will face, because this, of course, also could be a trigger if we don't solve that together, to displacement of people from areas that are affected by this changes caused by climate. It's also from GIZ's point of view, a reason why we have to look into this issue from the point of working closely together with the private sector to provide an impact also through the private sector. And in that respect, we have in GIZ one tool we call private-public partnership. You all know that, but it's the definition of it is sometimes a bit different, I have to say. And for us, it is a possible financing tool where we can go into private-public partnerships if they are improved by the German Ministry of Technical Assistance and Development. There will be a contribution where the private sector comes in with the more hardware-related inputs, and we come in with capacity development. So in that respect, of course, as a lot of your efforts also, this is focusing very much on small and medium enterprises. Another point which is very important to meet these global challenges is to put a lot of focus on the issue of fragile states, which we do see an increasing number worldwide. And this also in the context of looking into the issue of refugees, which very often comes together with this issue. Afghanistan is very well known to all of us. I myself worked in Afghanistan from 2006 until 2011. And here, I think this has brought us a lot of lessons learned how to approach problems in such a context. And to be honest, my impression in the beginning was that the actors on the ground very often kept their cards very close to the body. And as we say, donor coordination communication very often was something that was hard to reach. The lessons learned, however, through all of our international engagement community in Afghanistan has been that this really has improved. Of course, also due to the fact that the challenges, the situation was very complicated. But I think Afghanistan, and we can of course discuss, let's say, the effects of our efforts in that country. Still, Afghanistan, I see it as an area where the international community has coordinated throughout the years better, has gone into a dialogue that has been important for the further approaches also in countries that came in addition to Afghanistan, like Syria. But of course, always in these fragile states, the aspect of governance, of good governance, is an important aspect for us. That is also why we are very much looking into that. It is a prerequisite to create the proper framework of are getting, let's say, the economy on the ground again. We heard about today about foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment needs a proper framework. It needs trust and confidence of those who invest their money. So this, I think, is a very important prerequisite where an international dialogue is also required to agree on how to approach these sectoral focuses. And I think many of you have had lessons learned on this topic in various programs. India said another important aspect, if not the most important aspect, is capacity development. We see it as a major tool. Sometimes it's considered a little bit as software. However, I see it as very important, and said also in that respect, because capacitating is the main input that is required to make us as international organizations redundant in the countries where we are working. And I think this should be our main aim. As we learned today, and this is very suitable as comparing this to this aspect, it's not about giving fish to our partners, it's about learning how to catch the fish. And I think this is something that goes very well together with the aspect of capacity development. To be successful, we do not only need to have a stronger, even stronger dialogue as we have it today, and this also why I agreed, let's say, the efforts of having a conference like that today very, very much. We need to have a stronger dialogue, but we also need to have a closer communication. We need platforms, we need networks, and we need it not only to ensure quality, but also to bring this innovation into development that is very much required. We need a closer and better coordination and harmonization, and even there, I think we have some good examples. For example, the cooperation with the OECD competitiveness program, Eurasia competitive program, but also the cooperation with the World Bank on the World Bank climate strategy. As mentioned already today, we can show promising efforts and good practices on joint approaches of donors and of international organizations. At the moment, we are working with TICA together on a memorandum to create synergies and to support each other's, particularly in the area of vocational training and education. And I'm very much looking forward to that, because this is just, again, to emphasize that a already good existing cooperation is going even a step further. Another aspect we are working very much on, and this is what was required today, the international community coming together, together with the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the European Union, the Dutch JICA, and the Danish. We are working very much on supporting people that have been affected by the crisis in Syria. I would like, even if I only have 2 minutes, to come with one example. We have provided potato seedlings, I think they're called, and 2,000 tons. We have done capacity development with the farmers. The outcome was 40,000 tons of potatoes, which had the effect that people could buy potatoes. 30% the prices went down after this harvest was successful. And this is what we repeat with wheat. We provide vaccines and so on. However, we have to consider the quick impact versus sustainability, and at the end of the day, everything is in vain if you do not ensure sustainability. And that is why, and this is also what GSM very much is standing for, we need long-term commitments. We need to have infrastructure on the ground. We need the partners in the country, and this is what makes our efforts sustainable. And let me close with these remarks. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for having the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Stenson, for your illuminating statement. Mr. Stenson, he first of all, when he mentioned about we need to find our shortcomings and in the daily practice of giving aid to other countries in order to find a good solution for future aid delivery. And he started also by saying GIZ has 7,000 personnel, of which 70% colleagues right now recruited on the ground. It is quite a remarkable figure. And the cooperation GIZ based on partnerships, of course in Turkey, mentioned. And he also said that there's, he noticed there's shift of paradigms, has already started in development community, not just providing aid, but instead just, more through partnerships between donors and recipients, or you can call it partners, and try to enable global challenges. The aim of aid of German technical cooperation is to enable the global challenges less complex. And he also mentioned about the donor effectiveness, also the by giving try to be more effective, because need to while giving ODA, or you can call it ODA, well, because you need to be responsible for the taxpayers' money, and also at the same time you can be more responsible, and you can also raise the quality of aid. And he also mentioned about access to, he said he agreed to the argument or approach made this morning about the need to get access to resources is the key to reduce disparity between the developed nations and the recipient countries. He mentioned also mentioned about the role of private sector by giving examples of private-public partnership. We call it PPP, and in terms of capacity development. And he also put focuses on the fragile states. Those countries facing the global challenges, refugee problems. And he also said the FDI, if the developed country needs to attract FDI, foreign direct investment, you need to have a proper framework to attract FDI. Also, he mentioned about the listed several programs. One is Euro-Asia program, one is the cooperation with the World Bank, and also lastly he mentioned about the cooperation, the talk between GIZ and TICA. We are working from TICA side. We are working on the memorandum of understanding for the vocational training. It's in the pipeline. And lastly, he mentioned about give us good news about those potatoes, 2,000 tons potatoes provided for the Syrian refugees, and turned out to be 4,000. So in order for them to generate income generation kind of project. Thank you very much. And the last speaker is Mr. Yubanyo. He's the trade and the commercial counselor from the Embassy of People's Republic of China, of Turkey. And China is the #2 economy in the world, and China has maintained 2009, if I remember correctly. If I'm wrong, you can say that. Maintained the growth percent 9 to 11% for last 20 years. This is it's extraordinary figure. So that's why they have a very rapid economic development. That's why I can assume also China is a big donor country, although it's neither OECD member country nor DAC member country, but it's a very influential donor in the world. So I'll give the floor to our last speaker, Mr. Zhu Guangyao, to deliver his statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. It's my great honor to be united here to attend this important meeting. So in this regard, I'd like to thank the host organization, TICA of Turkey. I have strong feeling on this subject because I used to work for the official development assistance affairs when China as a recipient country for over 10 years. That's 15 years ago. I myself is also a beneficiary of ODA. I used to be attended workshops, training courses sponsored by the United Nations, WTO, Canada, Australia, Singapore, and Japan. I would like to say hello to Mr. Mayumi. I used to be trained in your JICA Center for 3 weeks in Tokyo. So, however, as mentioned by the previous speakers, the world economic environment has been changed significantly. That's why we gathered here to discuss this further and share experience with each other. I would like to start my presentation from the nature of China. As mentioned by Mr. Chairman, China's emerging economy is big. It's also big in terms of territory and population. However, China is still a developing country. In China, there are still a large population living in poverty. Their income per day is less than $2 US. And the GDP per capita of China is less than 7,000 US dollars, much less than Turkey. And in the United Nations development system, China is still a recipient country, not donor country. So, China's foreign aid, the nature of China's foreign aid is South-South cooperation rather than ODA. Although the scale of China's foreign aid is much bigger than its ODA. The ODA is received nowadays. When providing foreign aid, China adheres to the principle of not imposing any political conditions, not interfering in the internal affairs of the recipient countries. The basic principle China underholds in providing foreign aid are mutual respect, equality, keeping promise, mutual benefits, and win-win. In addition to that, to my personal observation, there's two more features in China's foreign aid. as an visibility and substantial. You know, in China's foreign aid, we spent most of the money in the recipient country and not in our own experts. The Asia and African countries are the major recipient countries of China's foreign aid. And Millennium Development Goals, China, to promote the realization of the Millennium Program, China directs most of the funds to low-income developing countries. From the year 2010 and 2012, China's foreign aid has kept growing. It's allocated in total 89.3 billion RMB yuan, equivalent to 14.4 billion US dollar for foreign aid in the above-mentioned 3 years. And its aid is provided in the 3 types. It's quite similar to Japan. Grants, interest-free loan, and concessional loan. And China's foreign aid is mainly provided in the following aspects. Part 1, helping improve people's livelihood. Firstly, promoting agricultural development. Agricultural development is crucial to poverty reduction in developing countries. Through establishing agricultural technology demonstration centers, dispatching agricultural experts to provide consultations and conduct technical cooperation, and training technical and managerial personnel on agriculture in other developing countries. China has taken great efforts to help other developing countries to raise their agricultural productivity, to effectively cope with food crisis. Second, improving the level of education. China continuously intensified its efforts of foreign aid in education by ways of constructing and maintaining school buildings, providing teaching facilities, training teachers, offering more government scholarships for foreign students to study in China, and assisting with the development of vocational and technical education for the purpose of helping other developing countries to improve their education level and support their balanced and equitable development in education. Third, improving medical health services. Medical and healthcare is a major field where China directs its foreign aid. China helped recipient countries improving their medical and health services, raise their disease control and prevention ability, and enhance their public health capacity by constructing hospitals, providing medicine and medical equipments, dispatching medical teams, training medical workers, and conducting exchange and cooperation on disease prevention and treatment with other developing countries. Fourth, building public welfare facilities to support other developing countries to improve their livelihood, and organizing public activities. China actively assists the construction of urban and rural public welfare facilities, affordable housing, and social activity venues, providing relevant equipment and materials, and conducting technical cooperation and operation and management. 5. Humanitarian aid. When wars and natural disasters happen, China always makes quick response to the appeals of the international community by providing relief materials or cash aid, or dispatching rescue and medical teams as needed. Part 2, promoting economic and social development. First, improving infrastructure. In light of the economic development of different countries, China arranged grants, interest-free loans, and concession loans in a well-proportioned manner to help the recipient countries with much-needed infrastructure construction, including supporting development of transportation system, increasing energy supply capacity, promoting the development of information-based social societies. I would like to cite 2 examples. I find some African tenants here. China has got quite a few aid projects in Africa. There are 2 famous projects. Which the first one is the railway between Tanzania and Zambia. This is a grant project, and also the International Convention Center of the African Union. All huge projects. And second, strengthening capacity building. Believing in the ancient Chinese wisdom and teaching one to fish rather than giving one fish. This Chinese wisdom, the important experience. China shares experience and technology with other developing countries through human resources and technical cooperation, as well as through voluntary basis, to help the developing countries building up their own professional teams and enhancing capacity. Third, promoting trade development. As an active response to WTO's approval, China strengthened its assistance in infrastructure construction and productivity capacity building for other developing countries. China has also stepped zero tariff treatment to most of the LDCs. 4, strengthening environmental protection. Last but not least, I'd like to mention the China's participation in international exchange and cooperation regarding development cooperation. China has rendered support to combating the development assistance programs sponsored by the multilateral and regional organizations such as WTO and UN, by ways of voluntary donations, equity financing, etc. And also participating in some international exchange for development cooperation, such like today's conference. Thirdly, conducting international cooperation in foreign assistance. Recently, on the trial basis, China has conducted trilateral cooperation featuring complementary advantage with multilateral and bilateral assistance providers on the premise of full respecting the willingness of the recipient countries, including jointly holding training programs, for example, with UNDP, UNICEF, FAO, UNIDO, OCHA, CFC, and piloting trilateral cooperation, for example, with UNDP and Cambodia, with New Zealand and Cook Islands. In conclusion, China is willing to work with the international communities to share opportunities, meet challenges, strive to realize world's dream for lasting peace and common prosperity, and make great contribution to the development of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dubayo, for excellent intervention. And he, first of all, he mentioned about his personal experience of working with donors as a member of recipient country, and he said he received training in Japan, in Tokyo, for 3 years. Is that right? For 3 years?
No,
for 3 weeks. Oh, 3 weeks. I'm sorry. And he said China is the emerging and developing economy, and China is still quite, fragile in terms of poverty rate and poverty reduction. That's why poverty reduction is the vital important issue for China itself. China is still on UN's recipient list, and he emphasized China's aid is based on South-South cooperation. China's aid is unconditional, and there is no political condition imposed while giving aid to other countries. And Africa and Asia are the main destinations, main regions receiving Chinese aid. The aid mostly goes to low-income countries. In the last 3 years, China allocated $44.4 billion US dollars in terms of ODA. Right, that's 3 years. And the scheme is more or less just like was implemented mentioned by Japanese colleague. The grant, concession loans, low interest loans. And there are sectors China is focusing on while giving ODA is to help improve the livelihood of people. He mentioned about the agricultural project to recipient countries through capacity building in order to boost the production, to generate income for the people there, and to improve. The second is improve the level of education, again through capacity building, trainings, and the healthcare and providing medical services is also an important part in terms of the Chinese ODA. They either provide equipment or dispatch medical teams. I remember in the early 1960s, China is very active in giving aid to African countries by dispatching the medical teams. It's very quite influential and very remarkable. And public welfare sector is also a very important part of Chinese ODA. And because they help the people to build out the capacity of the countries in order to the people to have a affordable house to live. And the humanitarian aid also is a very important part of Chinese ODA. And he also mentioned about social infrastructure. It's the main sector of Chinese ODA. Also mentioned about aid for trade, which is also the concern of the DAC member countries, which been spelled for many years, mentioned for many years. And he also mentioned about China is providing zero tariff. The policy for LDC countries in recent years, and environmental protection is another major concern of Chinese government in foreign assistance. And also China is very keen on international cooperation with such as WTO, UN agencies by providing voluntary contributions. And lastly, he mentioned about the trilateral cooperation, bilateral cooperation. He mentioned about this cooperation with UNICEF, UNIDO, OCHA, and UNDP. Thank you again, Mr. Dubayo, for an excellent statement. And I'm not going to make a general remark or conclusion because I have, if you realize, I have made a brief conclusion after each speaker. So now we are well behind the time, and I realize I'm quite aware of that. But we will still have some minutes for us to take some questions if there are any. The floor is open for questions. Okay, please.
My question refers to Mr. Carl Testensen. So you say that you have 5-year experience in Afghanistan, that you are working GIZ, that one of the assistants of Afghan government. And during past years, there was billions of dollars inflow in Afghanistan. And we also know that corruption increased day by day during that, with all that aids. And what was the reason for that? That with all these assistance that GIZ or many other organizations was with Afghan government and all these corruptions? Thank you.
Well, it's always a question of how you perceive that. I don't think that corruption is a matter that first came up to the surface after the international community went in. So I think what the international community and the international organizations tried to do was to implement and to work with the Afghan authorities on transparency, on good governance, and this also in the regions. One strong effort was subnational governance. However, you can imagine that if you have provinces breaking away where you can't get in anymore, then it is also very difficult to continue with these implementations. So it has been a long way, and it still is a long way. But I guess there's not really an alternative to keeping on getting these transparent structures working in Afghanistan, and this is what we are doing. And I would say the whole international community is working very hard on that.
Thank you very much. My name is Osman. I'm from Afghanistan. My question is Excellency Ahsan. I'm wondering about the function of the organizations that are working for Muslim countries, especially OIC, IDB, and Islamic Development Bank. And Muslim is that you're head of leading that organization. We have words in our local language that prevention is more better than treating. So this crisis that's happening in the Middle East, in Asia, since a long time ago, then this crisis happening, and after that, all the organizations is running for the help, like they are working, calling that you are coming here to help you. Then what's the reason for this crisis happening? If this happen, what's the reason, or why these Muslim world aids or Islamic organization is not able to prevent this crisis? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for raising this. This is a very important question. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to answer this direct way. This is again, of course, the Muslim countries which are involved in conflicts, and of course, which is resulting in war and then civil war. It is the charity organizations all over the world are trying to rush in with the help, whatever they can, of course, organize locally or internationally, nationally. This is again, we have OIC organization, which is consisting of almost 56 Muslim countries. It is their role that they should try to sort out the difficulties and problems and the war, civil war is going on all along in the Middle East. Unfortunately, we are a humble, small organization called Muslim Aid. We are trying to raise the awareness in the community as well as in the Muslim community as well as the wider community that this is the crisis which has been of course, imposed upon the world, and especially the people who are living in the area. Now we need to come and help them as much as possible. We cannot prevent it because we have nothing to do with these things. We are just aid giving and, of course, sustainable, aid, whatever it is possible. I mentioned that one of the things which we are trying to do is to protect and giving care to the orphans, which are the victims of the war, as well as, of course, as much as possible, like when there was a problem with the Gaza, and then there was a Muslim community and others came up with a huge amount of help, and slowly and gradually we're trying to bring them the basic needs of healthcare, the problems, all these things. But it is the Muslim world which are now responsible to help them generously. Many of these NGOs cannot do more than that. What we are doing is that some of the drops of the ocean, and it needs to be looked into wider context, and not only the Muslim world, but the entire world. This is a kind of global crisis now, and how to sort it out is their responsibility. If they want our support and help in the humanitarian and, of course, other aspects, we are ready to do that. Thank you.
And does your organization have the future plan to cooperate with the OIC and other Islamic organization prevent from the other crises that will be happening in Bahrain and other countries in the Middle East?
Yes, of course. Whatever we have our approach, we are approaching the IDB as well as OIC as well as Islamic organizations and banks, telling them about this apprehension which the Muslim community as well as the whole world is passing through. But of course, we don't have any leverage on them, you see. They are the independent, they are the world power, whatever they are, and they have got the resources. So we cannot do more than that, request them, approach them, and tell them that this is a crisis which is looming. And sometimes the crisis now, for example, in Yemen, in Libya, we never thought that the crisis of this nature would occur there, which is one now seeing it day by day. In Tunisia, all of a sudden, we have seen this type of terrorist attacks. And now in the whole Middle East, it is spreading like a cancer, as it were. So therefore, we are all aware and trying to do, but we are not holding the power. We don't have that we can tell the OIC, please do it. It is the Muslim countries themselves have to come to the occasion and have to take necessary action. Thank you.
Okay, that's last.
So we'll get the last question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My question goes to Mr. Hu from China. Mr. Hu, you remind us the old saying, teaching someone how to fish is more important than giving a fish. In terms of your activities towards African countries, can you elaborate more on, can you give us more detail on how, in what volume and how your African counterparts, so to say, learning how to fish? Can you give us a little bit more detail about your collaboration with African counterparts? Thank you.
Actually, in my ministry, we have a big fund for the foreign aid. A great portion of this fund is used for human development. Every year we have many training courses in Beijing, multilateral courses or bilateral courses, including Turkey. Turkey, every year there are more than a dozen people to participate in training courses in China in different aspects. I think those participants has learned a lot from China. Some of the participants even becomes presidents, prime ministers of some countries. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions. Well, okay. Just last one.
I can just shout to you because I have a long voice. Well, I have a general question. I just have a general question. I realize the timing is long, so I just want to put it on the table, and perhaps later on we can have opportunity to discuss. It's in the context of the coming SDGs. I was just wondering from the donors, from the government, the donor agencies, as well as from private aid, how would that coming SDGs affect in terms of your priorities, operational priorities, and how would that affect your modus operandi? I just need to have a yes and no. I don't need to really get into the details. So that's I think, only time allowed. Thank you.
Well, I guess if also what you said, we are of course executing the policy that is defined by the German government, and if the German government consider it necessary, and they will, I guess, but I cannot talk for the German government. If the German government, let's say, has a new strategy, then of course GSZ will follow that. And, but that is not the decision of GSZ. So yes.
Well, I don't have much to add to what has been said. You see, this is a crisis. Those of us who are, of course, running some charities, we have our own organizations of charity associations. We're trying to look into all these things, but this is the governmental level. Have to address this issue. And if they fail, there will be the looming on the horizon. And I think the sooner these things are of course, attended or addressed, is better.
Yes, I also want to delegate to the political queue.
Well, I mean, just to say that in the first round of MDGs, it was very important for Mexican political internal, for Mexican policy, internal policy, social policy especially. The difference now between 2000 and 2015 is that Mexico has to apply not only the SDGs to its own internal domestic policy, but also as a donor. And I mean, I'm sure it's going to affect first the internal, but also in a way also our cooperation policies.
Well, to wrap up, I just have a final sentence. Today, really, it's been a long day, and it's the most, longest panel today. And we really had a lively and fruitful discussion today. And just to close the session, I'd like to borrow a proverb, African proverb, used by British minister in charge of development cooperation last year in Mexico City. It goes like this: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. Thank you very much. And the bus is waiting outside, I guess. 6:30 was just right now. Just for dinner. Anybody attending dinner? The bus is ready. Waiting outside. Just you can go proceed to the gate.
Thank you so much.
Bunu alalım.
Check. Bunları topluyorsun.
Yazıyorum yani.
Yazmayı daha iyi yazıyorum.